That's Rika. Okay, I'm going to open the meeting here. This is Mayor Chris Duncan. This is the regular meeting for the City of San Clemente, City Council meeting of Tuesday, April 18th. We are going to start with closed session. Do we have any comments from the public?
We have two speaker cards, starting with concerned resident, followed by Amanda Q.
Thank you. Good evening. Closed session B, pickleball courts. Before you make any decisions in your closed session, I respectfully remind you of the oath you took to uphold the Constitution of the United States. However, at least 3 of you appear to have taken a second oath, an oath of allegiance to the pickleball red shirts of San Clemente. Why are you so biased towards pickleball? Is it for political reasons? If not, why would you allow courts that were installed by staff who lied, deceited, willfully failed to comply with CEQA, falsified documents, and withheld and denied the existence of crucial information when questioned by the dais? Not making this up, I have provided these documents to each of you. Yet your bias towards the red shirts continues to trump San Clemente residents' peaceful enjoyment of their home. And equally, if not more important, your bias towards pickleball trumps providing safe conditions for families with small children who just want to access San-G. This caused by the city's failure to provide adequate on-site parking when it installed 8 pickleball courts. This was just last Saturday. Are you familiar with the classification of San Clemente parks? San-G is designated as a community park. This means because of its acreage and sports fields, it is likely to draw families from other neighborhoods within the city. A regional park is a park with activities that draw users from other municipalities. To my knowledge, the city does not have a category for parks that draw users from across the country. Pickleball has turned San-G into a regional park and more. Just ask Mayor Duncan or the pickleball ambassador. Both are so proud that San Clemente's San Gorgonio Park is known across the country as a place to come play pickleball. Yep, in a park that's only ingress and egress is off of a 40-foot wide residential street without a safe continuous sidewalk. Do you agree with Councilman James? He states that the safety and quality of life for San Clemente residents are this council's top priority. Then it is time to demonstrate it. Pause pickleball until you install it in an appropriate location, away from residents and not off of a small neighborhood street. Failure to do so says to hell with the safety of Via San Gorgonio and to hell with the residents' peaceful enjoyment of their homes. It's all hail to San Clemente's new claim to fame, pickleball. Thank you.
Amanda Q.
Hello, council members. So when I was looking at the agenda, I noticed that CEQA violation is mentioned, and this is a concern because this is a notice of availability, NOA, for Steed Park, and in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, and the CEQA guidelines, city staff prepared a draft initial study, mitigated negative declaration that indicates and evaluates the environmental impacts of the proposed park master plan update project. Next slide, please. And the reason why I bring this up is that the public comment period for the ISMND began on March 8th, and it went to April 10th, and it ended at 5 p.m. And I was totally unaware of that, and I was wondering that the concerned resident that speaks about pickleball wasn't aware of this as well. Also, this was brought up at the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Committee meeting where Director Wiley mentioned that the public comment time had just been completed. So in response to the pickleball court nuisance claim and the CEQA violations there, the CEQA, or lack of public knowledge and proper notification at city council meetings that the CEQA for Steed Park was open for public comment, I think it does a disservice. This is a transparency issue or lack of transparency, and I think people had the right to know that they could submit public comments during this time for Steed Park, because it really plays into, if we're going to move pickleball courts from St. Gagonia Park to Steed Park, everybody needs to be aware of that. The public, the city council members. I spoke to 2 city council members, and they were unaware that the CEQA for Steed Park had come out. Also, at the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Committee, one of the committee members asked, what was the update on that, or what can you give an update? And Ms. Wiley gave like a 2-sentence update, which really is a disservice, because first of all, they were unaware that CEQA had come out for Steed Park. And second, Ms. Wiley only gave like a 2-sentence update, and it really should have been a whole agenda item, like a 15-minute report of what was actually happened, or what was said in the CEQA. And these are documents that are, over 200 pages long, and 2 sentences for a document like that, very important document, should have more time and really should be well thought of or presented. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
To recess into closed session.
Second?
Motion is James, second is Noblock. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? By acclamation, it's unanimous.
Nice tie.
All right, we're going to open the business portion of the meeting here for the San Clemente City Council regular meeting of April 18th, 2023. Thank you all for coming. I'm Chris Duncan, your mayor. We're going to call the meeting to order now, and we'll start out with a invocation. Do we have Pastor Mike Fanning here from Heritage Christian Fellowship? Please rise if you care to participate.
Join with me in prayer. Father, thank you for these men and women that are here tonight for no other reason but for the benefit of the city of San Clemente. And I just ask that you would give them supernatural wisdom and understanding as they navigate the issues that are going to be discussed tonight, that it would be for the betterment of this city. And I ask for that in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Mike, and thank you for the brevity there.
What do you think about that?
Well, I'm going to ask Rick Dival to step up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. He's here with Lois, our matriarch, Lois Dival. So, Rick, please lead us. Everyone put your right hand over your heart. And
Quite an honor. I haven't done this since the 5th grade at Las Palmas.
All right. About time.
If you'll follow with me, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Rick. Roll call is next. All members are present. And we'll move on to special presentations.
Okay. First presentation is a presentation of commendation to the San Clemente Historical Society in recognition of their 50th anniversary. We'll call to the podium Larry Culbertson, President of the Historical Society, Katie Potts, Vice President, and the city's matriarch Lois Dival and patriarch Rick Dival.
Lois, can you come up?
You want her to stand?
Maybe it's the pictures. Good evening, Council. Larry Culbertson, President of the San Clemente Historical Society. I told Laura that I wouldn't take more than a half hour. She promised me that I wouldn't. On behalf of the San Clemente Historical Society, I want to thank, is Lori Davis' office here?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. On behalf of the San Clemente Historical Society, I want to thank Assemblywoman Lori Davies, Senator Janet Wynn, and the San Clemente City Council for recognizing our group for the 50 years of service we provided our city. While we are proud of what we've accomplished in promoting and preserving our historic heritage, it's important to note that we could not have done it without all of you. 50 years ago, concern for historic preservation was on the back burner, but the public wanted change. Laws were passed by the California Assembly and by the Senate and the voters that turned things around. Cities were encouraged and pressured to implement new policies and laws that facilitated preservation. San Clemente was an early adopter of the Mills Act and of establishing an official list of designated historic structures. The two city-owned buildings, Casa Romanica and the Ole Hansen Beach Club, as well as the North Beach Historic District, were on the National Register of Historic Places. We helped make those things happen. We look forward to continuing our mission of promoting and preserving San Clemente's rich historic heritage. Thank you.
I'm going to get your picture.
Wait, we have the commendation. I didn't introduce Katie. Katie Potts is our vice president. She's waiting in the wings to take over for me.
All right, I'll step over here. All right. Well, thank you, Larry, Lois, and everyone for coming tonight. If you know anything about San Clemente, it's of course our historic heritage is our number one hallmark. And as we near 100 years here, and Lois, you've been here for every minute of it, it's really a time to, again, reflect on how important our history is and how we must retain that history, even if it may cost a little money, a little effort, right, Larry? And thank you for the Historical Society for always being there and reminding us of the work that needs to be done. Because the city has a lot of moving parts, a lot of things going in different directions, and so we really rely on the Historical Society and the leadership you provided, Larry, and everyone on your team in setting those priorities for us. So we have a commendation here, and I'll read it. Whereas the San Clemente Historical Society is an all-volunteer, nonprofit organization dedicated to preserving the history of San Clemente, and whereas the San Clemente Historical Society seeks to unite all persons who are interested in the historical and cultural aspects of San Clemente in order to foster greater community appreciation and local identity, and whereas the San Clemente Historical Society was founded in 1973 in response to concerns about the demolition of historic buildings, and whereas each year since 1973, the San Clemente Historical Society has worked to uphold the vision of Ole Hansen and make San Clemente a place where people can live together more pleasantly than any other place in America. I think that's about right. That's it, quote unquote. Whereas today, San Clemente is most widely known for its many epic surf breaks, with trestles in San Onofre State Beach bringing visitors from all around the world. Now, therefore, I, Chris Duncan, Mayor of the City of San Clemente, California, acting on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of San Clemente, do hereby commend the San Clemente Historical Society on the occasion of its 50th anniversary and extend our thanks for being such an integral part of the history of San Clemente. Thank you, Lois. Thank you, Larry, and thank you, Ms. Potts. Thank you, Rick, as well. Thank you all for being part of this incredibly important organization.
I just want to tell you about my aunt and my late cousin Fred. Her son started this Historical Society 50 years ago, and she gets to celebrate the 50th anniversary of it, so I think that's quite a feat.
Council, do you want to come down for a picture? Everybody hear that? 85 years.
Think you're going to stick around?
Oh, okay.
Seal for the official seal.
Come on back. You're backing up.
I'd like to invite our state legislative representatives to also recognize the Historical Society. Yes, okay, thank you.
I thought this was going to be all at once. I didn't want to gobble up a whole bunch of your time.
Come on up, guys. You can make the commendations. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Max Werner. I am a district representative with the Office of Senator Nguyen, And it's my honor to be here today to celebrate the 50th anniversary of San Clemente Historical Society with the San Clemente City Council. Thank you for having us. Whereas over the past 5 decades, members of the San Clemente Historical Society have worked tirelessly to archive the village history by gathering data, chronicling events, collecting memorabilia, raising money, and advocating to preserve and duly register historically significant sites, while also endeavoring to educate the community and its visitors to what a treasure San Clemente truly is. Whereas throughout its history, California has benefited immensely from the contributions of public-spirited organizations that take a keen interest in local affairs. And the San Clemente Historical Society has participated in numerous enterprises that have left a lasting impact on the San Clemente area and beyond. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Senator Janet Wynn that the San Clemente Historical Society be congratulated on the celebration of its 50th anniversary, commended for the vital role it has played in improving the quality of life in the local community and across the region, and extended best wishes for its continued success in the future. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ryan Ewart. I'm with the Office of Assemblywoman Lori Davies. Thank you for having us. Thank you for having City Council. We want, on behalf of the Assemblywoman, just want to congratulate you both on the incredible achievement of 50 years anniversary. It's truly a testament to the hard work and dedication of everybody who's involved in the success of the San Clemente Historical Society. You as well, of course. Now, there's a lot of whereases, so I'm just going to start at the bottom. Whereas over the past 50 years, the San Clemente Historical Society has achieved many accomplishments and milestones, hosted numerous successful exhibits and events, including the ever-popular San Clemente Car Show, which attracts car enthusiasts from across the region, and collaborated with local schools to develop educational programs that teach students about the city's history. And whereas during the last half-century, the San Clemente Historical Society has evolved into a leading organization in the local region of a dynamic force striving to improve the quality of life of its members and the general community. Now therefore be resolved by Assemblymember Lori Davies that the San Clemente Historical Society be congratulated on the celebration of its 50th anniversary, commended for the vital role it has played in enhancing the local area through its programs, extended best wishes for continued success in all of its future endeavors. Congratulations.
Of course. Thanks, Rick. City Clerk, the next
item is
proclamation.
presentation of proclamation to San Clemente Elks Club proclaiming May 1st through 7th as Youth Week.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have a point of order on the proclamation. That should be Elks Lodge. We're not a club. Correct. I'm sorry.
All right, well, another San Clemente institution. Beth, you're another group you're part of, not a club, but I'm also proud to be a member of the Elks Lodge. So this is, the incredible amount of good work in our community that the Elks Lodge does. And just an incredible group of people, a lot of fun to be had over there at the bar at the Elks Lodge, if you've never been. Just a great group, very patriotic, and very focused on bettering San Clemente, and that's what this proclamation is all about for Youth Week. So I'll start with the proclamation here. Whereas the Benevolent and Protective Order of Elks has designated May 1st to 7th, 2023 as Youth Week to honor America's junior citizens for their accomplishments and to give fitting recognition of their services to the community, state, and the nation, And whereas San Clemente Elks Lodge number 2068 will sponsor an observance during that week in tribute to the junior citizens of this community. And whereas no event could be more deserving of our support and participation than one dedicated to these young people who represent the nation's greatest resource and who in the years ahead will assume the responsibility for the advancement of our free society. Whereas our youth need guidance, inspiration, and encouragement, which we alone can give in order to help develop those qualities of character essential for future leadership, and go forth and serve America. And whereas to achieve this worthy objective, we should demonstrate our partnership with youth, our understanding of their hopes and aspirations, and a sincere willingness to help prepare them in every way for the responsibilities and opportunities of citizenship. Now, therefore, I, Chris Duncan, Mayor of San Clemente, do hereby proclaim the first week in May as Youth Week, and urge all departments of government, civic, fraternal, and patriotic groups and lodges, and our citizens generally to participate wholeheartedly in this observance. And, especially as a father of 3 youth myself, I think we can't do enough work for these folks who we're all going to rely on and who really are our future. So thank you to the Elks Lodge for helping to serve our youth and instill in them those qualities that we're going to need to make San Clemente great in the future. So thank you so much. Photo first.
Come on, Gene's coming in. The other
Well, let's get over here in front of the.
We got more elks. We're all elks. Got the microphone, too. Yay. We're all friends.
1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, hold on, sorry. She had my camera.
It's
Everybody suck in.
fantastic. Thank you. All right.
And these two are getting married June 10th?
June 17. Thanks. Thanks for that. My name is Beth Apodaca, and this is Michael Turner. We are officers at the Elks Lodge. We were prepared to speak. We were assuming somebody else was going to, but here we are. Anyways, youth are a very important part of our philosophy and the main things that we stand for. We have hoops. We have all kinds of things that we do, and you know what? That's one of the things we stand for in this community. So we want to thank everyone for, honoring this, and really, like they said, keep the youth. They're our future generation, and they're the ones that are going to be taking care of us when we get old. Let's think about that for a few moments, okay? So anyways, thank you all. We really appreciate it. God bless you.
All right, thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the March update on the homeless issue.
We'll have the staff presentation, and then we'll have any comments from the public.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Adam Atamian, Deputy Community.
Can everybody hear? Okay. Is
My-
it closer? Is it on?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Adam Atamian, Deputy Community Development Director, and tonight I am here for the monthly outreach report for the month of March. In the month of March, our contacts that our outreach staff made with people experiencing homelessness was 541. The number of unduplicated individuals contacted was 64, which is, has been consistent for the last few months. A number of services were provided for the homeless. Some of the major ones were food and hygiene assistance, mental health, outside agencies to medical providers and such, and then transportation assistance to help people get to places where they're going or for reunifications with their family members. The month of March saw the highest number of street exits that we've had. That was 19 for this last month. And those numbers reflect 5 people being referred to a shelter, 10 family reunifications where the city did provide some of the transportation assistance to make that reunification possible, and then 4 people were placed into assisted living. In terms of the people that were approached regarding potential shelter, we had, of the 64 people, 49 of them were open to being placed in a shelter, with 15 not, representing 77% of the individuals we contacted in the month of March were open to being placed in a shelter. And that concludes my presentation, and I am available for any questions.
Any questions of staff before we go to public comment?
No question. I just want to congratulate you on your family reunification effort. I see the numbers were much higher there than previously, so I'm very, very pleased to see that.
Can we go back to the previous slide? So 77% of your contacts were willing to go into shelter.
That is correct.
And where do you get that? How's that determined?
Well, there's a number of services and resources that our outreach workers provide to those that we make contact with, and shelter is one of those. And it takes some time to get people placed into a shelter. A lot of the folks on the street know this, and some are just simply not open to that as a possibility. However, this number does not reflect people's willingness to be reunited with family or some other type of situation that would get them off of the streets of San Clemente.
How many people have we placed in shelter who have returned to San Clemente living on the streets?
I don't have the number of the people who have been placed into a shelter that have been returned. I do know of a number of individuals who lost their permanent housing or shelter placement for some various reasons.
Like what kind of reasons?
People have been kicked out of certain programs because they could not abide by the rules of the program. That has happened in the past. Other times, there have been issues with maintaining the resources necessary to keep them into that shelter, or the shelter has some type of time frame where it's not in perpetuity, but it's a set amount of time.
So, but we don't keep track of who does not stay in shelter or housing assistance.
We would have to go back and look through our records, but I could find that information.
Would you think that'd be an important number to brief us on?
I could absolutely include that information. One thing that is included in the monthly outreach report is previously housed individuals returned to the street. For the month of March, we had 2 people that were in some type of housing, but housing could be, that term as we define it, could be a shelter, could be permanent housing. I would need to dial into the details to figure out which type of assistance they are no longer involved in.
I would think that would probably be a useful number for us to see of how many have been placed, whether it's in shelter or permanent supportive housing, and have returned to the street.
Yeah, I could absolutely include that information.
You think that's an important number?
I do, yeah.
All right, any other questions?
Yeah, I do have a question.
If I go along those same lines, I think it might be important to find out the numbers that are successful as well and have found permanent housing, or, if we're going to do totals in one, it might be good to look at totals at the other as well.
Yeah, some of those numbers would be difficult to track over the long term because we tend to follow people that are still within our case management. Once people are in a permanent situation, there's some check-ins from, over the first few months, but once that has been deemed successful, we're not as actively engaged in those individuals as we've got other people on the street to assist.
So you think we could find a number, though, of how many have gone at least to that point?
Yes, I could find some of that information and present it next month.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Yeah.
Essentially, the
No, your mic.
Essentially, what you're reporting here is, actually, I find encouraging. You know, if people want a job, we're helping them. If they want financial assistance, we've got a number of people we help. Mental health, we help them, direct them. Food, hygiene, all the necessary services that someone that's unhoused would need, we provide here in San Clemente comprehensively, right?
Yes, we do have a comprehensive approach. While we don't provide the direct services for a lot of those things, we do work with a number of partner agencies that would be able to provide a lot of those resources.
County and state
Yes.
services mostly, who are the entity that's responsible for most of these issues, right?
Not commenting on the responsibility, but yes, we do work with those agencies
Okay.
to assist.
Yeah, that's the only questions I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Adam, just a couple quick questions on my end. You have this jump on outreach contacts from, 417, 402 to 541, which is a substantial increase. You also have, commensurate increase in street exits and in declinations, just because there's more people that we've contacted. Is there a reason that we had so many more contacts this month than we've had in prior months?
Yeah, the number of contacts tends to change over the months for a number of variations. Sometimes it has to do with weather plays a pretty big factor in this. In the month of March, we did have a number of people that we were working with to get them off of the street, provide some avenues for them to not be homeless. And when we're going through that work, we tend to make more contacts with people because there's a lot of timing is of the essence, and so we'll be dealing with people on a more frequent basis to get them into those types of programs. The other thing is there were some vacations, and the shorter month of February always plays an impact. I would expect the number of outreach contacts to generally hover around 515, 520 with our current outreach staff.
Okay. Well, it's good to hear. More contacts are good, and give our best to Carly and Troy there for the good work on that.
I just have one more thing I noticed, that in terms of the number of street exits, shelter, including emergency shelter, motels, transitional housing, from January to March, there's a significant increase in that number. What do you attribute that to?
We're starting to see a bit more of the state and county funds assisting regional partners that have the ability to place people into shelters opening up. And so there's a couple new groups, I'll call them, that are associated with the County of Orange that have been able to place people into temporary shelters. Previously, there was a severe lack of shelter beds available.
That's good to hear. There's also been an increase in family reunification and assisted living over the same period of time, I guess, or at least family reunification numbers.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, let's hear from the public.
All right, I will call the first three speakers: Nancy McIntyre, Stuart Anderson, followed by Jackie Tranny.
Hi, my name is Nancy McIntyre, and I am a resident homeowner, taxpayer of San Clemente, have been so for almost 48 years. And recently, I've just been a little concerned that, especially after hearing this wonderful report tonight about contacts, that San Clemente isn't availing itself enough of resources that actually put people in housing. I think security is very important. I'd like to see more security for homeless individuals in addition to the rest of us who are housed, but also more emphasis on the permanent supportive housing for those who are having trouble getting off the street. After you are on the street for 7, 8, 10 years, whatever, it's hard to go be housed. you definitely need support for that. So programs that have that supportiveness are very important. Also, there are a number of agencies who do place people in supportive housing and actually have supportive housing, and that's Mercy House, Friendship Shelter, Illumination Foundation, and also FAM. So there are organizations that do go meet with landlords and try and work out a deal where they can have some apartments or whatever, and also take an old motel or hotel and create rooms. So there are things we can do. Also affordable housing. I don't know if you realize, but there are a lot of homeless people who have jobs, but they can't afford housing. And that seems a shame, someone who's willing to work so hard and then can't have shelter, lives on the street. So I think we as a city, not relying on on county and state, relying on their resources, but actually taking the initiative there and doing more of the actual housing, that would fill a gap that we have. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I'm Stuart Anderson, a longtime San Clemente resident. Good evening, Mayor Duncan, Mayor Pro Tem Noblock, City Council members. The city staff, with input from outside sources, has put together an ambitious, thoughtful, and a good plan to address the deterioration at North Beach. However, the homelessness problem that our city has and was manifested at North Beach has not been addressed. You cannot enforce anti-camping laws unless you have an alternative. We need an alternative. The hope has been that the county will come in and solve our problem by building a regional facility on county land. Sadly, even Katrina Foley, who is a homeless advocate, says that won't happen. She wants to partner with the cities. If we can find county land to build a bridge shelter, partnering with the county, that would be fantastic. But the city needs to be involved. It's our problem. The homeless are here in our city. Alternative sleeping locations can be very successful. Look at Laguna Beach. They halved their unsheltered. Look at Costa Mesa, where they've built a beautiful facility with financial help from Newport Beach. Project Homekey will be allocating a new tranche of money in April. We should at least be looking at this for options. Money for an alternative sleeping location, partnering with the county, is now available. There will be money available for services as well. Our tax dollars will go elsewhere unless San Clemente can move forward. And so I commend our city management and their partners for the development of the North Beach Placemaking Plan. Now we need the City Council to task our city management to develop a comprehensive plan to deal with homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jackie Trainey. I'm a San Clemente resident and homeowner. First of all, thank you to Adam Atamian and your information that you shared with us. I think it's really important to get that information. I'm glad we have a homelessness subcommittee. I think it's Mark and Victor. I'm looking forward to hearing what you are coming up with. So I also want to commend the two speakers previous to me because I 100% agree with everything they said. And one of the things I was going to bring up, which Mr. Atamian said too, is there's more funds available, and that Project Homekey, those funds become available for application on April 24th, just a few days. We have had this problem in our city, this challenge in our city, for years and years and years. And when I brought up the Project Homekey funding that's becoming available, one of you told me that we need to have sites identified. And I'm like, why don't we have sites identified? We've been doing this for years, trying to figure this out. So that's one thing. And then another thing I wanted to bring up is the need for safe parking. I actually have a friend who actually did exit from the street here. She's in permanent supportive housing now in Ladera Ranch. I have to say that the support services are not what I would hope for, but anyway, so the support needs to really be there. I'm wondering about the mental health support that you mentioned, because mental health support needs to be ongoing, consistent. They need transportation to get there. It needs to be regular, and that has not been the experience that I've known about from the people that I know that are in this situation. And even now, with my friend who is in permanent supportive housing, it's not happening. So that's unfortunate, and that's a huge need, the mental health issues. Okay. Let's see. Also, I'm wondering, with the exit to shelter, how long is the wait to get somebody into a shelter? Because we hear our neighbors, often our house neighbors, saying, they're out there because they want to be out there. They can go to a shelter. There's all these services available. The services and the shelter are not available like that, right? So people need to know that. It is not an easy task to get off the street. My friend took 8 years to get off the street with my help as an advocate, almost full-time for 2 years, for the last 2 years before she got off. So that's all I have to say. But thank you for the effort that is going out, and please keep the education going, because people need to know that it's not just a simple, they're out there because they want
Thank you very
to be.
much. Thank you. Time is up.
Next three speakers are Lucia Bernard, Denise Fleury, and Kathy Esfahani.
Hi. This is my first time speaking, so I may be a little nervous with the city council. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of address, I'm new to the city. My name's Lucia Bonneau. We've been here about 4 years now. And first of all, what I would like to do is give my sincere gratitude to those homeless advocates who work relentlessly with people who lack the resources to advocate for themselves. Your dedication, compassion, and service to others is admirable and should be respected by all. It is not so easy for most people like myself to look, it is easy to look the other way and let others deal with this complex issue. Next, I would like to extend my understanding to those businesses who have put their blood, sweat, and tears into building a business. You've taken a risk that others are unwilling to do, and you want to create the best environment for your difficult endeavor. You're looking to the city leadership for solutions, as you absolutely have a right to do. Finally, I would like to thank those council members who are working to address this very difficult issue by including all stakeholders with open minds and ears in a professional manner. This is not a simple solution, and there's not a permanent answer to providing compassionate and humane assistance to people who may have difficulty providing themselves with basic living skills for various reasons. There has always been and will always be those who struggle more in life than others. It's encouraging to see council members not shirk responsibility for the job they are entrusted to do by shifting the responsibility to the state, enforcing the problem away, or airing their grievances by blaming others. This is not how leadership works, nor will it provide any long-term solutions to any of the stakeholders. We can look for guidance and ideas to Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, who is tackling an enormous homeless issue by chasing the funds, gathering and working with all stakeholders, and expediting bureaucracy. She has a long way to go, but residents in Venice are already seeing results. San Clemente deserves leadership that puts in the hard work for thoughtful, long-term solutions. There are no quick fixes. There will always be those who struggle with mental illness, drug and alcohol addiction, and just plain bad luck. We can't enforce it away. So I want to wrap up my 3 minutes with deep, deep appreciation for all of you, people here, who have stepped up to the plate to work together to address this issue. Thank you, homeless advocates, and all those who reach out to those who are in difficult times. Thank you to business owners.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, your time is up.
Denise Fleury, followed by Kathy Esfahani.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Denise Fleury. I'm a resident of our city for over 25 years. I appreciate the opportunity to address the meeting. Later on tonight, we will learn and discuss a proposed plan for revitalization of North Beach, developed by a city manager. This proposed plan envisions big investments in North Beach to make up for years of neglect. It will benefit San Clemente residents, our businesses, our many visitors, as well as the North Beach community. I support the plan in many aspects, but I believe we must also be inclusive and at the same time address the urgent needs of our homeless population, even as we improve our community as a whole. I believe that's where this discussion started a few weeks ago, with the problems of those unsheltered residents in our city. Unfortunately, the problems of the homeless population in San Clemente won't just go away without providing the right kind of support systems and a path to success. The homeless will be here, although likely shifting themselves to some other part of our city with the same unmet needs of housing and supportive services to help them get back on their feet. Having a funded and detailed plan to address the problems of the unsheltered population is also needed. This kind of comprehensive plan is long overdue. While we can appreciate the efforts to date to take a look at the measurements and to assist people, I think a comprehensive plan is needed, just like it's needed in the North Beach revitalization. Even though our efforts today have fallen short, we certainly take some early steps, but I believe we can and do much better. I ask that the mayor and city council direct the city manager and the staff to create a comprehensive plan similar to the one for North Beach that addresses the needs of the unsheltered in our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Kathy Espahani with the San Clemente Affordable Housing Coalition. I love that we're hearing a lot of energy tonight behind finding solutions to homelessness, because there are solutions. San Clemente just has to sort of embrace the will to act and solve the problem. I thought it was helpful to get the data tonight that 77% of the people who engaged with the outreach worker this month said that they would accept shelter and housing. But the problem, of course, is that sufficient shelter is not available. In all of the South County SPA, which runs from Irvine to San Clemente, there are only 2 shelters, and they're both in Laguna Beach. In the South Clemente, in the South SPA, in the last point in time count, there were 422 unsheltered people. People here might be surprised to know that San Clemente has the largest amount of unsheltered people of all the cities in the South SPA. We have 81 unsheltered people, and yet we have no shelter. We often hear from council members that there should be no shelter in San Clemente. There was even a vote to that effect on March 7th. And I question the premise that San Clemente residents would not accept a shelter here. I think you may be surprised at the depth of compassion and practicality of the residents who know that we must have some form of shelter, of emergency housing, in order to address the needs we see in front of us and in order to enforce our anti-camping laws, which so many of you want to do. So it's time that San Clemente embrace real solutions for homelessness. And I would like to suggest that you look at the pellet shelter villages, which have been built in Los Angeles. Since 2020, there have been 9 of these built for 1,282 beds. These are essentially tiny homes that form a community. They're well-run, they're well-designed, they look good, and they provide supportive services on site. And they are not expensive, and they're quick to build, and it's a quick solution that I urge you to take a look at. So, in summary, there are solutions, we need to act, and San Clemente wants this to happen. We can't enforce our way out of homelessness. We can build emergency housing and permanent supportive housing and affordable housing for extremely low-income people. That's how we solve our homeless problem. Thank you.
Next speakers are Donna Vidrine, followed by Mara Michaelek, followed by Shelley Moore.
They're allowed to boo, aren't they?
Donna Vidrine?
They can't hear who she's announcing.
No, Donna Vidrine is.
Good evening, Council. As difficult as it is to imagine at times, there was a time when this country was more polarized than it currently is. Abraham Lincoln, from his second inaugural address at the end of the Civil War, with malice towards none, with charity for all, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wound, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and orphans, to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and among all nations. My ask tonight is that we come together as a community to address the critical issue of homelessness in San Clemente in a responsive, responsible, and humane way. With direction from City Council, I will look forward to what our city manager, city lawyer, city staff, code compliance, park rangers, Carly and Troy, OCSD, and community partners working together can bring back to council as a coordinated, comprehensive plan to address homelessness in San Clemente. Leadership and working together is the key to success. Donna Vidrine, San Clemente resident, co-chair of the San Clemente Homeless Collaborative. Thank you for your time.
Mara Michaelek, followed by Shelley Moore, followed by Michelle Brooks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Good to see you all. I just wanted to give some numbers kind of to add to what Mr. Tamiam had shared in regards to people wanting help and seeking help. So just some basic numbers, like right now, there are 5,000 people who are on the waiting list for housing assistance. Those are mostly people with disabilities, people who are actively homeless with disabilities, who are waiting for the kind of assistance that will get them off the street. These are people who have accepted help and are just waiting. So some of them are the people you see out there every day. They have accepted help, but help doesn't get them off the street. So like I said, that's 5,000 people right now. And then, and that's individual adults, not even counting what we call the transitional age youth, who are 18 to 25. And then right now, we also have almost 500 families who are on a similar list waiting for assistance. And again, these are homeless families, either on the street or in shelters. There are families on the street. We also have 235 veterans who are homeless. And one of the interesting data pieces about veterans is that the inflow, newly homeless, and the outflow are about the same. So we're not getting ahead. So at any given time, there's over 200 homeless veterans in the county. Let's see, there was another number. Also, even when people get help, they get a voucher that helps pay their rent. They pay a portion of their income, and then this voucher from the federal government pays another portion of their rent. At this time, there's about 400 people in the county who have a voucher in their hand and can't find affordable housing. And these are people who are on the street. And I've known people who have the voucher and it expires and they get it extended and expires and they get it extended because they can't find a place to rent. And this is countywide, by the way. This is not just because South Orange County is expensive. I think I also wanted to address the issue of people falling out of housing, permanent housing, or maybe out of shelter. One of the things is that even if we have those numbers, it really doesn't give us information that we need, because it's really complex why a shelter might not work for someone or why the housing wasn't appropriate for them. I mean, there's people who fall out of housing because of their severe mental illness, and that even if it was supposedly supportive housing, it wasn't meeting their need. Another thing is that those same people could fall out of housing, but the agency's still working for them, and so it might take 2, 6, 8 months to get them back into housing. So you're getting a number about people who fell out of housing, but it really doesn't tell you the whole story. It doesn't tell you what you think it does.
Thank you very much. Sorry, time is up.
Thank you.
So we hear over and over again how wonderful these homeless people are. They're just the salt of the earth. I mean, it's just crazy. We give them housing, they fall out, they're back on the streets, including 3 of them at North Beach. And I was here for the little numbers you put up. I was here about 3 or so meetings ago. And the person at that time giving the homeless info said that most will say they want housing, but when they come back for them, they've changed their mind and they'd rather stay on the streets. That's never mentioned here. Does also anyone remember, talking about camping areas, remember the Pico area? That was a nightmare. Violence, assault, rapes, drug abuse, animal abuse. That was really fun for all of us to have to live through. And another question I want to know, talking about the numbers again, where are these people coming from? Do we ask them? How did they get to San Clemente? Who told them to come to San Clemente? Who dropped them off in San Clemente? That's never mentioned. But we know from seeing their arrest reports that they are from everywhere, and most of them had never even heard of San Clemente before they got here. Also, we talk about how great they are, but we know you're all emailed their arrest reports. It's nonstop. It's every day. It's new. Talking about shelters. Shelters are great. Well, talk to Laguna about how many times they've been sued by the ACLU. In a 2-year period, they were sued over 18 times. One of the lawsuits was to force Laguna to pay for a bus to drive them from the shelter to the beach every day. That's an expense we cannot afford. We can't afford these. Fullerton just put a gigantic shelter in with 3 other cities, and the county helped pay for it. 4 months later, the LCAU sued them. Fullerton lost millions of dollars and has pulled out because they can't afford the lawsuits. And how much do we need for homeless? Honestly, what are we going to, until they're off alcohol and drugs, all the homes, all the jobs, all the housing, all the food, nothing matters to them. It's all about drugs and alcohol.
Next speaker is Michelle Brooks, followed by Jill Watson, followed by Sarah Martin.
Please refrain from speaking during the speakers so we all can hear what they're going to say. Thank you.
Hi, Council. I'm Michelle Brooks. I didn't want to speak on this issue tonight, but I did feel compelled to just raise a few questions listening to the presentation. Thank you, Adam, for that update. I think the reunification with family is an ideal solution, so congratulations on that. I'm wondering if the reports show any data on who is from here, how long they've been here, et cetera, because I'm wondering at what point when somebody comes to town are we to say, okay, now we're to find housing for you, shelter for you, permanent supportive housing, or you get to just now live at the beach. I wanted to raise a few points. I don't think that this issue should be a money grab. There's a lot of talk about how much money is out there for this. People shouldn't be trying to profit off of others struggling in life. I've encouraged everybody in leadership up here to use their connections to get the county and the state to help, and I don't believe that that's passing the buck. I think it's admitting the fact that our small town cannot possibly address the entirety of this problem through drug rehab, mental health. There's so many issues to solve this that I don't think it can fall on our town when we can't even provide our current residents a sense of safety. We have so many issues facing us. I don't understand the logic behind saying, okay, now anybody that comes to town, we're going to build a house for you. I think there's a lot of people that would love to live in San Clemente, including a lot of our city staff and people that do work here that can't afford to live in this town. So maybe we start with providing housing for staff or people that are employed with the city that would love to live in the city that they serve and they can't afford it. Maybe we start there and that's the solution. I just don't see where we draw the line, that anybody that comes here, okay, just because you're living at the beach, now we're going to give you a house at the beach. There's plenty of us in this room that would have loved to have gone that path too, but it's very, very hard to be able to afford a home here. And when I hear of people that work for the city that can't even live here and they're driving from Oceanside and neighboring towns, I just don't think that that's fair. I'm wondering if anybody up here has sought the input of the entire city to see what kind of support there is for this. It seems to me like it's the same people, me included, meeting after meeting, speaking for or against this issue, but I'd like to know what the rest of our residents want. Do they want motels to turn into permanent supportive housing? Do they support a shelter or safe parking? Do we have anything to point to show success for any of these things that have been done in other towns? I just think you guys can listen to all of us week after week, but until we hear from all the residents and see data to support any possible option, I don't think that we should jump in just to appease voters or just to appease our higher-ups. I just don't think that it's the solution. I think we do open ourselves up to lawsuits.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Final three speakers, Jill Watson, Sarah Martin, and Cord Bauer.
Good evening, council. My name's Jill Watson. I wasn't here at the start of the meeting, so I'm not sure what I missed, but I just wanted to talk about, I've lived here 40 years. I've seen a lot of change, and I know from looking at the arrest reports that most of the people arrested are vagrants, and it's just a fact. I mean, most of the crimes are committed by our vagrants. And most of our homeless are service resistant. We have people helping, and someone said there's 81 homeless. Well, from what we're being told, we have people that go out and work with the homeless and offer them services. So how they're being denied and how there's 5,000 of them waiting in line, I'm not sure how that all works. But if they can get the help they're offered, then they would get off the streets. If they're off the streets, then they're being taken care of. We have our homeless advocates that go out and meet with these people that are homeless, but if they're service resistant, there's nothing we can do. And then we run back into the crime. We wouldn't probably have as much crime if our homeless took the help that was offered and get off the streets. And I don't mean to sound mean, but why do we have to take care of them? Why is it my job to take care of someone, that's on the streets that doesn't even live in San Clemente? I looked today, there was a guy from where was he from? Santa Cruz. There, you see all the arrest records. These are not upstanding people. They come here, they're shipped here. If there's only 81 of them, I'd like to know how many were born and raised here and have an association with San Clemente. It's not our job to take care of everybody. Just because the governor or whoever says we need, homeless shelters for everyone in every city, I don't think that's fair. I mean, I'll take care of the 40 or 20 that might need some help. That's what churches are for. That's what other places are for. Housing a mentally ill person is not the way to get them better. To spend whatever it costs for permanent supportive housing, and then, yes, I know they supposedly get services, but a mentally ill person should not be living alone in an apartment that they've been given by the state, paid for by the taxpayers. I left my phone at home, but I was looking this afternoon on one of the Facebook pages, and there are at least 4 arrests, and they were all homeless people. And I'm sure they're taken to Santa Ana and they're whipped back around.
Thank you. Your time is up.
They're back on the streets.
What are our 3 next speakers? Or do we have?
Just two, Sarah Martin and Cord Bauer.
Okay.
Is up next, yes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thanks for, I appreciate the efforts of everyone with the North Beach community and the potential plan there. I think part of the essence of sort of the community uproar is been missed in that. And what that is not just North Beach, but it's also San Clemente as a whole, and affecting the businesses and the 23% that are not compliant, that don't want assistance. So one question is, what happens with those people that are refusing assistance, that are trashing? And yesterday I walked down to the beach and there was human feces and toilet paper, just not even buried on the beach. That's just, and I want to know, what are we doing with that 23%? Because they're not protected under Boise, Martin, or whatever that is. So they should not be there at all. So why are we tolerating that is one question. The other issue is the drug addicts and criminal activity. So obviously there are some people that need help, that are struggling, and I really like what was said earlier about possibly helping, city employees or people that are struggling within our community to have housing. However, again, we've got people that are not from our community, and we have advocates that are not from our community. I'd like to know if they speak at their city council advocating for homeless shelters there. And also, another issue is that I don't know if you guys are aware, and I'm not gonna blow the whistle on anybody but I wanna know if you have interviewed the lifeguards and if you're aware of whether or not they feel safe at North Beach, and whether or not they've all been instructed to wear shoes there because of the syringes found at that beach. Now, if that's an issue for our city employees, first of all, if we want to worry about liabilities here, I think that needs to be looked at. And then, do we need a sign down there telling all the tourists, you need to proceed with caution? Do we need a warning if our city employees are known, they know and they're all warned to wear shoes, and then I see a 10-month-old baby crawling around on the beach down there? It's not just North Beach, it's all of our beaches. This is, in my opinion, it's where kids are, where kids play. If we want to talk about, also, if we're going to open up a homeless place, it needs to be away from the beaches, it needs to be away from parks. We can't have drugs and criminals around kids. And away from schools. Yes, 100%, you guys, come on. Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Final speaker is Cord Bauer.
Good evening. No notes. As many other people have stated, I'd like to make an ask right now. It's a bipartisan ask. When the sheriffs come up and they make a report based on a contact, they put down whether that person has a residence in San Clemente or not. That is going to be better than asking them if they're willing to have services or not. Because one you can lie on, one you can't. It's probably been 7 or 8 years since I first came up here and spoke at the dais. And the funny thing is, the first time I spoke was the first time that Gene James spoke. He stood up and he talked about the new thing that year, which was sober homes. He had bought a home right next to a sober home and he was living through that hell. Now, luckily, sober homes have been found out. They've really died away because, honestly, they don't work. You'll see so many things that just simply don't work, and it's a money grab. Some of them do, most of them don't. Let's be honest. I was there because there was so much crime and there were so many vagrants that were coming up to people in the parking lot. I went with statistics like people are doing today. I told them that the FBI stated, first of all, San Clemente has about half of what a normal beachside city has in terms of sheriffs. That's still true. We probably have 60%. We are understaffed, which is why a month ago I was really not happy when this city council punted on getting more help. I hope that changes. And I hope it changes until people come up here and start saying, you know what, guys, we're safe enough. We're really safe enough, because I haven't heard that in the last 8 years. The other thing that I would say is, I completely lost my train of thought. Anyway, one thing I will talk about in regards to North Beach, we had a code compliance officer get away with, by the skin of his teeth. He was assaulted by 3 people, 3 homeless people there. The only reason he got out was he called 911, the sheriffs came quickly, and they helped him. Thank God for that. I'm going to throw a bomb here and say that those 3 people were fed by people in this room. Okay? That's serious. We could be talking about that person's death or them being in the hospital because of something we're doing here now. I think you really need to look at those priorities as you look at your plan for North Beach. Thanks for your time.
Mr. Mayor?
That was the last final speaker? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I have a motion. Most of this room is here for item 9A. If I could make a motion to move item 9A up to between item 5, city attorney closed session report, and item 6, the consent calendar.
Let's second that.
Okay, motion is James, second is Cabral. Any discussion? No? Okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that is unanimous. So folks who are here for item 9A, which is city council consideration and direction on North Beach placemaking plan, we are going to hear that very shortly after oral communications and before the consent calendar. So stay tuned. For now, it's on to oral communications.
Okay.
And how many speaker cards do we have?
I have 9, so.
9 speaker cards,
We're
okay.
starting at 7:06. I'll keep track of the 30 minutes.
And for everyone coming up on the oral communications, remember, so you have 3 minutes. When the light turns on, light turns red, you'll get, when it turns yellow, you have a minute left. When it turns red, that's the end of it. I'll gavel you, or I'll say, thank you very much. We're not doing that out of any personal animosity, it's just everybody has to have the same standard. And also, please refrain from making noise out there so all of us and all of you can hear what these comments are. This is our time to listen to the public and take all those comments in, so thank you.
Okay, with that, I will read the first 3 speakers. Concerned resident, Jim Gilbert, followed by Ray Harju.
Point of order, we haven't had items 3 on the, and 4 on the agenda.
Oral communications is number 2, and then
Yeah.
we'll move to
We
motion
finished
to
oral
waive.
communications.
No, that seemed like oral communications, but
Oh.
that was actually the homeless.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ready for me?
Yes.
Okay. Earlier tonight, a resident provided you with a slide concerning the environmental review and public comment regarding a CEQA for Steed Park. I also have a copy of it, and I just want to point out to you that when it talks about the environmental review and public comment, it says that your comment period begins on March 8th and ends on April 10th. Do you know that none of the Beach Park and Rec commissioners learned about this till April 11th? And I sent an email to each of you, and I want to thank Mr. Noblock for being the only person who responded, who confirmed that he doesn't even know. I mean, the CEQA at Steed Park is a big damn deal. And why is the comment section window not even known to you or the commissioners, much less the public? It's very concerning. I mean, I wish I'd never heard of CEQA. For you in the audience, it's California Environmental Quality Act. Had staff not failed to comply, this would have never been the pickle, pun intended, that the city is in right now, with potential litigation. So I just question the shenanigans of a particular director who, once again, is not doing her job. The public hearing should not be closed the day before anybody learns about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Gilbert, followed by Ray Harju, followed by Christopher Butler, it looks like.
Hi. I was here last year, and I was talking about asking when they were going to actually expand Steed Park for the skate park and for San Gorgonio. I've been out of town for over 6 months helping my uncle in New York with heart failure, and I came back for a couple weeks, and I went to both, and there's nothing even started on them. I hope to get like about, I don't remember, at least 10,000 signatures for San Juan Capistrano, and they got like $3-point-something million, I think, for it. And basically, they had some lawsuit because they're going to put it in the garden area, which is basically the San Juan property owns. But it's some lawsuit, and I just talked to them a couple days ago, and I guess next year they hopefully will be able to build it. But one thing, do you know what, by chance, if they're going to start any of the two places soon? They were in like I have here, like the Richard T. Steed Memorial Park. I mean, if you want to, I don't know if you can see it from there, but it basically shows the little park here and then expanded here. And I hear they're giving the pickleball people millions of dollars for their place. What about the skate park? Do you know anything about that? Can anybody tell me if there's any plans to start it soon? No?
We don't respond during oral communications.
Okay, well, I noticed the lady who started that San Clemente Skate Park Coalition even said on Instagram that like they told her, I guess they were gonna, from my memory, that they were gonna get that as the first thing. I'm pretty sure I remember reading that. I remember like 10 years ago, like handing out articles, like a newspaper article, how they need to expand the skate park. And I don't know who it was, but an attorney told me that people who I know did, I think as I recall, he said something to the fact that they do not want the skate park, and somebody even tried to get me arrested for copyright. So I know there's a lot of people who like the skate park and, don't like the skate park. Like in high school, now it's been knobbed since around 2000. I used to go down to Truman Benedict Elementary School way before my injuries and skate the ledges. And I went to the stupid school down there. We don't have your size football uniform. Oh, you scored a soccer goal. What do you think you're doing? They make me play goalie then, and they kick the ball at me. I was the one who was in special ed. I had a brain tumor removed April 22nd, 2004. So I was in RH exceptional needs when I was a real little kid. Then I had a grand mal seizure in 2003, and then they discovered it. And on April 22nd, 2004, I had the brain tumor removed. So I'm not saying everybody did, but there was a lot of people treating me like shit. And I had my skateboard where I could go after school and just skate. And it was fun. And they need the skate parks expanded too. Maybe put them in more places. Like San Gorgonio, I think they call it a skate obstacle. If you look at it, it's on the city of San Clemente.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, your time is up. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay, can you put the slides up? Okay, slides are going to have nothing to do with what I'm talking about, but it's for your entertainment. Okay, so first slide. A lot of you people from North Beach will recognize a lot of these slides. My name is Ray Haryu. I live in North Beach. It appears that the agenda under placemaking has missed the mark relative to North Beach's biggest concern. As near as I can tell, the objective from this SC Times says, quote, strategy to improve the overall look, unquote, and also to create a more desirable location, unquote. All this appears to be long-term, expensive, and has little to do with the safety and quality and of life in North Beach, of the North Beach residents, businesses, and visitors. We had a North Beach Town Hall a few weeks ago. We had 100 people in attendance. The result of that is we submitted...
Could you hold on for a second, sir? If we have an item on the agenda, we can pause the time. You're required to speak about the agenda item at that time, right? So we're going to be talking about the North Beach placemaking. In oral communications, you can talk about everything else except for something that's on the agenda. So I just want to make sure,
okay,
are you going to be talking about the placemaking plan or something else?
The reason I'm up here talking about that is the things that the North Beachers are primarily concerned about is not included in the placemaking plan.
Well, that would be appropriately discussed during that item. Do you want to come back during that item and and speak about.
Well, you throwing me off, or is that, what are you saying?
Well, it sounds like you're speaking about the item and you're talking about deficiency about the item. That is appropriately brought up during the discussion of that item itself, not oral communications. Nothing against you, it's just we had, that's
Okay,
the rules.
let me continue here, because that's really not where I'm going
Okay,
with this.
that's, if you can go to other areas, that would be great. Okay, restart the time, please.
Okay, so, the point is we submitted this list of items to the city council. It's a relatively long list, and these ones that are marked off here are the ones that might be addressed in the later thing. All the rest of this is not being addressed in that later agenda item. And so my basic point is, what I'd like to have happen is have the city respond to the items, the suggestions that the North Beach Community Association made a few weeks ago. And I'm hoping that nobody thinks that what's happening later on today is a response to that, because it's not. You know, fundamentally, okay, now I lost my place. North Beach Community Association, North Beachers are primarily concerned about safety and about the quality of life as it in this subject as it relates to the bad behavior of what they call the vagrants. Okay, we have a big problem in North Beach. Every North Beacher here can tell you a story. Okay, next slide. So some of these stories are up there. Where's my time? I got 36 seconds. Okay, let's just go through the slides. Camping on North Beach. Next one. Alcohol and drug abuse. This is the kind of stuff we see there that's not addressed. Next one. Mental illness, drug and alcohol use. Next one. Public safety. It took six officers to put that guy down on the street there. Next one. Providing medical services in the parking lot. Next one. And providing food. This is a problem. This is contributing to the problem we have in North Beach, and it's not being addressed in the placemaker later on this agenda.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Sorry.
Next speaker is Christopher Butler, followed by Susan Ambrose, followed by Judy Jones.
Hi, good evening. My name is Christopher Butler. I live in North Beach. This is a plea from me and many like me. I know you have another agenda item. I have not seen the placemaking plan. I know you have some things in there. I appreciate that effort. I'm a recovering operations executive, and my life and my family's life in North Beach has become unmanageable. Appreciate the plans proposed for North Beach. However, we need some short-term solution now to address safety and security in North Beach and all of San Clemente. Now while we develop long-term plans, please take action. Please keep your campaign promises. Over $50,000 of damage has been done to my house in the last year due to vandalism. Last year, a man on parole for murder came from county jail on a train in North Beach and broke into our house while I was walking my dog. Luckily, my wife was not home. After reviewing neighbors' footage, he had attempted to enter 2 other houses prior. 2 weeks ago, a homeless man attempted to enter my neighbor's house and encountered my neighbor and said he was attempting to live there since he saw a for lease sign. 2 cars have been broken down my street in the last month. I found a man on North Beach with a heroin needle in his arm 2 weeks ago. Woman on drugs passed out on the Holy Anson's lawn and screamed at people when she was awake. She does this frequently. I observed an unhoused woman servicing multiple men on North Beach in the bushes next to the playground on the beach. Bottom line is we are severely understaffed, as somebody mentioned earlier. I'm not here to pick sides. I'm here to say that I appreciate it's very expensive to have safety and security, but we need to look at that kind of in real time and look at where we are in comparison to other municipalities. I've dealt with this in other areas. I'm from Austin. They have a huge homeless problem. They've addressed it. But it costs money and it costs attention and it requires consistency. Consistency is key. One day we'll have somebody there, the police officer's available. If they're busy, then all of a sudden we can't address the issue. And that's typically because our patrols are obvious and we don't have 24/7 security on the beach trails and on the streets. And this isn't just North Beach. If you look at the community bulletin boards like next door, we're talking about break-ins, car break-ins. I mean, people are posting every day. We just don't have enough presence. And that requires a solution short-term, like maybe a private security company that can subsidize just being eyes and ears. They don't have to touch people. There's no litigation there. But that's a cost-effective measure we can take now while we look at the long-term solutions, including shelters. Like, we're not going to lose that issue. So maybe we have to build a shelter. I'm not going to say I'm for it or against it, but, that has to go. But right now, we need presence, and we need to let people know that we're there for them and that we're going to answer safety and security questions on a daily basis. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder, if you're speaking about the North Beach place making plan, please do wait until we have that item, which is very shortly.
Mr. Mayor, I object to that. The problem with the agenda report, security is buried in that in that report. So I think it's perfectly reasonable for speakers to come here and speak to the concern of security on North Beach.
Exactly, and they should do that during the item, and that's my point. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Susan.
Well, my point is, it's perfectly acceptable for them to come here during oral communications. I'm sorry.
Susan, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council members, City Manager. I'm here tonight, Susan Ambrose. I've been a resident of San Clemente for about 35 years, but who's counting, right? I am here because I attended a wonderful meeting. How many of you can say that? Last Thursday, when Congressman Mike Levin's invitation came to go to the announcement of opening the rail Monday on the 17th. He brought with him Amit Bose, who is the administrator for the Federal Administration for Railroads Authority. And between the two of them, they both gave amazing comments about what they'd seen. I'd like to read a quote, if you don't mind, and I'll tell you the source of this quote when I'm finished. Mr. Bose called the tour very revealing and informative and said that a key takeaway is how all the stakeholders from the state, the country, the county, the transit agencies, and the service operators are taking the need to protect the corridor seriously. To see the effort, thought planning already going into this is a big statement to me. To see the local solutions being sought here are very important. He said, when we see that on the federal level, that makes it a very positive signal to us that if there's an ability to contribute from the federal government, those dollars will go further to those in need. They both talked about tapping into the recent bipartisan infrastructure law funding that is still available for projects. The law earmarked $550 billion over the next 5 years to go again for infrastructure needs. This is phenomenal. This is what we call regionalization to the nth level, including the federal government in this kind of brainstorming. As a result, the Orange County Supervisor Foley had said there's going to be a creation of a new committee that will include not only lawmakers, but stakeholders, chaired by Brett Sanders, a professor of civil and environmental sciences. But we are gathering the people together to make good decisions. I know that all of you realize the importance of having a seat at the table. So please follow up and keep us all in line and keep us informed about what's happening. I happen to be the former chair of the Coastal Advisory Committee for some time, about 12 years, and now morphed into the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission. I am a commissioner there, however, I'm not speaking for that commission because this meeting happened after our last meeting. So anyway, I wish you well, I wish you good luck, and keep us informed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judy Jones, followed by Mickey Rathman, followed by Lois McNichol.
Good evening, City Council, City Clerk, City Attorney. I'm Judy Jones, a 27-year resident of San Clemente, and I'm a member of the Citizens Climate Education Group. I want to make a happy statement this evening for you to be different from all the rest here, but I want to say thank you for the trees. I want to say thank you, San Clemente, for being a tree city, and also for all the city efforts that so many people are participating in the April 28th planting of a whole lot of trees at the Forester Ranch Community Park. Trees are such a major contributor to the beauty and health of our city, and also as a part of the climate change solution. And speaking of climate change, San Clemente should be complimented as one of only 5 Orange County cities that has a climate action plan. Thank you. I would urge you to update and implement the plan, and I can offer you a little assistance on some things you could do, because I would think, as well as for the homeless and a number of other issues that have been brought up here, we should establish a full-time San Clemente staff position, because we have things to worry about at the beach and the rest of the city and our breathing air and water to drink, everything. I think we could look to our neighbors in the south, because San Diego County has only one city that does not have a climate action plan. So there's a bunch of them that have made some plans and are making some progress. I've also recently heard that it's a really good coastal erosion solution to build oyster shell reefs, and San Diego is doing that, so we can go and look at those and see how that works. I think future generations would greatly appreciate any efforts that you can make, and I thank you for what you have done so far. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, friends, and neighbors. I'm Mickey Rathman. I'm a 23-year resident of San Clemente, as well as a downtown business owner. I wanted to come and visit the council tonight to share some of the things that make downtown San Clemente and that business area magic, really. It's a wonderful part of our community, the heart of San Clemente. I hear a lot of people say that all of us, the mom and pop shops, really make and give San Clemente its village feel. And some of the reasons that we have that great environment is because of the mix of businesses that we have there. So I see on a daily basis in my store, people downtown because maybe they needed to go to the library to get a book, or maybe they take their kids to the library and are then walking up and down the street and then, for example, come into my shop. They may be going to the optometrist to get their eyes checked and then go, oh, maybe I'll pop in for a coffee here or visit this shop there. People come to get their knives sharpened, their vacuums fixed, their batteries put into their watches. That it's a really unique, I think, downtown area that has such a mix of businesses, both independent as well as local. Our library, for example, the community center. And as you look forward to making these placemaking plans in other parts of our community, to look at areas where things are going well and how and why they're going well, I think could be a really good benchmark for our community and for our council. I'm an active member in the Downtown Business Association as well as our Chamber of Commerce, so I'm incredibly grateful for the support that the city and the council gives to those organizations to help us have events like the Glitz and the Car Show that help drive a lot of business downtown. The second source of income for the city of San Clemente is sales tax, so keeping our business areas vibrant is incredibly important. I have been extremely excited to see the positive reaction to the Green Line trolley. I know that some of the council members have seen me in the past lobbying to please make that extension. So it's been very exciting to see that trolley be so busy during the off-season and during an incredibly heavy rainy season, that people are still enjoying and riding that. So I really hope that as we move into May, that you are considering extending that Green Line trolley in through the summer. We, as downtown businesses, are also incredibly grateful that the train is running back through San Clemente again, that we do see a lot of folks from inland parts of Southern California and other places within Southern California taking the train to San Clemente, walking up the hill to downtown, as well as taking the trolley to other parts of San Clemente. So thank you so much for helping us to have a vibrant business community.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Lois McNichol, followed by Charles Bolt.
Hi. So, yes, I would like to let you know that we've been talking about all the different solutions, and First of all, police have priorities. They cannot be there to help us when we need somebody that is yelling obscenities at us, or when people are partying on the beach if they've been called to go to a more serious crime. And even the captain will have to admit to that. They have priorities, and that's how they respond. So, security, and I'm going to keep bringing this up until there is a successful vote on it. We need gatekeeper security, not for me, not just for North Beach, but for the entire city of San Clemente, so everybody can feel safe, so that the people that are committing the crimes, the people that are making people feel unsafe and don't want to use the beach anymore, and defecating on the beach, trust me, we don't want to become like San Francisco, where they already have a map that they hand out showing you where the feces are. So that's another thing we have to be very concerned about. Needles, feces, and people that and one more thing, they have a court ruling that just came out in March of 2023 in Arizona, where they stated that Martin v. Boise is not the ultimate be-all, end-all. That cities have control of their alleyways, of their sidewalks, of their streets, not homeless, not vagrants. Encampments are not allowed there. And by the way, the city can be sued by the residents, because that is what happened in Phoenix, Arizona. They sued their city council and they won.
Charles Bolt, followed by Jill Watson.
Good evening. My name is Charles Bolt. When I first moved to San Clemente, we had a Greyhound bus station. We had Hal Green Chevrolet, Tom Stamp Ford, and the thing that I came to speak to you this evening about. I'm here to be the squeaky wheel, because the squeaky wheel is the one that gets the oil. And 15 years ago, your predecessors promised me that I would not have to leave town to play miniature golf. Because when I moved here, we had a miniature golf course. We've since built a hotel and a parking lot over it. But 15 years ago, Hermosa Park was being opened. It had been planned, and miniature golf was part of the master plan. And even now, if you look at the southwest corner, there's the only piece of brown dirt in the whole park that isn't part of a softball field or baseball field. Now, I think I've waited long enough. Right now, if I want to play miniature golf, I got to go more than an hour, either north to Boomers and Irvine, or south to Carlsbad to Family Fun Center. I don't enjoy either one. I live in San Clemente. There's enough other knuckleheads on the freeway with me. I don't need to join them. So why can't I play miniature golf here in town? The land was set aside. Those people haven't been able to get their act together. So please don't tell me you signed a lifelong contract with three blunt skulls who can't get along well enough, long enough to put a business operation in order. We've got the land, it's been set aside for a miniature golf course. All we need is the motivation to actually go out and do it. I hear time and time again, I have to deal with it. I work security at Walmart. So the lady that thinks that you got to go to the beach to get cussed, oh, no. Just go to Walmart. I get cussed on a daily basis there. But here again, ladies and gentlemen, we had a plan in place. The master plan for Hermosa Park included a miniature golf course in that corner, and it still hasn't been done. So it's time to go ahead and do it, and maybe we'll get some of the e-bikers off the roadways and get them out there playing miniature golf. Thank you very much for your time.
Sir, there were a lot of ideas I thought you might speak about. Miniature golf was not one of them, but thank you. Thank you, appreciate it.
It all can't be gloom and doom.
Next speaker is Jill Watson. We have one speaker after that. We'll be right at our 30-minute mark. Do you want to?
Let's try, how many more speakers do we have?
Just two speakers.
Yeah, let's try and get
Okay.
one. Yeah.
Jill Watson, and then the final speaker is Joan, I believe, Cuke.
Hello again. That's a tough act to follow. I hope he gets his golf course. Yeah. I'm here to speak, I know you have the North Beach thing, but I want to talk about this. Please hire and vote for the security company for the whole town, not just for North Beach. We need it for every part of our town. I heard someone say earlier we're understaffed. I don't know all those numbers, but I believe we are. The sheriffs can't be everywhere, and as other people have said, if they're trying to arrest a vagrant and somebody's breaking into their home, they're going to go there. So I get that. But at the same time, then the vagrants are left to go about doing their thing. Last meeting, you had a lot of people speak from our safety committees, and they were very much for hiring the security companies. I think as council members, you should listen to them. We're here as people that live in the city, and you were all voted, and you serve our city and our people. And so if we're up here, please listen to us, and not just your own personal decision. I mean, if it works, great. If it doesn't, fine. It's $50,000 for 1 month. And if we know it doesn't work, but if it does work, then we can help the sheriffs, alleviate some of their work until we can hire 4, 5, 6 more. I mean, I know it's expensive, and like Michelle said, we don't have the money to do everything a giant city has. So we've got to make do with what we've got. So it's nothing against our sheriffs. We just have to help. We need to keep our city and our town, I call it a town because I've lived here 40 years. We need to keep our town safe. All of you have run on keeping San Clemente safe. Spending $50,000, I'm not saying it's all homeless people, I'm just talking about regular crime. So why can't we try it? So I just ask that tonight, if there's a vote, that you will vote for this security system and give it a try. Thank you.
Final speaker is Joan, is it Cuke?
Hello, City Council. Okay, Joan Luke here, resident for 25 years, and this is my second meeting, and I've learned so much. Number one, this is a passionate city of people with so many different interests. So it's beautiful to see so much clarity and passion involved in that. And what I see is my first meeting here is a bold statement of your mission statement. And I looked at it, and I work with lots of organizations. I understand mission statements, and I was really kind of confused. And so the reason I'm up here is just to ask for clarity and measurement of what the word safe means. Who's safe? I understand we have a resignation from Gene James, who did not feel safe in his own home, on his own property. I hear someone talking about on their neighborhood. I've just learned I should not walk without shoes on in North Beach because there's needles there. That does not feel safe. But is there any measurement to that? How do you know if you are creating something safe? What is safe? How are you defining it? How are you measuring it? How are you grading yourself on this? And then there's other aspects of the whole structure, the values. It's just to be just very vague things, to have fair. What's that mean? What's fair? How do you measure fair? So it's kind of like you just have this whimsical, non-directed, not clear, not holding yourself accountable to any measurement by which we can say, good job. So you get to just fly under the radar, I guess, on that. So that's all I had to say. Once we begin with something that's clear, that maybe there's better decisions that can be made, maybe there's more support that can be brought forward because we can see, but we notice that safety is a big issue. So how are you measuring that? And I'm so sorry to see Gene James be run out of San Clemente. That is disgraceful. So thank you so much, and I look forward to a third meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. No.
I'm going to make a motion to let the gentleman speak.
Did you have a card in?
I do.
Oh.
Dennis Grimes. I'll be brief. So, thank you for the meeting.
You have to have a card in for oral
I
communications.
do. I do. It's
If-
in.
if
I
it's-
noticed several people spoke twice, and I've been sitting here, my card was turned in the beginning. Thank you. I'll be brief. So, I want to talk a little bit about solution, because we're all talking about the same problem. I'm a real estate broker in this town for about 50 years. I live right behind the high school. When I look out my kitchen window, I see the roof of the gym. A lot of those kids are children of people I've sold homes to over the last 50 years here in town, and I'm in and out of their homes today continuously, and I'm aware of a lot of the problems we're having. We've got a couple of crowds coming around. We've got what we call the motor homeless, and we've also got a number of people living in motels. There's over 100,000 people a year in this country that die of alcohol issues, and over 100,000 die of drug issues, 250,000. That's like every 5 seconds somebody's dying. A lot of these homeless people get together and they'll get a room at the Oceana, Algodon Hotel, and 10 of them will sleep there. They don't want to go to housing because they can't get drunk and get high. They can only do that when they're in their tents and in a motel room. If you give it to them, they won't do it. My only suggestion, what I'd like to see, we got a mental health crisis in this country. I mean, people are walking into schools every day and public institutions with guns and killing each other and our children. I'd like to see more interaction with these people on the street. When they come in contact with police enforcement, I'd like to know who they are, if they're going to be on our streets, and if they're a threat to us. And if we need to lock them up, because we've got a serious mental health crisis going on. And a lot of them self-medicate with fentanyl and heroin and alcohol and vodka. And that's just what they want to do. They don't want to go into a sober living house. They want to live in a tent where they can get high and medicate at Rite Aid with anything they can buy off the shelf. And I want to know if they're schizophrenic and bipolar and they can get their hands on an assault weapon. So I'd like to know who they are. We're not going to get rid of them. They're here. But we have to interact with them and get them in the computer, and we have to be vigilant. Everybody in this room's got a cell phone. I was driving down PCH the other night, and I heard some woman screaming bloody murder, and her boyfriend or husband was dragging her down the sidewalk by her hair. I called 911, and I said, you got a crisis out here. The guy's hurting his wife or his girlfriend. And she said, the operator, the 911 dispatcher said, thank you, where's it at? I told her and hung up. We all have to help each other and watch each other's back. If you see somebody going in your neighbor's house and they don't look like they belong, get on the phone and call 911 or call your neighbor and see if they're a relative. This is kind of culture. The only way we're going to get it done is to take care of each other. The homeless are here and we have to know who they are. Thank you for your time and attention.
All right, thank you. So that'll be the 9A.
Yes.
Okay, on to the next item.
Motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
So moved.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, James with the motion, second with, is no block. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous.
Consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action.
Mr. City Attorney, I see,
Or city manager? Or
excuse me, Mr. City Manager. I see Kyle Koger in the audience. Is he going to brief us this evening on our current situation with Casa Romanica?
He would like to provide a very brief briefing if you would allow that. I know it's not on the agenda, but.
I'd make a motion, this is a leg-breaking item.
Do we have a second?
I'd second it.
Okay, do we need city attorney to meet the standard? Do we need to go on the record to meet the standard, or can we just vote on it?
You need to state the reasons why.
Okay.
Well, the reasons why is we have a significant issue, at Casa Romanica, actually, let me restate. We have an issue at Casa Romanica that could turn into a significant issue of slope failure. And it could impact the railroad, could impact the building. Currently, I think we're cautiously optimistic, but I would very much like to hear from our Director of Public Works directly this evening on what the risk is, what the risks are, and what the situation is at this time.
Is that due to the emergency nature and the inability to have time to,
That is correct.
and it was also found out after the agenda was posted?
It was found out 4 hours ago.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I mean, I also found out about that time frame. So I think that is when the news was breaking on that. So with that, we have James with the motion, Cabral with the second. We'll go down the line. Councilmember Enmeyer?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Nowak is an aye?
Aye.
Okay, I'm an aye, it's unanimous. Mr. Koger, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Kyle Koger, Public Works Director. I have a very brief update to give you on this subject matter, but I'm also happy to answer any questions you have after I finish. City staff actually learned yesterday about the landslide out at Casa Romanica. We were notified by some of their staff. We witnessed some movement and settlement in the concrete porch and landscape areas at the rear of the property. The building itself shows no evidence of settlement or any other type of movement. We had a geologist that was out there with us yesterday. He went out again today. He'll be tracking the affected areas to find the extent of the movement. So we want to know what area of the soil is moving. And he's also putting a more detailed plan together, and I should have that either tomorrow or the next day for a more in-depth analysis. We'll probably need to take some borings, maybe look at putting an inclinometer or two into the ground. Staff actually met with OCTA and Metrolink staff this afternoon, and they're would possibly like to partner with us on a solution going forward. We need to find the extent of the problem first, but they're willing to maybe help going forward, and they're also looking at possibly putting in inclinometers in their right of way. So our city property, our slope, it abuts their right of way. That's really all I have to report at this time, and I will give you more updates as we go along, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, any questions, Councilmember Cabral?
Will it remain open? Is it able to remain open?
Yes, sir. The movement is very slow. We came through a really strong rainy season, so that's typically, one of the things in play. Part of the porch is closed, and we're trying to keep people back, but there are several areas that people can still walk and enjoy the views and that type of thing, and it didn't affect the building at all.
Yeah. Go ahead.
You have another question, Councilmember?
Actually, I was going to see if we could, it may not be the right time, put this on the agenda for the next meeting.
Second.
Well, do we want to answer any questions first?
Oh, no.
Okay.
We can answer questions.
Okay.
Okay, so I have one for the city attorney. Now that we've put this on as a late-breaking item, do we have a requirement for public comment this evening?
If there's public comment on it, I would take it.
Yeah, okay. So that's for the audience. Mr. Koger, are we insured against this loss?
We're a member of the JPIA, but that's about all I can tell you.
But I think the JPIA does the JPIA insure us for this type of loss?
We do have that type of insurance, yes.
Yeah, it's the reason why we're with JPIA. And then Casa Romanica as a nonprofit, do they have any loss associated with this, or is this a loss that the city's going to have to incur itself with its insurer?
I believe it'll be solely us. The property is ours. We have a lease with Casa Romanica. There will be some loss, but we don't know what that is yet.
And city manager, will this be paid at the first dollar?
No, we do not, at the current time, we do not have a first dollar responsibility with JPIA.
What's our?
They pay, we don't, I'm sorry, we do not have an SIR on this. This would be, they would pay from first dollar, we would not.
That was my question.
Well, I thought
There's no self-insured retention here.
That's
They
correct.
pay at the first dollar.
That is correct.
Mr. Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Coger? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Noble.
Kyle, the property next door, this is a very steep slope, and it's very close, the toe of the slope is very close to the railroad tracks. It's also very close to the four-story residential property next door to the north. Is that property being analyzed for red tag at this time?
No, we're not sure if the slide goes onto their property or underneath their building. From what we can tell so far, there's no need to be concerned yet, so we don't know. More to come. One of the issues we have is the property is so heavily vegetated that it's hard to see cracks in the soil, so we're having to walk through literally the entire property to look and find out where the slide is.
So it's being regularly monitored right now by both MetroLink and by the city?
The city for sure, and the MetroLink has been out there as of today, and they
Yeah.
will be looking.
I toured it early today, and the space in the crack is pretty dramatic. I understand from Sunday till today, it's about 3 inches in the earth movement, the spacing there. If the slope were to fail with MetroLink, and obviously it would interfere with the train service, is there at the last Buena Vista slope, we had some discussion about a response team and a command center to kind of monitor and respond quickly to the public. Do we have a setup presently for that sort of?
It's basically me, and I have people that I'm working with. So this is not a large-scale emergency. If it, were something like floods or fire or something, we would assemble a much larger team. But I'm basically the incident commander.
Okay. Well, great. You're it then. Good, good.
I have good help
We're in good
behind me.
hands.
One-man show. Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Enmeyer.
I don't have anything.
Okay. I just have one quick question, Kyle. I also toured it today. Wandered over there during my wife's birthday lunch. Check it out. The patio is cordoned off. You can go in the rest of the structure, but the patio is kind of the key piece of Casa Romanica, right? Like, that's where you get the view of the pier. Are we intending to have that closed down until we can figure this out and maybe do a longer-term solution? Is it a long-term closure, I guess, for that patio?
I think part of the patio, it's a long-term closure, but I still think you can access the patio on the south side, some of the gardens and walkways. There's still some areas you can still get some nice views out there.
Okay. All right. Well, then I do hope we move with haste, because I know that some events that take place there would have to pretty significantly change if they're not able to access that area. Thank you.
One last question?
Yes.
If I could. Kyle, the four-story property next door is substantially lower than the area of the slope. Has that neighbor, the owner of that building, or the individual owners been notified, and are they in the loop on monitoring this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion by...
Excuse me, Mayor, we
Yep.
do have one speaker
Oh, we have a
card.
speaker. I'm sorry.
Okay, concerned resident.
All right.
I am a public-facing volunteer at the Casa Romantica, and as such, I have been given their official information that they want shared with the public. It's very brief, but I will read it for you. Our Ocean Terrace has sustained damage from movement related to the rains, and all gatherings must temporarily be moved off the Ocean Terrace lower patio. Casa Romantica is working with the City of San Clemente to remedy the situation as quickly as possible. At this time, we do not know when the area will be reopened. This is a unique and challenging situation, but we are committed to safely continuing our mission of providing programs for all ages in arts, music, history, horticulture, and literature. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. There actually was a school there today, Ruth, from Vista Del Mar. There was a class of students visiting there, so I hope we can keep that going. A truly important place, but there is significant cracking on that lower terrace. So we have the motion was Cabral or James?
Just to agendize this item for...
Mr. Mayor, sorry to interrupt, but we do have an item on the agenda to agendize future items.
Oh,
So I
that's
would
right.
suggest that motion be addressed at that point of the meeting.
Okay, we'll save that motion until we get
We
to
will.
the item on the, does that sound fine?
That's fine,
Okay,
yeah.
that makes it easier, I think, for the clerk to take down everything we're going to agendize. Okay, appreciate that, City Attorney. Then we will,
Next item is closed session report, City Attorney.
Thank you. Good evening. Council met in closed session today on Laura Ferguson versus the City of San Clemente. Direction was given. There's no reportable action. They met in closed session on American Medical Response West versus the California Department of Healthcare Services. There was direction given and no reportable action. They met in closed session on the U.S. Navy CERCLA claim. Direction was given, no reportable action, and they met in closed session on the pickleball court nuisance claim. Direction given, no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you, City Attorney.
Okay, if we're ready to move on, council voted earlier to move up agenda item 9A, City Council consideration and direction on the North Beach placemaking plan.
Okay, how many comments do we have?
We had 10.
Okay. And first, do you have a presentation, City Manager? Okay.
Mayor and council, you go ahead. Are you okay if I start, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay. Mayor and council, I'm really excited to be here tonight. This is a really kind of a fun item that has been so talked about in our community, and we're kind of excited to present to you some ideas for you to consider tonight. First, I want to thank the residents. I've gotten so many comments from residents, ideas, suggestions, elected officials, the staff. Everyone has been so open and given ideas to what we can do to try to improve the situation in North Beach. And so I want to thank everyone. But at the same time, I want to make sure that everyone understands that the recommendations in the report come from a lot of input, but I want to make sure that I take responsibility for those. So the recommendations you don't like, they're my responsibility. So I want to make sure no one else gets blamed for some of my crazy recommendations. North Beach has a long history, and as you know, it was mentioned earlier tonight that there's a National Historic District in North Beach. And there's been a lot of planning efforts and a lot of things that have gone in the past. And you can see the plan on the right, and if you zoom in, it was actually put together in 1927 when it was going to be a beautiful planned entrance for San Clemente. And here we are, in 2023, and we're still trying to make sure that North Beach really lives up to its potential, and I want to make sure that we do that. So it is placemaking. I think everybody knows. I'm going to skip through this because I think there's a lot of interest in making sure the city council gets their comments. But I think everybody understands what placemaking is. But why are we doing placemaking in North Beach? And I wanted to share an experience I had. And there's the swing set that's there now. There used to be a larger playground that was there. And I was there one day with Councilman James. I asked him if I could use his name. He said yes. But I was there with Councilman James just doing some research for this report. And on that swing set, there was a young family. There was a mother, a father, and about a 2-year-old daughter. The father was swinging the little girl, and the mother was standing behind them, kind of between, if you will, the picnic tables and the swing. And when we turned around, there's a bench right behind that, and this is what we saw on the bench. So we saw an open box of Narcan. Now, some people may or may not understand what Narcan is, but essentially Narcan is used to offset some of the potentially life-threatening side effects from fentanyl. Now, one of the things I get concerned about, of course, and that's why this, I don't want to understate that there isn't an issue here. This is a serious issue in North Beach that we need to address. And this I think, exemplifies that as much as anything, because I think we have all heard that it takes less fentanyl than what you can fit on the head of a pin to kill a human being. And so anytime you see Narcan, there's one reason for it. Someone was doing something with fentanyl that close to where there was a young girl on a swing set. This is a serious issue. It's a serious time, and we've got to take serious action to make sure that we have a safe community. So I think so the objective, of course, if the placemaking is to make sure we have a more attractive, safe, and desirable location in San Clemente, both now and in the future. But not just now, it has to be in the future as well. So it takes more than just one issue. It's really got to be a comprehensive solution to this idea. But first and foremost, no one is going to visit, and if you don't have personal safety, and if you don't feel safe, no one's going to be in that area. And so I think that we have to start with personal safety and public safety, and so I just say that, and we have a great team out there trying to keep this beach safe. And we've got the Orange County Sheriff's Department, there's the San Clemente Park Rangers. You can see the different groups that are out there. It was mentioned earlier, our lifeguards know this beach inside and out. They know what happens there. We've got code compliance, we've got the fire department, CASA. We've got a lot of people trying to make sure that this is a safe area. But we haven't been able so far to do that, right? There's still some safety issues out there, so I want to make sure that we're making some recommendations to the city council for you to consider to see if we can make this a safer place. First, I think we ought to at least consider, and it will take some work with the Coastal Commission, to see if we could change the hours when the beach is open. Right now, it's open between 4 a.m. and midnight. And what we're suggesting is that perhaps that change from being open from 4 a.m. to 10 p.m. That 2 hours may not seem like a lot, but that is the hours when we tend to have people that probably don't have any business on the beach, start to gather on the beach and do things that are a little bit unsafe right now. We don't have lifeguards out at that time. There are some sharp drop-offs because of some of the coastal erosion that's happening on our beach. But the reality is, staff is suggesting that perhaps we change the hours of operation on the beach. Second, I think we need to contract, again, this is my recommendation, to contract with private security between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. in the beach area, the T-zone, and that also includes, of course, the Pier Bowl. But in these areas where we tend to have some of the security issues. First, I want to make sure that both the public and the city council recognize our sheriffs are doing a great job. They do a very good job. They have a lot to do, and every time there's a call, they do get pulled away. I do think that in North Beach, there's going to have to be a more constant presence and to just change some behaviors. And by the way, it's not about homeless people. It's about people. There are a lot of people on North Beach that either are homeless or not homeless that have fallen into some bad habits. Whether that, and they're kind of the nuisance habits, right? Beyond, there are some dangerous things there, but there's also some nuisance habits like smoking and drinking and dogs and some of those kinds of things that may not in and of themselves be serious, but they lead to more serious things happening. So we want to make sure that we have constant security down there until we can make sure that that beach is safe. And really, it will fill the gap. It may either be to fill the gap until we have a different type of code compliance officer or park ranger, or we at least want to do some kind of an analysis, and it may be more cost effective to continue to have private security than to have our own employees, but we need some time to be able to make that determination. Not only that, to hire a different type of park ranger than we have now takes some time. Probably takes several months to be able to recruit, to change the job description, change those from part-time employees to full-time employees. So that's going to take some time, and so this can help us immediately because the problem is immediate. The problem is not only immediate, it's in the past. It's still happening. It happened in the past and it's still happening. We don't have time to wait several more months to address this issue. And then, as you can see there, explore the potential to modify the role and qualifications of our code compliance officers and our park rangers. Right now, the employees we have are probably don't have the expertise to deal with some of the things that are happening on North Beach, and so we probably want to change the type of park rangers that we're hiring and assume more of an enforcement role if we choose to go that way. And it was mentioned tonight in some of the comments, we do need some signage. We need to make sure that people who are coming here from other communities understand when you come to San Clemente, you can't smoke on our beach. They may not know that. They may come from another part of the country where smoking is perhaps allowed on the beach, or drinking is allowed on the beach, or pets are allowed on the beach. We want to make sure that it's very clear that that's not allowed in San Clemente. So there are some public safety recommendations. I think the city also needs to make sure that we're taking a look at investment there. This was a picture that was taken by one of our outreach people. It was on a nice day, and that's the kind of setting we want to see happening there, but that's not what's happening every single day. And the restrooms that you see in the background, I think everyone in this room could say, wow, that you have a really good camera, because they don't really look that good. I mean, let's be honest. We've got to improve that facility. That facility does not look that good in real life, but this was taken just the other day, so that's a really good camera. But I included the picture on the right because when I was doing my homework, I noticed that there were some clearly North Beach had a different environment in the past. This is an older picture, and you can see where the playground had a little bit, the playground was in better condition. There were families out there. People felt comfortable. And that's clearly what everybody wants to see restored in North Beach. And clearly, that's one of the things we want to do as well. But we want to improve that restroom and concession stand building, and there's some ideas that have been talked about. Perhaps we could use the concession part of that to have a more constant presence with the sheriff's department, our park rangers, and our code compliance staff by taking that space and turning it into an office where they can be down there and they can either interview people, or they have a space where maybe there's more presence there and they're at that space more often. The other thing that's happening in North Beach, as you know, the sand is very volatile in that area. So what happens is our maintenance crew has told me that they have to move our lifeguard tower on the beach several times each year just to find a place where they can put the lifeguard tower. Well, we're fortunate that even though that building is maybe not in good condition to the eye, it is very well built. It is on caissons. It is a very stable building. So perhaps we could even place a lifeguard tower on the roof there so it's more stable and they don't have to keep moving it. And in conversations with our lifeguard captain, he said, wow, and we'd have a lot better view of the beach. It's a little bit higher. You can see a little bit more of the beach. So we want to combine our efforts in trying to make this a safe place in some of the practicality that we need to update this anyway. So let's do it in the same breath of let's make it safe at the same time. So hopefully we can accomplish more than one task at the same time. We do need to rebuild and update the playground. The only thing that's left there now is the swing set. So what was in that previous picture, that's gone now. And then there need to be some other facilities. Just today, this was after I made the presentation, just today someone said, fire pits. People love fire pits. How come you dump fire pits out? This is, again, a fairly organic plan. We want to listen. We want to continue to listen to the public. They're going to have great ideas about what we should be doing at North Beach. One of the other things is the linkage to the Ole Hansen Beach Club in two ways. One, it's used a little bit differently than it was in the past, and we'll talk about that a little bit in just a second. But the linkages to the Ole Hansen Beach Club are very kind of difficult from North Beach. That there's a path that goes up there, but it is, if you're not fairly young, that's a pretty steep path. So we want to find ways, and when it was raining the other day, it was really slick. It's that red tile and it's pretty slick. So we want to find better linkages so that because really, that Ole Hansen Beach Club is that is all time. That is a great facility, and we want to make sure that that's linked with North Beach. And then we really do need to doll it up a little bit and make sure that we have enhanced landscaping and amenities. We want to make sure that this is a place where people want to come. First, make it safe, and then we don't want to make it safe and have it be empty. We want to make it a place where people want to come. Maintenance is a big key down there. We do have the maintenance responsibility, for instance, for the train station, and we have in the future budget or two, it's in the next year or two, we were talking about needing to update the train station. Let's do it now. Let's hold off on some other things and let's invest in North Beach and let's do this now. It's our responsibility and we're going to have to do it, and it's in future budgets, so let's maybe just trade some of the projects around and really make a focused effort on what's happening down there. And the maintenance crew does a really, really good job, and they were the first ones to step up and say, you know what, but we could do better. We could do even better maintaining down there. They were the first ones, and when I had a meeting with staff, they couldn't wait to come up with some of these ideas to make this a nicer place. Oops, sorry. So some of the things that the maintenance wants to do is they want to enhance the maintenance of the beach, of the North Beach area, be down there more often. And again, that's more presence. That's that much more presence that's down there. Improvement of the train station, and then provide assistance to cleaning up unique situations. Sometimes we end up with discarded materials and some of those kinds of things, and so they want to get on those quicker. The whole broken window theory, same thing with graffiti. The quicker you can get it cleaned up, the quicker you can get it removed, the less likely it is to happen again, so we want to stay up to date on some of those things. And then we really do want to encourage business in this area. It has been an area that has been a challenge. Well, I think we saw a slide earlier tonight. It's been a challenge for some of those businesses. There's been some vandalism and some other things. And so, this is an idea. This was put out by the planning and engineering staff of kind of what might be considered the North Beach area. That probably can be massaged a little bit. But the idea is we should probably come up with some economic development incentives to have people come down and invest in the North Beach area. We already have that happening. There's really, you've seen the transformation of the casino, and you've seen what's happening at Landers and other places, and there's a lot of questions about what's happening at Miramar. Why is that stalled? And so staff reached out and said, what is happening? And they said, well, right now, the biggest thing we're trying to do is get the area where the parking lot needs to be dried out so that we can get the parking lot put in. So they haven't ran away from the project. They have ran into some weather-related issues, but we want to make sure we're supporting that and getting these private investments happening at North Beach as well. So there were some recommendations for business support. We do need to meet with the chamber, the business owners, homeowners associations, and others to make sure that we're hearing them, understand that this is not fixed next week. This is jump on the things we can right now, and then there needs to be sustained support of what's happening in North Beach. And again, I will take full responsibility for all these crazy recommendations, and the council doesn't have to accept any of them or even like any of them, but one of the things I was thinking is perhaps we can waive or at least give some relief for the city portion of the business license fee. It's not a lot of money. I understand that. It's more of a gesture. It's more to let people know we're interested in helping you do some of the work in North Beach. And maybe we do need to streamline the projects in North Beach. We're trying to streamline all of our projects, but maybe we can pay special attention in that area where we're trying to encourage investment. And then perhaps we can talk with the businesses down there and see if it makes sense to have a business improvement district. That was another one. That was an email that came in from a resident that said, hey, maybe we should look at a business improvement district. So wanted to include things that we heard from residents and the staff and the council. We do want to make sure that there's activities down there. The North Beach is really the entrance to our community. And I took a picture of, I mean, man, I could go on all day about the Ole Hansen Beach Club. This place, it's all time. It's just an amazing facility. And perhaps we need to take a look at the way it's being used right now and encourage more use of that facility by the public. And then, our Director of Beach Parks and Recreation said, one of the things I'd really love to do is have an ice skating rink during the holidays on the beach or near the beach. Some other cities have done that successfully. I believe this is Huntington Beach. I know Coronado does it. And maybe it's a crazy idea, but maybe we need to be thinking about things that can change North Beach from being, yeah, that's a beach we stay away from, to, oh yeah, that's where we go down and go ice skating during the holidays. So, those are some of the things that we are thinking about. So I think we do need to take another look at the Ole Hansen Beach Club and really talk about bringing some of the activities back to that facility so that people are using it. We want to bring some events to North Beach. I think there used to be a farmer's market down there, from what I understand, and it hasn't been operating recently. Can we do some of those things to help that? And then I put on the ice skating rink because I think it's pretty cool. And I happen to be somewhat familiar with the one in Coronado. I know you pay $18 for 15 minutes, and there's a line that goes clear around the Hotel Del to do it. So people in California somehow have this fascination with ice skating on the beach. I grew up in Wyoming where you just ice skate on the lake, and it's cold, and you just can't wait to get back inside. But whatever, I guess it's cool to ice skate on the beach. So one of the things that we want to do is the city council, again, can consider none of these, but I want to make sure that, again, we start with where we need to start, and that is people have to be safe. They won't come unless they feel safe. And then second, I want it to be something that we can all be proud of and move forward. So we've put into we want this to be very organic, to have the priorities of the council. We want to come back after you've told us which ones you like, put some timelines on those, some actual timelines, put it in the budget, make sure that it happens and not just talked about again, another plan that goes on a shelf. Let's make sure that these happen. Maybe you want to eliminate some of these, add some of these, ... So I had put these up as some things we could do immediately. Closing the beach, improving the signage, enhancing the landscaping, all these kinds of things. And when I say short term, I'm talking weeks, not months. Interview a couple of private security firms and see who is most qualified for our community. Update and improve the train station. That could happen in a matter of weeks. It doesn't have to be years or months. It could happen soon. Talking about the city business license fees, all we need to do is bring to you some resolution. So that could happen in a matter of weeks. Utilize the Ole Hansen Beach Club. We need to take a look at the lease that we have right now, see if there's a way to modify that lease so that we could use the building more for the public. And then there's some longer-term recommendations like changing the way we view our park rangers. Maybe a private security firm is just a stopgap until we get more of our own park rangers hired. And then you can see some of the others there. And I don't want to lose the room. I know all these are important, but people can read them, so I'm not going to sit here and read them to you, and they were already in the presentation. But I'm telling you, this was a really rewarding opportunity to talk to so many. Tonight, we have people who feel very differently about this issue, but they were equally passionate. They gave equal ideas and suggestions. Everybody just wants to see a solution, had great input from council members. But boy, I got to tell you, I got to hand it to the staff too. I saw a light in the staff members' eyes when we were talking about this that I hadn't seen before when I got here. That they are excited about trying to do something that they know is the number one priority for the council. So it was fun putting it together. There's things that we need to do right away, and I appreciate the council giving me the opportunity to look into this. It's been a lot of fun.
All right, thank you, City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, first off, great report. I don't think we've ever had such a comprehensive report at this dais. But I would like to, this is a lot to digest. And I think the immediate need we have, Mr. Mayor, is the need for public safety on North Beach and across town for that matter. So I would like to trifurcate, that's a word, I just looked it up. I'd like to trifurcate this vote this evening. One vote on security, one vote on changing the beach hours, and then the third vote on I'm not going to call it a grandiose plan because that's kind of a negative thing, but the very comprehensive plan that I really don't think is going to cost that much money. But right, because, and the reason why I want to, I think it's a triad. I think we do need safety and security and a concentration on public safety. I want children and women to feel safe. I want everyone to feel safe walking the beach trail. It just doesn't happen now. I don't care how many people come up here and call our fellow citizens liars. And that's what has happened. It doesn't feel safe. I'll get to my point.
Okay, I'm just saying we haven't heard from the public yet.
No, but I wanted the public to know we're going to trifurcate this vote before they come up. So I'm going to make a motion that we have a vote on security, and then we'll have a vote, then we would have a vote on beach hours, and then a vote on this great project that the city manager has put together.
On the motion, well, there's no second, so.
Is there a second?
Before there's a second, just speaking to the motion, I think we ought to see if there are any questions of staff and hear from the council. I don't object to the trifurcation, but I think we ought to see if there's any questions of staff and hear from the public before we make motions on how to proceed. That's my.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Could we revisit that after we hear from the public in terms of how we're going to approach it?
As long, I've made the motion. I think that's how we should proceed. Whether we vote on this now or vote on this after public comment matters not to me. I think, the cat's out of the bag. This is what, I'm going to push for this evening. So I'm fine with that.
Okay. Then let's see if we have any questions for the city manager before we hear from the public. Ma'am, if you'd like to make a comment, you can put a comment card in. Yeah, that's how we can do it. Yep, thank you. Any questions of the city manager about that very comprehensive program?
I have questions.
Yes.
One of the issues that was raised last week was, and I didn't hear it, was on this proposal for security, the need for request for proposal. And I understand that you've concluded that a request for proposal is not the best way to proceed. Could you answer that, that for me?
You bet. That's a very good question. So one of the things we want to do when we're talking about security, and especially where the city council may make this part of our enforcement, one of the things we probably aren't looking at is trying to find the lowest bidder. What we want to do is find the most qualified company to provide the best kind of safety that we can have out there. So one of the challenges you have sometimes when you get a request for proposal is that there is an idea that you should go then with the lowest qualified bidder. What I think we're looking at here is a professional services agreement where we are looking at the qualifications of the firm rather than the cost of providing the service. I don't think any of us are interested in, for instance, what you might see at a concert, a security guy with a windbreaker on. That's probably, so I think we're more interested in the qualifications of the firm than the cost of providing the service.
Right. We've also interviewed two significant firms. Can you tell me about the costs for those firms?
Yeah, I received today at least an estimate of what it would cost by one of the firms. The first firm, I think you heard from them, if they were here 24/7, 365, and they would bring 4 deputies, it would be about $130,000 a month. I heard from a different firm who also provides services to other public entities in our area, in South Orange County. And if they did two officers for a 12-hour shift, that would be in the $50,000 range. If they did a 24-hour shift, it'd be in the $90,000 range per month.
And could you tell me more about that second service? Because I understand they provide services to several of the city parks across the county and are highly respected.
Yes, they actually provide the private security support for the Orange County parks. They also work with the city of Laguna Beach. They work with, I believe, the city of Laguna Niguel and some others. But I think the primary, the biggest contract is with Orange County Parks.
And with the harbor.
Yes, at the harbor. That's correct, at Dana Point Harbor. That's correct.
And that figure again, that you thought they could come into it?
So just, he gave me a pretty more detailed estimate than I thought he would be able to when I asked him to just put it together in a couple of days. But essentially, if we had 2 officers on for 12-hour shifts, that 7 to 7 that was in the recommendation, it would be in the $50,000 range. For 24 hours, it'd be, I believe it was $94,000, so in the mid-90s if you wanted to have 24/7 coverage.
And the 7 to 7, how did that time period come about?
That's a real good question. So one of the things that we had asked the sheriff to do is to really concentrate on the overnight camping that was happening down at North Beach. They've done a pretty good job. They've done a very good job. Let me say that I believe that the overnight camping on North Beach has been reduced significantly. During the day, the officers get much more busy. They have a lot more calls, whether that's accidents, whatever those calls are, they get busier during the day. And I believe that probably the biggest period of time where we need help on both the T-zone down in the Pier Bowl as well as North Beach is that business hour time from 7 to 7. And maybe we'll chase the sun a little bit. Maybe at some point it becomes 8 to 8, and then in the wintertime, maybe it becomes, earlier. We might have to chase the sun a little bit. But I think essentially it's that's when they really that's when the officers really get busy, is that 7 to 7 time. And so it makes it much harder for them to be there on a consistent basis. And I think to curb this issue, you're probably going to have someone there on a pretty consistent basis.
And I think we've talked about this, and you said that they would be amenable to changing their hours, as you suggested, depending on the needs, and can adjust. And they could also do many parts of San Clemente.
Yeah, that's correct. And I suppose in fairness, where we're still trying to kind of go through this, the gatekeepers were not asked those questions. So whether or not they'd be willing to modify those hours, they may very well as well. Mm-hmm. So again, that's why I'm kind of giving round numbers. I'm not trying to give away any, okay, if you do this, you're going to underbid the next group.
Yeah.
That's why this isn't a proposal. We're not really interested in how little you can bring into us. It's what skill set you bring into us to make sure that you're providing safety to this community. It's not about the minimum bid. It's about how qualified is your firm to provide these safety services to our community.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple of questions. So, Mr. City Manager,
he's
sorry,
tried to
I'm trying to make you a
promote
lawyer tonight. You know, you're not unique, but you're a distinct minority in city managers' world, where most of them come up through the finance world. And you're a little different. You were a former planner. And I'm going to ask you, you know, as a planner, does it do any good to come up with a capital improvement project without first stabilizing that area from a public safety perspective? One of the things, I mean, when I look at what goes on down there, it reminds me of two difficult reads I had either in 8th or 9th grade. Animal Farm, and I say that from the perspective of not trying to insult anyone, but it's kind of their own community. And Lord of the Flies. You know, I didn't think I was ever going to quote Orwell, but I am this evening. We have got to take control of the beach area. This is not about homelessness. This is not if a Talega housewife urinates on the sidewalk, she should be cited. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what your status is. It matters about your behavior. So, and then the other thing I'd say is Rudy Giuliani and Commissioner Bratton in New York City in the mid-90s fixed New York City, later to be ruined by subsequent administrations. But they used something called the broken window theory. I tell you, North Beach is the classic example of the broken window theory, and it's why your plan is appropriate. But would you agree that we really need to stabilize public safety and security? Our residents, our taxpayers need to feel safe and secure down there. I just got, you know, someone's pointed out to me today that whether if you live in Forester Ranch or Talega, that's the beach Talega moms and Forester Ranch moms want to take their children to. And right now, that's not occurring. Parking is easy down there. It's the ideal spot for children, but you and I found Narcan down there. Would you agree, first we have to stabilize?
Yeah, so that's a really good point. The planner in me came out when I was putting this together, so I fully admit maybe there was a little bit of project creep here. But the bottom line is, as both elected officials and city officials, health, safety, and welfare is the purpose of government. Health, safety, and welfare is what we do, and our mission statement, it was mentioned earlier tonight, is to create a safe community. The bottom line is you have to start with people's personal safety. People aren't going to go anywhere and take part in any of the things that we have planned. By the way, North Beach, the potential in North Beach is off the charts, but no one's going to go participate in those areas if they don't feel safe. I would agree with that. I think we all feel that way.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Not right now.
Okay. Questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
No questions, great,
Mayor?
great presentation. Ice skating, really?
Well, hey, it was an idea.
I love ice skating. Is that doable in a sandy, warm climate?
You know what? I know Coronado and Huntington
Hotel
Beach
Del-
do it
Del does it.
pretty
That's amazing.
pretty
I love
every
it.
year.
I love it. So,
I don't know about Huntington Beach. I do know Hotel Del does it every year.
thank you.
It's crazy.
Councilmember Enmeyer.
I can, wonderful presentation, thank you. And I love the whole comprehensive approach there.
You may not have your mic on.
Okay, great. Just saying, great presentation, love the comprehensive approach to this. Quick, two questions here. One, are we worried at all about sand right now and replenishment of sand? And could you speak to that for a second at all? Or?
Well, aren't I embarrassed? Yeah, I probably left out a huge part in this plan that needs to be an absolute part of this, and that is the whole beach coastal erosion issues in North Beach. We're very fortunate we're getting some sand on our beach this year, but it's down south. You're right, we need to put a concentrated effort in getting some sand on the beach in North Beach, without question. That beach needs nourishment, without question.
Would that be part of this comprehensive approach?
It should be. I missed it.
Okay,
It
great.
should be, absolutely.
Next one, you mentioned maybe looking at 3 firms. Do you have another firm in mind, or are we still looking around?
You know, I think we should probably look around, and if there's 4 firms or 5 firms that the council wants to talk to, and I think it's a good idea to have a council subcommittee that's looking at this too, so there's some buy-in. The 3 number comes from typically in government, oh, get me 3 bids, or get me 3, you know. So I just want to make sure that we are looking and making sure we get the best firm that we can get for our community.
Great, excellent, thank you.
Yep.
All right, just one question, and I thought you were going to go here, Gene, when you said that there wasn't a finance background. The missing piece for me is, and I think it's a great presentation, and I love everything you have on here, is the finance part of it, right? So all of this costs money. We'd love to do everything and every idea that Ray has on his list there too, but we are constrained by a budget. And so has there been any ideas about revenue, or is that something you think we need to, if we're going to go down this road, that we need to address that when we start talking about the budget here in a month or so?
Thank you, Mayor. That's a great question. I may not have made it clear in my presentation. One of the things I want to point out is that most of the things that are on this list are things that we either have planned to do or need to do and would have planned to do in the near future. What we may be doing is, instead of doing something in another part of the area of the community, we'd probably concentrate our efforts here. But these are all improvements that we were planning to make. We'll probably just be modifying the timeline and kind of concentrating and getting some economies of scale of doing them all kind of at the same time, instead of, you know, we do things throughout the community. And we're not trying to shortchange the rest of the community. I just think that this is probably the area of our community that needs the most attention the quickest. And we'll make sure to get back to those other things as well, but it's just kind of more shifting the timeline more than anything else.
Okay, so we have.
All those things need to be done.
We have the resources to do at least the short-term things that you're talking about right now, and some of it may need to be diverted from elsewhere in the city, but we can bring that to bear in North Beach, and we have the money to pay for it without getting any new debt or anything like that right now.
That's correct. We wouldn't be looking at debt financing for any of this. That's correct.
All right. Okay.
I have a couple more questions.
Uh-oh, okay. Second round with Councilmember
Second
Cabral.
round, yeah.
The second round's tougher.
Yeah, no, it's not tougher. I just want to point out, you know, the security issue is the most important thing for me. It's what I believe we need there in North Beach. And there's things that we, even as councilmen and as a city, don't talk about that need to be talked about. This past week, for example, I think there was an incident where we have talked about trying to get our code enforcement, our rangers, up to speed and running to protect them. Do you think they're up to speed right now?
Probably not for the things that we need to have done at North Beach. Again, I think there was some reference made to one of our code compliance officers getting themselves in a pretty.
Yeah, could you talk about, that's my next question.
Yeah, you know, so one of the challenges we have when you don't have them staffed properly is I think we have a lot of people that are out there by themselves, maybe one person at a time or whatnot. I think that we need to, again, recognize this is San Clemente, so I think that there's a tendency to think that everything's rosy and everything's wonderful, and it is. This is a wonderful community. This is a real issue. And we want to make sure that when we have park rangers and code compliance officers, that we have enough people that are going out there in pairs, at least in pairs, and that they have the equipment. I think we saw some of the equipment that even the private security firms had with things like body cameras and things that help us document and make sure that we're doing everything we can to keep our people safe. The last thing I want to do, and this is as serious as I can be, last thing I want to do is make sure that, is to ever place one of our staff members in danger, because either we didn't give them the proper training or the proper equipment. And we just saw, again, we want to make sure that all of our employees have Narcan. I think that that's going to be really important on the beach with what's happening down there. I know that again, I don't want to understate this. I don't want to overstate it, but I don't want to understate it either. There's a serious issue at North Beach, and I don't know that we have provided the proper training or equipment for our park rangers or our code compliance officers to deal with this level of issue right now.
Yeah, what I'm talking about, though, is an incident that happened over the past couple of weeks where our park rangers were assaulted and their lives were put in danger. So could you tell us more about that?
I can. I know.
Is there a report, a
I know
police
that it's
report on
still-
it?
I know that it's still being looked at and under investigation, so I want to be really careful about what
Okay.
I say because I don't want to impede that ability to maybe have that person face charges. So
Well,
maybe
the-
what I'll do is I will provide a very detailed briefing about what's happening on that, in that situation to the council. But again, that's probably at this point in time, probably not the best thing to talk about it.
I understand that, but something did
Yes,
happen.
something
Very serious.
happened and it was very serious.
And there was also a stabbing there of a San Clemente resident recently, right?
Yes, in the
And that's
last-
also under investigation.
That's
So
right.
it is, this issue is beyond just,
It's serious.
it's serious.
I would agree.
When residents are getting stabbed, when our residents, our code enforcement and our rangers are being chased and attacked and assaulted, it's very serious. We need to do something, not next week, but immediately.
Yeah. And I hope that the council knows, I don't want the placemaking of North Beach, which I think is important. Again, I'm a land use planner, right? So I think that that's important. I don't want safety to be overshadowed by that. Safety is the first and foremost important thing that's happening there.
Yeah, what I don't want to happen is us hiding as a city the real danger that's out there under that exists out there on that beach because of litigation, because of police investigations. And I understand that's a need, but it is happening. And it's happened. Those are not just two incidents. I get emails every day where the danger is real. And it's a real danger to our residents, and we need immediate action. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay.
One other experience I would share along those lines is I had an opportunity to meet with several homeless people in our community. In fact, Councilman Enmeyer and I were together at that meeting. One of the things they mentioned to us is they don't feel safe either. They know that the beach is unsafe. I think they would applaud us having a safer environment, even for, there's bad actors in every population, right? But there are good people in every population as well. And the people that we met with mentioned they don't always feel safe on the beach as well. And so I found that a little bit eye-opening. So
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just to follow on that, regarding, in the immediacy of the issue, regarding the private security, are you inquiring, or do you plan to inquire how soon they can start, and have that be a factor in your evaluation?
Yes, that's why I put it on, instead of immediate, on short-term. All of them say that it would probably take a matter of 3 or 4 weeks to staff up, to get out here. So it's not tomorrow morning, but the quicker we go on it, they can get staffed up. But it's not immediate, it's probably a matter of weeks, 3 or 4 weeks before they can bring people in.
For any of the companies you're talking to?
That's, the ones we've talked to so far, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. I will not be inclined to support security for 12 hours. This is a 24/7 situation. I believe we should vote for security. We should vote for it tonight. We should implement it as quickly as possible. This is a public safety issue, and I really believe it's going to need to be 24/7. 2 or 3 months down the road, we can evaluate what's going on, and if we reduce the number of security officers or reduce the hours, that would be something that would be appropriate to do. But right now, we have a significant public safety issue there that needs to be addressed, and I will really push for it to be 24/7.
Okay, let's hear from the public, and unless there's any other questions. Okay, yep, looking forward to hearing from the public here, so.
Okay, I will call the first 3 speakers. Louis Bugardis, probably butchered that, Susan Hennebree, and Christopher Butler.
Am I ready?
Yes.
All right, Louis Bulgarides, I'm a 15-year resident of San Clemente. I've been working in the security industry for 30 years. For the last 8 years, I've owned and operated my own managed security company. To be clear, we don't provide guard service. That's not why I'm here. As a resident of San Clemente for the last 15 years, I have the same concerns as most citizens. I'd like to see our city be safe and clean. I'd like to see our open spaces protected. Lastly, I personally think it's embarrassing that a city of our size doesn't have a legitimate hospital and trauma center. and miniature golf course, of course. I agree that crime and homelessness are a major issue for our city, but there's a right way and a wrong way to go about this process. I think there's quite a few issues with the current pending council resolution. First of all, $1.5 million a year is a large contract. I don't think that a contract of this size should be awarded without a formal bid process. The current proposal lacks details around guard pay, markup, labor, and the pricing for the contract, in my opinion, is extremely high. Here are some other issues I think are important to bring to the council's attention. Based on the documentation that's provided, the summary documents state that Gatekeepers has a proven track record. This is a rather general statement, hardly sufficient to allow an award of a contract without soliciting other bids. The PPO California license for Gatekeepers is not listed on their proposal. This is required by the state. The PPO for Gatekeepers is not listed on their website. This is also required by the state. Council documents state that Gatekeepers is located in Oceanside, but their license information filed with the state lists the business location as Hemet. No branch office filed for Oceanside. The use of private security in the city is a big decision and warrants more than a 3-page proposal and should be subject to a formal bid process. The current document lacks details around the following. What will the requirements be for drug testing, background checks, and DMV checks for officers? What will the training program be for officers, and how often will retraining occur? Will there be what types of uniforms will these officers wear? What types of cars will they drive? Will they carry pepper spray, batons, handcuffs? The actions of this private security company will reflect on all of us in the city. What are the guidelines for them as it relates to interacting with public and homeless population? The document that was provided talked about them interfacing with law enforcement, but there was very little as it related to interfacing with homeless outreach organizations, city, county, and state organizations. Ultimately, these gaps in the scope create liability for the city. When you get sued, and you will get sued, you want to have done everything you can to clearly outline the scope of service for your security company and make very clear what their mandate is. The solution is simple. Create a formal bid document and solicit bids. This will take max 60 days. If at that point Gatekeepers is the best choice, or whatever company is the best choice, you will have clear guidelines to operate, and the citizens of San Clemente will know the selection process was fair.
Thank
and
you,
effort
sir. Sorry,
was made
your
to
time
make
is
the
up.
winning bidder successful.
Sorry, your
Thank you.
time is up.
Next speaker is Susan.
Hi, I'm Susan Hennebree. We need private security because OCSD is clearly understaffed when they are taking 30 minutes to an hour to respond to non-emergency complaints at North Beach. Quit procrastinating on this issue and hire a security company on a trial basis. Do we have to wait until there is, already a stabbing or a shooting at North Beach to get you to act? That's exactly what happened at Maxburg Park. North Beach is so dangerous that even the casino is having to hire private security. My daughter will be attending a wedding there this summer, and I have advised her to warn the wedding guests not to congregate outside the venue for fear of being attacked. How embarrassing for a city that is a destination spot for weddings and tourists. Safety should be our #1 concern. Now let's talk about the ridiculous solutions being offered up by the San Clemente Affordable Housing Coalition. They want to solve the problem at North Beach by using county and city money to buy out the motels and build tiny houses along Pico across from the high school to relocate the vagrants. We all know how that will turn out. Let's just look at our most recent example, Dwayne, the homeless gentleman from North Beach, who won a lawsuit against the city for thousands of dollars, got permanent supportive housing, and is now somehow homeless and back at North Beach. So are we going to spend our tax dollars helping him again when he clearly doesn't want any help? Hiring private security could be done quickly if you would quit stalling and convoluting the process. The city manager should have listed 3 security company options instead of putting this item on a long-term plan so that we could get the interview started ASAP. Please listen to the tax-paying residents and not the vagrant activists, and make it a priority to have a safe place for tourists and residents to go at North Beach.
Christopher Butler, followed by AQ, followed by Kathy Esfahani.
Hi, Chris Butler again. Mr. Hall, thank you so much for your presentation. It's compassionate and comprehensive. I know there's a lot to do, but definitely think it takes a look at a lot of different areas and takes all people into account. I appreciate that. I just want to address one thing I feel like is a little bit, let's say, neglected or understated, is the beach trails themselves are kind of the conduit and vein to a lot of the activity that goes on. So if it's anything from drug use to graffiti, so it's not homelessness. I have nothing against the homeless. It's people coming from out of town. There's gangs, they graffiti every summer. I catch them, I walk the trails every night. I'm not looking for him. I'm just taking my dog out. He's big, he likes to walk. And I run into them a lot. I've been threatened. So right now, our patrollers typically don't have access to all those trails because of the bridge setup, so they have to be on ATVs. We stopped doing that, or it seems like we've stopped doing that. We used to have a lot more patrols, and that goes to Mr. James' point about 24/7 capabilities. Maybe we don't need 24/7 everywhere, but I would say in the dark areas, especially where we have a lot of the crime that we've reported happens in those late hours. So that's something I think is really worth looking at. And I even propose in the short term, if you need to have some volunteers, there's already people talking about the community groups, like we have the meter maids, maybe we need to get some people in place to just walk. We don't do anything, we just walk, and somebody said take photos, and we do that short term. I don't think that should be our job, but I'm happy to put my part in if we could group together and do that and have a good conversation with everybody. Maybe we do need a bond or a measure to raise money, so we're not so worried about using our immediate funds for that. Is it a tourism tax? Is it 5 cents on every person that comes in? I mean, we need numbers to look at what our long-term sustainability plans are for this. We need to know how we can survive and grow, not only with infrastructure, but also with staffing, and we are understaffed with police forces and community services, so let's look at measures that are going to do that and not rob from our piggy bank that we have right now. I will say the Ole Hansen Beach Club, I live right across the street from it, is highly underutilized. I'm nothing against weddings, but a lot of those weddings are from out-of-towners, and they're looking for a great venue. I don't blame them. But it is a community place, and we could really be doing better things with that. I'm not saying get rid of the weddings at all, but what happens as a result of us not having other activities there is we also need to attract diverse businesses that are open all week long, because all of our activity only happens in certain hours on the weekends, so nothing else happens. So then guess who comes and hangs out during the rest of the week? That's kind of our problem, right? Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So safety is paramount, and I mentioned this when speaking regarding about the concerns about RV parking and safety at Maxwell Park and Las Palmas Elementary. At the last city council meeting, the business owners in North Beach, I stated that the business owners and North Beach residents have been concerned with safety and crimes that have been going on for over 5 years. When residents around Maxwell Park were concerned about safety and crime, they received immediate action, just as residents in Talega received immediate action as a result of burglaries. And North Beach area should also have immediate action. And now I'm hearing that from city council members and from the city manager, so I'm glad I said that, or that thought has been circulating. I'm concerned that instead of focusing on safety, this matter has changed into a development plan, and now I know that the city manager has a planning background, so that's a concern. But I'm glad that Councilmember Victor Cabral and Councilmember Gene James proposed the idea of private security. And at the last city council meeting, there was a lot of negative comments. And so now the city manager is changing his tune, saying, oh yeah, this is my recommendation. Well, that was the recommendation of both these council members. So I'm glad there's a change there, there's a shift. But I'm concerned, I'm glad that Councilmember Cabral brought up some questions of the city manager regarding the cost of certain securities and with some figures, and those figures should have been in that staff report. That should have been the focus. Safety, security, private security. And so I'm also, basically, the chief of police services in this report, he stated that he's open to and is recommending that the city council explore the other options such as private security in the more active hours at North Beach. That should have been what he should have said at the last city council meeting. After the problems, after the shooting at Maxburg Park, Captain Benfield was quoted in the San Clemente Times, and he said that he couldn't be everywhere. That the sheriffs couldn't be everywhere. Right before Captain Christian came up, he told me the exact same thing. They couldn't be everywhere. So I'm glad now that it's shifted, it's changed, that he is actually wanting to work collaboratively with private security. So there are problems with this plan, and I just want to remind the city manager and city council that, oh, shoot, I don't have enough time.
Sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Kathy Esfahani, followed by Rona Henry, followed by Lois McNichol.
Hi, I'm Kathy Esfahani again. I'd like to speak in two capacities, as a North Beach resident and as the chair of the San Clemente Affordable Housing Coalition. We've owned our home in North Beach for 37 years, and we appreciate this comprehensive plan to improve North Beach. I love my neighborhood. I enjoy walking around it every day, but it does need some city investment. The biggest problem is the loss of sand. It impacts the beauty of the beach and the enjoyment of the beach. So I do hope that the city will push for replenishment at North Beach, sand replenishment at North Beach as well. We also support, or I support, the improved restrooms, better play equipment, and I love the idea of making Ola Hansen more available to residents. One of the unique things that happened during the pandemic was that people started enjoying picnicking on the lawn at the Ola Hansen Beach House. There were weddings there every weekend, all summer long, and no one can enjoy this gem of our community. So if there's a way to make it more available to the residents, we would love it. Now I'll speak on behalf of the Affordable Housing Coalition. We see the plan as a thoughtful, comprehensive response to community concerns about the deteriorating condition of North Beach, with its vanishing sand, unkempt restrooms, uninviting playground, and general atmosphere of official neglect, reflecting in a seeming widespread disregard of nuisance rules like smoking, drinking, and dogs on the beach. The proposed new focus on increased investment of city resources in North Beach can address these problems and transform North Beach into a vibrant, beautiful place we can all enjoy. We support this approach, but we have two reservations. The first has to do with the hiring of the private security firm to assist the sheriff in addressing nuisance crimes. We are concerned that the private security firm could engage in harassment and targeted enforcement of unhoused people, especially in light of rhetoric from one council member who talked about using targeted enforcement to drive homeless people out of town. It's important that anyone who is enforcing rules in the city refrain from selective enforcement against unhoused people. Our second reservation is the plan does nothing to address homelessness. There are real solutions to homelessness. We sent a letter to you outlining 4 of them, and the most important solution is create housing, create shelter, give people safe places to live. And so we encourage you to do that. And in the interim, if you want people off the beach immediately, give them long-term motel stays or create safe places where they can sleep in their car or camp with portable toilets, showers, and supportive services.
Thank you, sorry, your time is up.
Rona Henry, followed by Lois McNichol. Rona Henry is next. Is Rona here?
Am I next or?
No, Rona Henry, followed by Lois McNichol, followed by Donna Vadrine.
Hi there. My name is Rona Henry. I'm with Welcoming Neighbors Home, a ministry of Tapestry Unitarian Universalist congregation. We have members who are residents at San Clemente. Previously, I had submitted a public comment in opposition to the plan to hire private security because I had concerns that our neighbors without homes who happened to be on the beach would be targeted and harassed. A previous speaker, who was a downtown business owner, talked about the importance of visitors in San Clemente. I wanted to let you know that the initial plan was perceived by many people who have friends and family in San Clemente and who visit it on a regular basis. They, without my prompting, had volunteered to me that they didn't want to eat or shop in San Clemente or bring tax revenue because of the city's attitude towards people who are affected by the housing crisis, thinking that it seemed heartless and irresponsible. One person even asked me what I thought about getting an Orange County-wide boycott of San Clemente going, to which I replied, well, I'm not sure that's necessary, but I do understand the frustration that she feels. The new plan presented by the city manager seems more reasonable and comprehensive and will bring much-needed improvements to North Beach. Still, it calls for the hiring of private security at a cost of $50,000 to $130,000 per month. While it seems like there is a security as a top concern, I wonder if there will be unintended consequences. How will you ensure that the private security force does nothing to harass anyone with or without homes, like following people around and not leaving them alone after talking with them? Any enforcement of laws should be equally applied. We'll be watching for that. I agree with the letter from the San Clemente Affordable Housing Coalition that there are concrete steps that City Council can take to address the housing crisis here. I ask the Council to direct the City Manager to come back with a comprehensive plan to address the housing needs of those without homes here in San Clemente. The ideas outlined in the Coalition's letters are a great starting point for such a plan. I would also suggest that you and City staff review the communitysolutions.org website, which describes how other cities have achieved what they call functional zero in specific homeless populations. You can learn from their methodology, learn from what other cities have done, and apply it here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Lois McNichol, followed by Donna Vadrine, followed by George Gregory.
Hi, I don't have any idea what functional zero means, and I have worked with homeless people for over 20 years. So, therefore, I do have an idea what I'm talking about. But I thought we were talking about the plan. I didn't realize we were talking about the homeless situation again. And I do not refer to them as homeless. Homeless implies that's their only issue. They don't have a home. I am talking about vagrants who harass people, who menace people, who threaten people, who shoot people, who rape people. I am talking about them. But again, we're talking about the safety plan. I love your plan, by the way. However, you're right. James is right. We need 24/7 protection down there right now. 12 hours is not going to do it, because as soon as they go away, then the people come out that are committing all the bad acts. We need a presence, and we need a constant presence. We may not need it forever, but we need it now. And we have had one security company come and talk to us about what they can do and give us a very comprehensive plan and let us know that they would attempt to associate these people with services. I have not heard from the city manager, which, by the way, I do like your plan, but I've not heard that these other people that you've talked to, that they mentioned anything about that. All I heard you say is that this was their price and that they would be patrolling. But the other thing that was brought up and needs to be brought up, the trail. The beach trail is one of the main reasons I moved to San Clemente, so I could run along the beach. And I won't run at night. I will not run when it gets dark. I won't go down on that trail, and I live across the street. I won't do it because I know how unsafe it is. I know because it's already happened to me. To me. These are not little stories I'm putting out there to make anybody look bad. These are my own, these are things that have happened to me already. And if we're going to start talking about lawsuits, by the way, Martin v. Boise has already been rewritten. And it's already been stated that Martin v. Boise has been misinterpreted by another court. So therefore, that's no longer the be-all, end-all, or the law of the land.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to have a question for the city clerk. How many more speakers do we have? Wow.
I guess we're a long way from 10.
Yeah, so.
13 more cards.
How many?
13.
13. So 13 times 3, do that, 9, for almost 50 minutes. At some point, it's 9 o'clock, we've been at for 3 hours. Can we, at some point in time, take a 5-minute break and come back?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Why don't we do one more speaker, so she's up there, and then we'll take a 5-minute break. I was going to wait until after this item, but I don't think we can.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's have the last comment, and then we'll take a 5-minute break.
Donna Vidrine, you're up.
I support the North Beach placemaking plan. I see the plan as a thoughtful, comprehensive response to community concerns about the deteriorating conditions at North Beach, with its vanishing sand, unkempt restrooms, uninviting playground, and neglect reflected in the general disregard of rules against smoking, drinking, and dogs on the beach, nuisance crimes. The proposed new focus on increased investment of city resources in North Beach can address these problems and transform North Beach into a vibrant, beautiful place for us all to enjoy. This proposed plan is a smart, bold, and constructive roadmap for improving North Beach, and I ask this city council and our community to support the North Beach placemaking plan with resources and public support. The North Beach placemaking plan will result in North Beach becoming a more attractive, safe, and desirable location in San Clemente, both immediately and in the future. Donna Vidrine, San Clemente resident, business owner, and taxpayer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have 9 o'clock, so we'll reconvene at 9:05. We're trying to end before 1 a.m. here, so let's get going. Can everyone please take their seat? Can everyone please take their seat? We're going to restart public comments. Restarting
All right.
the meeting.
George Gregory, followed by Tawny Burns, followed by Judy Jones.
George Gregory, North Beach, still a criminal. Anyways, folks, part of your problem is we don't have the right enforcement with the Orange County deputies. We need to get rid of the no call too small policy so they can spend more time there with the junkies and all those wonderful people. Because let's face it, if they run off to go rescue a cat, they're not taking care of this homeless problem we have at North Beach. I love your idea, sir. I would like to see some smaller playgrounds and stuff put around there too. For real small little kids, put those in the lawn areas and stuff like that, because those guys will stay away from that playground equipment like poison. Because believe me, they don't want some dad grabbing them by the lapels. So let's spread a little bit of that playground stuff around. We used to have a lot of swing sets and slides and that kind of stuff for the little kids. And, State Beach is taking all their swing sets out. They figure it's too big of a liability. I used to love the swing set, especially out over water. So anyways, I would like to see some dogs down there. I'm not so worried about people smoking cabbage and that kind of stuff, but I am worried about the fentanyl and the meth. And the dogs can pick that up. And if we can pick that up, we can pick them up and take them to jail. So we need to see some dogs down there now and then, some canines. Okay, that would really, really, really help. I like the idea about changing the snack bar into a triage area and into a lifeguard stand, because it doesn't work as a restaurant. It shares the sewer pipe, and every time it backs up into the kitchen. Nasty, nasty, nasty little building. So I have history with that building. I like the idea of business support. I just tried to start a swap meet down there and stuff, never got a face-to-face with anybody. Got passed off to 3 different people and then denied. This little swap meet would have just been a place for people to start little cottage businesses and stuff and see if their ideas or their wares were worth it. Because you can't start a business on Del Mar without $1 million. At the swap meet, selling out of your trunk, you can at least get an idea if it's worth it pursuing. So that's a good community thing, and it also brings a lot of color and life and stuff to North Beach on Saturdays. So in the pool house, I mean, it was supposed to be $1 million. They spent $6 million plus on it. And I can't use it unless I make an appointment. I'd sure like to swim some laps. I don't want to go to Talega. It's just too crowded. I'm too old and slow. So I'd also like to see the junior lifeguards use that pool again. Because I don't know how they're working with the freshwater swimming and the laps and stuff like that. But if they used the beach pool clubhouse, that would be more life. That's more people running around. That at least camouflages the problem.
Thanks, George. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Time's up. Yep.
Tawny Burns, followed by Judy Jones, followed by Suzanne Ruiz.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. So I started coming to these meetings about 7 months ago because I used to walk the beach trail every day. I've had 2 run-ins down at the beach trail, one in particular at North Beach. So that's why you've been seeing my face here. You've only been the city manager, I think, for a month or 2? Yeah. Well, I read this 20-page report. It was amazing. I mean, really amazing, very thorough. My husband got back from surfing, and I asked him, he's a retired police officer, I said, will you please sit down and read the 20 pages? And he did. And he had a lot of good insight, a lot of questions, which I won't bore them with, but I'll email them to you and to the city council tomorrow. But I just want to say that thank you for doing that, because I felt that it was very thorough, and I really see how it can be promising, and it can be, mostly, it can be safe. Regarding the security companies, I was here at the last meeting, and I had a tremendous amount of questions. I didn't think their presentation was thorough at all. There was a lot of I's that needed to be dotted and T's that need to be crossed. So I'm grateful you guys are going to pursue that. I saw that in here. So I just want to say thank you, because I think you gave me peace of mind that one day I can go down and park at North Beach instead of having to drive down to Linda Lane. So thank you very much. So I'm excited to see what you guys do, and thank you for listening to the homeowners at North Beach. I don't live there, but that says a lot about the city council, that you guys hired him to do a task, and boy, did he do a great job. So thank you guys for really listening to us. It means a lot. So thank you.
Thank you.
Judy Jones, followed by Suzanne Ruiz, followed by Jill Watson.
Yes, Judy Jones here again. I'm not here quite as happy as the last time, but I'm a resident for 27 years, and I'm a member of the local League of Women Voters chapter. So I'm speaking for myself tonight, though, on these issues. And I think the North Beach placemaking plan here is excellent. I'm so happy to have this new city manager. And to get this report written like this, make it so interesting to read, and in such short time, that is really to be commended. So thank you. I think there's a lot of things in here that we have to make decisions about, like the safety and the different people we hire and so on. But I think that there's a lot of things to digest here. I also think that, you realize you forgot the beach erosion. I think we also need to look at the fact that, we have the cliffs sliding all over the place here. And we need to know that the railroad tracks are going to be relocated sooner or later, and maybe just gone from San Clemente. And that's a big issue too for places like North Beach. But things to do and to prioritize, and to see what we can do short-term and get as much bang for our buck as we go, and then get some estimates in here to coincide with our budget process that's coming up. So those are my main comments about what is in here. But I also stand before this committee in support of Kathy Esfahani and her proposals to address the homeless issues. And I think that I ask you to support the creation of housing for your workforce. You're going to need a lot of that for the new businesses you're going to have there. And as a League of Women Voters policy states, they support programs and policies to assist those who are experiencing homelessness or about to become homeless, so their basic human needs can be met. Building of shelters, permanent supporting housing, and low income, very low income, extremely low income for those who are experiencing homelessness, and an increased stock of affordable housing to decrease the number of risk of those becoming homeless. So homelessness involves many challenges, as does this plan. And I would personally find it hard to navigate all the things that a homeless person has to manage, and the waiting on the lists and so on, and daily finding your necessities. So I would hope for some compassion and not really enforcement that simply moves the homelessness from sight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Suzanne Ruiz, followed by Jill Watson, followed by Ray Harju.
Hi, my name's Suzanne Ruiz. I've been a lifetime resident of San Clemente. Such a lot of change has taken place, but the thing I want to comment on the city, Andy Hall's city manager, basically is the time of the open of the beach. 4 o'clock a.m. is far too early, especially with the crime-infested area that we are talking about tonight, and it seems like an ongoing discussion. It should be sunrise to sunset based on the time of year, and it should have signs everywhere, so if someone's on that beach, then they could be cited. Bottom line is, if that's a very high crime area, and there's a lot of crime, it's not just there, it's in my neighborhood too, and I live in Forester Ranch. bottom line is that is far too early. It should be sunrise to sunset. And a citation given by a police officer. Next thing would be the crime should be dealt with, not by RoboCop, little police cops from malls, okay? We saw what happened, we've heard about, at least some of us have heard what happened at the outlet with the robbery that took place, I think it was earlier this year. An entire store was robbed, and then they came back and robbed it again because they knew they could. So the mall cops let them do it. Understand? So this is what you're doing. Plus, the city manager, you were supposed to get multiple bids on other, they were way too expensive, the gatekeepers. I was here at that meeting. So I don't think you did that part, but you gave us this gigantic proposal on renovating a place that has a problem with crime. So if you were going to spend our tax dollars, which we all spend if we're residents and own properties here, and I own 2. So, I mean, I don't want to have to spend my tax dollars on properties that are going to be vandalized by criminal activity in North Beach. But mall cops is not the solution. Real cops are the solution. And another thing is my husband's a state licensed high voltage electrician. He does surveillance all the time for everyone. Why are we not having CC cameras down there if this is such an ongoing issue? Come on, CC cameras. Okay, that's surveillance. Hooked to every police officer's car that does San Clemente, let's say. I don't know how many we have, but it's got to happen. That is so energy efficient, plus not just energy efficient, but financially, it's a better option than have I remember gatekeepers giving us a proposal of something like $150 or something for a month. Okay, are you guys good with that? No. For temporary, that's maybe temporary until police officers get hired, that would be fine, maybe. But if these are violent criminals,
Thank you.
it's not okay.
Sorry, your time is up. Appreciate the comments. Thank you.
Jill Watson, followed by Ray Harju, followed by Shelley Moore.
Hello again. I'm getting tired of hearing myself. And I wasn't going to say anything except thank you, Mr. Hall, for that proposal. I thought it was great. Again, like someone else said, it's encouraging me because if you work and act like you've done since you've been here as far as getting things done, I'm going to be a happy resident of San Clemente. So I appreciate what I've seen tonight. That's all I was going to say. But a few things came up with people talking. So my kids grew up in North Beach. I went there till, forever. And then when I go and look at it now, I'm so sad. And I do pop down there because I want to keep up with what's going on there. It's just so sad to see, So that's North Beach. We've all talked about that. Someone talked about the casino, and a lady behind me was like, and so I was a manager at the casino for 2 years. I can tell you there would be drug addicts, alcoholics, whatever made them pass out. They would be on the front lawn where the brides and grooms would come up or anyone holding an event there. So there would be camping with their tents when I would get to work. One guy was rolled up in a blanket and he had a knife on him. The sheriffs, again, God love them, but they can't be everywhere. And so I had a camera installed on the front porch because if I was getting ready to go meet a couple or anyone having an event, I needed to check that porch because if I didn't, that gave me 45 minutes, let's say, or an hour, so I could call the sheriffs and they would get there when I had to get there. Otherwise, I could just pull up and be like, well, that guy's passed out on the front lawn. So scoffing, I was the manager, so I know what's going on. And, it's not anything I'm sure the person who owns the casino is happy about. That's their livelihood, and that's what's happening over there. I'm sure it's still going on. The other thing with Lily Hansen, again, being in the wedding industry, I don't know when the city sold out to the caterers, but that's what's happening. If there's anyone that lives in San Clemente now and they don't know about it, we gave a big fat contract to one of them, and that's why we're not allowed to use it anymore. We would be able to have our kids' birthday parties there for $100. We would be able to go there. Now there's like, don't show up here. And that's not fair. That is our building. So I don't know the money that was being made with that contractual agreement, but I would hope it can be looked at, terminated as soon as possible, and find some other way to make some money, because that's our building.
Perfect.
Thank you
Okay.
for your, thank you for
you.
coming.
Hi, my name's Ray Haru. I live in North Beach, and Andy, I want to thank you for the, for your plan there. You got the big things right. You got the right direction, right priorities, and I was very glad to see that safety was at the top of that list. One of the points I wanted to make that I didn't do a very good job of making earlier was North Beach did give you guys a list of items too. A lot of them were actually included in his presentation. But there's a lot of them that were actually lower level ideas. And I'd like to make sure that we don't lose those, because I think in a lot of cases they could have a very big impact for very little effort. For example, enlisting the North Beach residents and businesses by giving them a list of what are the rules, what are the laws, what can we do, who do we call, and what can we expect. So if the local residents had that, we're not going to unnecessarily call anybody, but we'll call the right person, and we'll do it appropriately in conjunction with what the city's trying to do. Another one might be install video cameras. Another one in general might be using city resources. Could be the gardeners, could be the mosquito abatement guys who see things at 6 o'clock in the morning that other people don't see. Then the other one, these are just ideas. I don't know if these are good ideas, bad ideas, but we submitted them for evaluation. Another one is designating a specific location to supply services to the homeless, whether it's food or medical facilities or whatever. But if you can put that in a location that is not one of the prime recreational areas of San Clemente, that would be better. My favorite historian, Robert Tainer, says things go to hell. You know things are going to hell when communities are spending money on things that don't have an ROI. In our case, almost all these things that are on the North Beach list are relatively inexpensive and could have a very big return on investment. So I hope that you consider that when you're deciding what to do. I think you can get a big bang out of some of those things on the list. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shelley Moore, followed by Michelle Brooks, followed by Jennifer Elliott.
As someone who used to go to North Beach, now I drive all the way across town to Calapia, as we all know. But I guess the only problem with the whole plan that I saw was, I think most businesses want to be at the beach. That's where the money is. People make money, businesses, restaurants. Why are we giving them a discount on any kind of fees whatsoever? Because by the time this plan is all done, that property is going to be worth even more. You get rid of the vagrants, the crime, the graffiti, all that. Suddenly that property is worth more. So we shouldn't be giving any kind of discount. That money should just go to keeping it up or whatever. Let's see. Also, we have that big hotel coming in. I mean, that's a luxury hotel. They should not be getting any discounts whatsoever. That's going to be major. And the last thing I have to say is, our local homeless advocates would like us to give free housing. But in the years I've been hearing from them, and it's been years, and it's the same thing in every time, I have not once ever heard single one of them talk about rehab, talk about getting them off the alcohol, talking about anything that will actually make their lives better. Yes, a roof is nice, but if you drink yourself to death or die in fentanyl with the roof on your head, does it really matter? I mean, let's get these people off the drugs and alcohol. Thank you.
Thanks for staying late and hearing all of us again. Andy, I thought that presentation was so thorough and so informative. I can tell a lot of time and effort from staff and from you went into that. So thank you, Andy, for that. I think it's a great start, and I'm thrilled to see the people of North Beach finally getting the attention and action that they deserve after so much has gone, so much they've had to deal with. I'd like to just say that let's move ahead with a temporary contract with private security. I was hoping that would happen tonight. I don't know why we wouldn't at least try it, and I'm hoping we don't let another month go by. I think the majority of residents want to feel safe, so I don't see anything wrong with just trying it out temporarily. 3 things I'd like to say real quick. I propose we close all of our beaches at 10 p.m. I don't know why any beach would need to be open till midnight. I always say that nothing good happens after 10 p.m. In my personal home, I say after 7 p.m., but I'll say 10. I don't know why it needs to be open until midnight, any of the beaches. I think this beautification project of North Beach sounds incredible, and it does cost money. I think that people want to see these things, and then they complain when we build or make improvements that would actually generate revenue. And I'm not saying I'm for big development, I am not. But I do see a need for certain enhancements. For example, the NICE Hotel that's being proposed in that North Beach area. That would provide a tot tax to the city as well as beautifying this area. And I don't know why people would object to that. I think it's great that Andy suggested let's make it easier on businesses. I think San Clemente has always had a reputation of being unfriendly to businesses, so I think that we should fix that. I think we should see what the businesses in North Beach need and want to be able to thrive. What we don't want is the increase of enforcement of codes at North Beach to then have those unwilling to comply move on to other beaches or areas of our town. So what about security at North Beach and all beaches overnight, but possibly daytime patrol along our downtown area, Del Mar, so that shoppers feel safe, businesses feel heard and seen, and maybe they could benefit from a presence there. And I just want to say I'm happy that North Beach is finally being listened to and prioritized. I think hearing someone like Ray, I think hearing him speak is all any of us should need to be compelled that something needs to be done. I mean, God bless his honesty and what he's dealing with. So I thank him for coming out. And if there's any, I just kind of want to start planting the seed on the tot tax. I know people are going to hate me for saying this, but I don't know why we'd object if it brings in money from tourists coming to visit. We just need a nice hotel that would cover it. But that money could go towards all the things we're talking about, sand restoration from North Beach down, as well as public safety. I just want to plant that seed, something to open up discussion. Maybe I don't know enough about it, but I think that that would be something to look into.
Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Jennifer Elliott, followed by Ryan Gunn, followed by Lucia Bernard.
Good evening, I'm Jennifer Elliott. I am a homeowner and business owner downtown. I want to thank our city manager for such a great plan. I love hearing your enthusiasm, Mr. Hall, about the plan, and I believe that North Beach will be beautiful. I look forward to ice skating one day, and I believe that that will happen. My concern is I appreciate that you want to do something tonight, but my concern is that this needs to go to a public procurement process. There are some unanswered questions, and I think it's necessary that you do a formal RFP. There is a misunderstanding, I think, that an RFP is going to get you the lowest bidder. You can, in the RFP process, put the emphasis on quality. You can determine what the parameters are and how the company that you use is going to approach crime or homeless or drug use. So you get to decide all of those things in the RFP process. I think that the rates are high with this gatekeeper's proposal, and I think that the city deserves a quality company. So I urge you to go out to RFP. You can do a very shortened procedure, and I think that our city deserves that.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next 3 speakers.
Ryan Gunn, followed by Lucia Bernard, followed by Susan Ambrose, who's the final speaker.
Good evening, Council. Excited to be here for another night together on this topic. I'm a resident of North Beach, and I've learned tonight that our challenges can bring us together as a community. I met one of my neighbors who I can see from my driveway this evening, and so we can come together on these challenges and I think make good improvements. When I read the quote in the SC Times the other day, let's look to restore the North Beach neighborhood back to the former glory that earned it the distinction of a historic district. This gave me just reading that gave me a great glimmer of hope for our community and for North Beach. And I think as I've emailed some of the members of the council, some have expressed that, I'd like to see a comprehensive plan. And Andy, that is a comprehensive plan. That is a wonderful plan. It's not perfect. Plans do need to develop, but I've learned that if you start taking some action, we learn and we can grow, and that plan can be further developed. What I would add is, starting to take action on safety. I have 3 kids at Las Palmas. They're all going down Saturday morning to do a beach cleanup at North Beach. It's dangerous down there. All these kids are going down there. They care about the community, and that's what's so great. You have a robust community behind you, Council, that wants to see change, and they're even willing to go down there on a Saturday morning and get out there and pick up trash. So I think in addition to this plan is you have a robust community behind you that supports making North Beach better. But we do need to start with safety. Take that first step to create a safe environment for the community also to come in and come together and be able to make great change. So that is what I propose, that we just, you really think about saying yes to safety, and, if that looks like hiring a security, let's start taking these first steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan.
Lucia Bernard?
Oh.
Bernard? Also here, then Susan Ambrose.
Thank you very much. City Manager, I congratulate on your efforts putting together this 20-page plan. I read it myself and I got really excited about it. I think a lot of these things would be deeply appreciated by our members of our community. But we go back to square number 1, which is public safety, and that is number 1. And secondly, I do second the presentations from Michelle and from the lady that I just congratulated, and this woman over here. They all made great points about 4 a.m. being too soon and relying on public policy, and it was Jennifer who was the other person that I do second, using the RFP procedure to screen out people, because you can actually expect them to settle up to performance expectations. You can write them down, and if they don't follow the performance standards, then you can have a dialogue with them. You have control over this. And I also want to say here that I neglected to include Chris Duncan as one of the players in the presentation that I gave earlier with Congressman Levin and the other officials from federal, state, and local and all the rest. He did a marvelous job hosting all these people, introducing them, letting them speak, and it was raining, it was cold, it was all of the above, but he did a masterful job as usual, being Mayor Duncan in these kinds of situations. We have great things ahead of us with Andy Hall as city manager, I believe, and I think, Andy, you've heard from so many people here. Yes, some of them were not perfect to somebody's ear. On the other hand, so many of them were. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, that's our final speaker. So discussion. Who wants to start?
I will if you.
Okay, yeah.
I just want to say, great information, good program. I think revitalization of North Beach is vitally important to our town. It is our entryway and probably needs the most attention. Security clearly is a key issue. When this item was before us before, I asked that it come back with the city manager's input regarding our own staffing, and it's pretty clear from the report that at the present time, our park rangers, code enforcement, aren't up to the job or aren't able to do it. My question that I want to ask is regarding the sheriff's department. We need enforcement. Enforcement is the law enforcement's job. We hire them to do that. My question is, Mr. City Manager, in your opinion, are you able to fill the gap with sheriff's officers? And you've recommended consideration of the security, but that means you've apparently shut the door to filling that gap with our sheriff's department?
The sheriff's department's made it very clear. They are here to enforce the laws of the city, and they will do that to their very best ability. The one thing that the sheriff may not be able to do is to provide the constant coverage down there, if that is something that the city council wants, if that's what they desire. They've made it pretty clear they probably couldn't have deputies down there assigned to just that spot and never leave, for instance, North Beach. So if that is something that the council thinks is important, the sheriff probably cannot provide that constant around-the-clock service at the beach, if that's what's important to you.
So the security force that you're suggesting would be exclusively at North Beach, or would they patrol the trail, the T Street, and potentially other parts of town that need attention?
I think it makes sense that they'd be able to move around to where things are happening in the community. Absolutely. I think it's got to be more than just one spot. You're right. They're throughout the community.
So the roughly $50,000 a year you're suggesting as a possibility for a security service, that same amount of money couldn't be used as effectively by the sheriff's department to provide similar or equivalent coverage?
Perhaps. I'm very glad. I think we do need to compare what it would cost or what it would be to have the sheriff's department provide the same similar coverage to what if the council decides they want to have constant coverage down there, whether it's for 12 hours, 24 hours, in the, if you will, tourist area, whether that's North Beach, the Pier Bowl, T-Zone, I think it makes sense. In fact, I think we have an obligation to compare this private security to what it would cost for the sheriff to provide that. Now, because that study may take some time, one of the things, again, that I'm suggesting is that the private security can do this, if you will, on a month-to-month basis, so that we can do something immediately while we are going through some of this analysis, whether it makes sense to have more sheriff deputies, or whether it makes sense to have more park rangers or code compliance officers, or perhaps we may even find out that the private security is the best option, but at least it gives us that, it fills that gap while we're trying to figure that out.
Okay, I just want to say the options that you've given overall are impressive. I think it'll go a long way in improving North Beach, but again, security has been said many times tonight. Security is the number one concern, and I think we need to make sure that gets properly addressed tonight. Thank you again.
Could I just ask a question piggybacking on that? How long would if we go down an RFP route, how long would that process take?
I think there were some excellent points made tonight. The process is probably less important than the outcome, right? Now, I think it's really important that we make sure that we get the best possible security for our community. I think we could put together a very detailed request for proposals. And we could probably keep it in a very narrow window of, a week or 10 days or 2 weeks or whatever that is. The shorter you make that, maybe perhaps the fewer people you'll get to apply. But I can tell you, for me personally, I'm way less worried about the process of how we get there than making sure that we get the best possible outcome. And I'm very open to an RFP process. It happens every day in our community. Typically, for an RFP process, it's a little more lengthy than that. Usually, there's probably a few weeks that you would give people a chance to come in. Right now, what I've been trying to do, and again, I know that there's some feeling that we haven't talked about this for a month. Remember that the staff report and the plan that you see before you now was prepared previous to this. It was done about 10 days ago, because we need to process the packets, get them to you, and get them out. We need 72-hour notice in the public, so the timeframe's a little bit more compressed than what you might think. But in the meantime, I've been trying to get as many interviews as I can with some of these private security. I don't think it should be my decision. Again, I made an earlier recommendation. I really think there needs to be a council subcommittee look at this. The council's got to have buy-in to this security team. It can't just, it shouldn't just be me. And so that takes a little bit of time. I understand the sense of urgency. I feel the sense of urgency. I've only been here 7 weeks, and I feel the sense of urgency to this. I want to make sure that we're moving as quickly as possible. Again, I'm not opposed to doing an RFP process. I'm not opposed to doing it through a professional services agreement where we interview a certain number of firms. I just want to make sure that we're doing it as expedient as we can, because I've heard tonight, you've heard tonight, these issues happen every day, and they'll happen every day until we do something different. So that's where time becomes the essence, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple of things about this issue. I am going to make a motion to approve the expenditure after Gene, who indicated he has a motion coming up, and I'm going to make that motion, not now, but to appoint Steve Knobloch and me to a committee that will hire the firm if we do approve the funding. But I just say, this has been years in the making. This is a crisis. It's beyond, an RFP. RFPs take time. Government takes time. I would rather get something in place, even if it's either of these two groups that we've already made contact with, or a third group, interview them, get the money allocated, and get them started as soon as we can. Do it for 3 months, and at that 3-month period, we can decide at that point in time, and that will be the key summer months. We can decide, well, no, let's use code enforcement, or let's use our rangers, or let's develop a process, or let's refine and put out for an RFP to see if these are the best group. I think they're going to be excellent, but I just don't think we can wait for somebody to get killed in North Beach, and so I am going to make that motion, and I hope I have the support.
May I make a friendly amendment to your motion, sir?
Yeah.
And that friendly amendment is that you and Mayor Pro Tem Knobloch are that subcommittee, but that you come back in the second meeting in May with your recommendation to the full council.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think with any subcommittee, I think typically we do come back for the full council to vote on it. You might do some of the legwork, but then it's going to be a full council
I'm not so
vote.
concerned about coming back to I'm concerned about how quickly it's done.
Absolutely, but I'd also like to get an approval of the expenditure that the dollar amount up to, I think we said $94,000 per month for that security company. And then we will, Steve and I will meet with the companies that are out there and come back with a recommendation as to one of those companies. 3 months.
So, okay, so you're giving some specifics here. So you'd have a subcommittee that would look into security companies, work with city manager, interview perhaps. You were to work within a budget of 90, let's say 100,000.
100,000
a month.
Yeah.
And then come back to council at a time certain, second meeting in May with the chosen.
Correct.
Recommended, I guess, selection.
Recommended, yeah.
So I have a couple of things to say.
Well, we don't have that's a motion that's on the table still.
Right, this is under discussion.
Okay.
Perfection is often the enemy of progress. And, the people in North Beach have been suffering long enough. And that's why I'm willing to look at it for another 30 days, but, come the second meeting of May, I would hope you and Mayor Pro Tem Knobloch have a recommendation. A lot of things have been said tonight about deputies. We just need more deputies. Well, that's more than $300,000 a year. And just hiring one deputy, doesn't get us there. If you're looking at adding an additional patrol area, you're probably looking at 4 or 5 deputies. Well, that's $1.5 million a year. So it's not a matter of more deputies. Cameras were mentioned. I can assure you there's no body of knowledge, there's no study that indicates cameras either reduce or mitigate the impact of crime. They simply do not. And I'm an expert witness on security and violent crime. I say that all the time in court, and it's never been challenged. There is just absolutely no body of, and you can laugh about it or smile about it, whatever, but there is simply no body of knowledge that suggests cameras do anything to reduce crime. If they did, those camera companies would be out there touting that. I'm all for RFP. I think that's very appropriate, but I'm more for a professional services contract with an, so that's where I am, I think. And then my motion is that we trifurcate the vote for security, beach closure, which I think is important, and then let's talk about the placement, the placement project that City Manager Andy Hall so skillfully has presented to us tonight. So my motion is to trifurcate the three. If I can have a second?
I'll second that. So the question,
So, yeah, I'm trying to understand. You're saying tonight, we will deal with the 3 issues as if they're separate issues and vote on each one independently.
Exactly.
Okay.
Which motion are we?
We're not talking about Victor's yet, yeah, so he didn't get a second on his yet, so we're just talking about.
Well, I gave him a
You
second.
gave me a second.
But so I think we vote on Victor's motion, then we vote on my motion.
Oh, okay. All right, any other discussion on Victor's motion?
Let me
or James'
understand the motion a little
Yes.
bit better. You mentioned a subcommittee to review proposals on RFP or the firms that we already know?
the firms that we already know
The
of
two.
or that Andy
Okay,
has.
if that's the case, I don't know that we need to wait till the second meeting in May. I think we could, I like your comments about being expeditious. I think we could schedule this for the next meeting in May and come back with that gives us about almost 2 weeks to do that review.
Is it a friendly amendment?
Sure.
I'll accept it.
I take it you're willing to serve on the subcommittee?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for
All right,
asking.
well, okay. All right, so now, with Victor's motion first? Okay, so Victor's motion is that there's a subcommittee of Steve and Victor, working within a budget of $100,000 a month. They're going to interview security companies and come back at the first meeting in May?
Yes.
First meeting in May with a recommendation.
Recommendation. yeah.
Under a professional services contract.
And so there would be no RFP process
Correct.
under this. City manager, do you think you have a good enough grasp of the security firms out there that would be a productive exercise without going through a form? So the thing about the RFP is you have some certainty that you've now exhausted the universe of firms because everybody gets a chance to get in. If it's just you going out, we don't know, we might miss somebody.
Well, I think that's a good point. I think what we should make sure is that if the 2 council members on the subcommittee are uncomfortable, that's what they should report back, that we need to interview some more firms, certainly. This is one decision I don't think that we should ever proceed with if there's even any discomfort at all about the firm that we're selecting. So if they go, I've been in touch with 3 different firms. After they have those interviews, if they still don't feel positive about the firm, I think that's what they need to report back to the city council.
And also the shortness of time is such that we could terminate in a matter of weeks or week, or, I mean, we could put a
Yes.
very short termination time in any professional services contract.
Yep.
And also part of it is a 3-month term. Yes. Yeah, okay.
A couple more things, city manager, and whatever firm we interview should, number one, we should have a hold harmless agreement with them, and number two, they need to name us as an additional insured. And I would urge the subcommittee to look at training materials. I think that is going to be critical. Recruitment, training, retention, discipline, all those things will be critical for you to look at.
I just note, I think this is Jennifer's, Elliot's comment, and RFP kind of takes care of all of that, right? So you don't need to sort of one-off and say, well, we also need to think about this and this. That can all be built into the RFP. I'm worried that the process, that I don't know that we're going to make it any better, that we could have an RFP that's just as fast, basically, but we would have some more certainty that we're covering all our bases. Could we have an expedited process where we did have an RFP open in a very short period of time and still get to a meeting in May where we could have the subcommittee with a good understanding?
Yeah, we could have an expedited process, but I don't know that we could get to the next council meeting in that respect. Again, remember that the packets for the next city council meeting the staff reports are due on Monday.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
So it's real hard, it sounds like 2 weeks, but it's really a 3 or 4 day turnaround.
I understand that. Okay, well, but we could get to early May if we didn't have any RFP process, you think?
Yeah, if we wanted to go the RFP route, I would suggest we go to the second meeting in May, or at least the second meeting in May.
Right, okay. But
In that respect, I mean, just in order to get that done, get it out to people, have them respond, have the interviews, it probably will take more than 3 days.
Okay, all right, but the motion as it stands, no RFP, right? So it's just
No RFP.
And then, well, I just express, I mean, I appreciate the need for urgency here. I agree with the urgency. From my perspective, this is one part of a larger plan. It's certainly the most important part and the first part. I want to make sure that this is considered a stopgap, that we, like you said, Steve, we want to make sure it's our sheriff's deputies who are there enforcing the law. We want to build up park rangers so we have our own enforcement group as far as our codes go. And I can go along with this as long as we have an understanding here that this is a temporary measure to bridge that gap until we can fully staff our code compliance and sheriff's deputies. If we have that understanding, then I would fully support this.
Yeah, and I would also add then, that this subcommittee continue to work on analyzing what the best long-term remedy is, whether we need more code compliance, whether we need more rangers. So that could be part of it. We need something immediately, and we can transition if rangers are better, if we could train them, but that's a 6-month process, I think.
A year.
Maybe a year.
Yeah, okay. All right, any other discussion on this motion? Now, this motion dovetails with your motion, Gene, because your first point was to just do security. That's what we're doing right now, so.
So maybe we do my motion first.
Well, let's just do this one, and you could make.
It may move out part of your motion.
Yeah, it's going to, okay.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, my only thing is that I think I see the urgency on this. I do think, after 3 months, if we still need that stopgap measure, we definitely need to do an RFP to look fully more on that. So if that's, part of that understanding, or,
I think so.
Yeah, or, more sheriffs, whatever, what you said earlier, yes.
Okay, good point. All right, any more discussion? Are we good to vote? No more discussion. Councilmember Enmeyer.
Aye.
Okay, Councilmember Cabral.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Newell.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That's a unanimous vote.
So my motion is kind of muted at this point, but I'll still make it that I make a motion that we'll vote separately on the beach hours and on the placement project.
Okay. Yeah, and then Victor, you seconded that. So the next Well, I guess we could do this. You could just make a motion on beach hours.
Yeah, I can do, yeah, I'll
That's
do that.
probably easier.
That's probably easy.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to adopt the staff recommendation of the beach being closed between 10 PM and 4 AM.
Second?
I don't know if this is, I didn't mean to, but that will take some coordination with the coastal commission, so. if you wanna
Understand.
include that, okay.
And we'll need to modify the ordinance, which would extend as well. But, yeah, I second the motion.
And so that's just for this beach. The remaining, the other beaches would still be midnight? Or is that?
No, all
or-
beaches.
Okay, so this is for all beaches, okay.
Okay, so just to clarify the motion, it would be to direct staff to take this to the next step. In other words,
Right.
preparing an ordinance and all the things that follow from that, including, getting coastal commission approval and whatnot.
I did want to make one other clarification. There was some talk about the 4 AM. The 4 AM typically is in place to serve the surfers. They usually go out before the sun comes up. And so that's where the 4 AM comes in. I know that's early, but that's not real early for surfing.
And in summer, that's twilight.
Yeah. And who are we displacing from 10 to midnight? The partiers?
The teenagers at T Street.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we have, the motion is to direct staff to work towards making the necessary amendments to the ordinance and getting coastal commission approval to change all beach hours, to modify those from midnight to 10 PM, and they will remain open at 4 AM. Does that sound right?
That's right.
Okay. Councilmember Enmeyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Call. Aye.
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 And I'm an aye, so we are unanimous again on that. And then, okay, so now we have the making plan as a whole. Any further discussion on that?
I have some discussion on that. I've been hearing this for 3 years now. A concern about the community is shut out of Ole Hansen. And the more I look at that, the more I have to agree the community is shut out of Ole Hansen. And I believe, City Manager, we need to look at how much, and I don't think I care, but how much revenue does 24 Carat bring to the city? And
24 Carats is the operator of the Ole Hansen wedding venue, just.
And I think it's heartbreaking that out-of-towners have priority. This is the same thing with the junior lifeguards, by the way. It's why I brought that up. I think it's heartbreaking that out-of-towners have priority to have weddings at Ole Hansen over the community enjoying Ole Hansen. And I think, City Manager, you need to take a look. I would just like to have council, I don't think we need to make a motion, but I would like to get council support to have the city manager look at that and report back to council.
I'd second that. I just want to say that one of the things I've heard about that is that, the original agreement was that, the city would still be able to participate, have events, and that use has become limited through their regulatory process by reservation process. So I think it is worthwhile to look at. I understand their lease is coming up, so it's probably the appropriate time to see whether it should remain a city property.
Yeah, I'll note a couple things. One, I think that already is part of the placemaking plan. I think just to say, I think we don't need to go into every aspect maybe of the placemaking plan. If there's something you strongly disagree, let's talk about it. But otherwise, we can just tell the city manager.
Well, I just wanted to bring it up because several people brought it up this evening in public comments, and I think their comments are very valid. It came from people that most of the time I don't agree with.
And I think the comments are valid too. I think the one note I would put on it is we spent a lot of money, right, Tim? We spent a lot of money redoing the Ole Hansen Beach Club. It's incredible facility now. Part of the idea was to recoup some of that investment we have a very lucrative, I mean, an extraordinarily lucrative contract with this 24 Carats. You know that, Gene. I mean, this is a first-class operation. They regularly far exceed their expectations and revenue that they bring to the city. And we don't have actually a lot of big revenue generators, so we need that revenue, especially because we're talking about spending money and $100,000 a month on security and things. So I think, I just want to temper that. I think maybe there's a middle ground we can get to, but.
Yeah, and the contract is coming up, and the whole council will be looking at the contract when it comes up for review, so.
I agree with what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, but there's got to be some middle ground there where, the community feels locked out, and if we can figure out, 24 Carat is a class operation, have no doubt about it. They provide a great service, and they generate a hell of a lot of revenue, but at the same time, at what expense to the community?
Okay.
I have one comment on the third motion, on the remainder of the plan, and that is, I'm not sure how my colleagues will take this, but part of the problem that I've seen for years in North Beach is the 7-Eleven store, which is sitting as a brown sugar cube in the middle of historic structures, blocking a public viewway, which would be phenomenal, rivaling Laguna Beach's Highway 133 where it hits Coast Highway, opening that vista. And I would ask the city in that analysis to consider looking at the property, the 7-Eleven store of Southland Corporation owns that land, or if they just lease it, and if they lease it, when's the lease up? And if they own it, what they would consider selling that for as part of the sort of a grander scheme. And it's just for information purposes, for future analysis.
No, I agree, yeah. Now, I know we've inquired before, and they don't take our phone calls, so, but maybe they'll take yours, Andy. Don't tell them who you are. Okay, so I think there's agreement that that will be part of this larger placemaking as well as part of the business rejuvenation program. Do we have a motion to, I guess, accept the staff recommendation and receive and file the administration?
So moved.
Second. I'll say James and motion, Noblock with the second, okay. All in favor? Aye. And any opposed? Okay, it's unanimous.
Mr. City Manager, great job.
Take a breath.
Great job.
Now, do you want to move?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we move item 9D to the top of the queue, if that's possible. We
Okay,
have a
so
number of
we're-
people that have been waiting a long time.
We're right before the.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Noblock, or Mayor Pro Tem Noblock, I don't believe your mic was on.
No, it was on, I just wasn't close to the mic.
thank you.
I was just asking for the council consent to consider moving item 9D up ahead of the other items that are more staff-oriented.
Okay, yes. 9D is another motion we probably have a lot of people here for, so we still haven't gotten a consent, but I think that's probably a good idea to get folks moving since it's been a long night.
Yep.
Any opposition to moving 9D up to next? Nope, okay. Unanimous.
Thank you.
We'll take 9D and then we'll go to the consent.
Okay.
Well, if that item is up, since I asked for it to be considered, I asked for this because 9D, the Assembly Bill 1078, is an example of state usurpation of local control. And it relates to educational issues, and I know a lot of people are concerned this isn't a city function, but at the same time, it does deal with local control, and it does deal with important issues regarding all of our kids. So that's why I brought it up, and I'd like to ask the council to consider approving it.
Okay. Do we have any comments on 9D?
We do. We have quite a few
Okay,
comments.
let's hear those, yeah.
Okay. First speaker on item 9D is Lisa, no last name, and then Lynn Muslin, followed by Cheryl with no last name.
Good evening. I'm Lisa, 40-year San Clemente resident, and I strongly urge the support of Steve Noblock's resolution 2317 to oppose AB 1078. Yes, it is usurping of local government, and it's powerful that you all took the same constitutional oath that the California legislature took, and they are removing local authority over school districts, and it removes the accountability to the people most closely affected with these decisions. San Clemente parents have been successful in removing inappropriate books from our schools via the current local process. That's why they're doing it. It is a constitutional infringement on citizens, parents, school boards, and local government entities that are closest to the community in which they serve. That is why this resolution is so profoundly needed, and it will proclaim that San Clemente's local government stands up for its citizens' constitutional rights. We pray and we endeavor to support other local governments to take a stand against this unconstitutional state control power grab. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this is my first city council meeting, so I'm glad to be here. I recognize your faces, though. So my name is Lynn Muslin. I'm a longtime resident of Orange County, almost 70 years here. I've been in San Clemente almost 45 years next year, and I graduated from UCI about over 50 years ago. So I have a vested interest in our county, our city, our schools, our students, and our community. Parental rights have been undermined throughout our country, one school board at a time. And let's not have the San Clemente City Council fall prey to that. I want to remind the council that you represent us, your constituents, many of whom are parents. The position of the governmental authority during COVID assumed additional powers granted under the Emergency Powers Act to fight the threat, real or perceived, or worse, manufactured for deceit. Our president has recently declared that pandemic is finally over, yet governmental authorities are finding it difficult to surrender those added powers. It's not lost on me and many others that the governments in history that have had similar declarations assumed additional powers and ultimately transitioned to totalitarian governments when they failed to return those powers that were rightfully theirs. AB 1078 would result in the loss of local control. In America, we call that we the people. And it would give that authority and power to the state. We're awake, we're not going to let this go away, and I just want to ask you, please, councilmen, I hope you all support Councilman Knobloch's resolution to oppose AB 1078 and support parental and local rights. Thank you.
Cheryl, followed by Michelle Morgan, followed by Patricia Frudig.
Unfortunately, Cheryl had to leave.
And
I
I'm
stand
sorry,
before you and,
your name is?
I'm Michelle Morgan.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I need my readers. I stand before you in support of Steve Knobloch's resolution against AB 1078. But I want you to know there are hundreds of other parents standing behind him too. You just can't see them here tonight. Unfortunately, parents can't wait for hours to be heard. Actually, 4 hours and 10 minutes to be exact. We believe our children have been given to us by God, not as property, but have precious minds to nurture, protect, instruct, and inspire. We're to cheer them on in their maturity, comfort them in their failures, and stand with pride in their achievements. We have lent them to the government schools to teach, not indoctrinate. We pay for this education just as we pay for the seats you sit in. All elected officials work for we the people. We do not surrender our authority. any more than we would surrender our love. By carving parents out of the learning process, you are usurping the authority that is ours. Please vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you, and God bless America.
Patricia, followed by Trudy Podobas, followed by David.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thanks for hearing us tonight. My name is Patricia Freitag, and I am first and foremost a parent here in San Clemente. I have a child in San Clemente High School, as well as one at Shore Cliffs Middle School, and we love this area so much. I'm also a Capistrano Unified School District employee. I'm here to announce my wonderful love for the stance that Mr. Knobloch is taking. This bill would require a governing board to first seek the approval of the State Board of Education before making changes to school library materials and to instructional and curriculum materials. Placing these decisions, like so many have said already, in the hands of the state-appointed body that has no local accountability would make it harder for our district students, families, and other local stakeholders to participate in those decisions. This bill even conflicts with several California School Board Association policy platform levers. AB 1078 is just another disgusting overreach of power, not in the best interest of our children. Let me be clear, AB 1078 is not a one-party issue. It is a bipartisan issue. As we are all a parent, or many of us are parents here in San Clemente, and it affects every parent and every child's future. Please help us to oppose AB 1078 and help us to keep our voices as parents in the public school system. Because although I will say here at CUSD, it is already hard to be a voice of a parent. We do have some that are fighting for us, and we ask that you fight for us as well, because we will never give up our voice. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Trudy Podobas, a 25-year resident of San Clemente and an involved community volunteer. This resolution is overreaching and completely out of your purview. Nowhere in the city's mission statement does it ask you to get involved in our school district instructional materials or in the teaching of curriculum. We separately elect school board members who decide such issues. Per Sacramento's Legislative Analyst Office and State PTA, this Assembly bill will not make it out of the Education Committee and will never become law because of local control and funding mandates. So why are we even discussing this here tonight? What's your agenda with this? What's driving this resolution? The State Department of Education is not going away, even if you disagree with it. We already have local control in our school district. Through PTAs, school site councils, and various committees, parents do have a voice in the education of their children. Back in 2001, myself as a PTA president of Ole Hansen Elementary, along with each of our other San Clemente PTA presidents, were supported by Councilwoman Susan Ritchell, the late Stephanie Dory, and our elected school board member from San Clemente to keep the Ole Hansen Elementary School property for San Clemente High School. We all worked together, and we all succeeded together. The protection of the property in San Clemente on which our public schools sit is what should be your only concern related to our schools. You should be fighting against a charter school that wants to take over one of our properties for the personal enrichment of outsiders. It also siphons off our taxpayer dollars to educate the few at the expense of all of our children. You should have all supported our 2020 school bond for San Clemente. That would have already done major upgrades and renovations to our hometown high school, upper and lower campuses. It would have been an innovative and state-of-the-art educational facility, not only for our students, but for the entire community. It would have ensured the protection of our property values and what each of you should have done.
CUSD is now selecting a new superintendent. We have implored the selection firm to find a leader who recognizes the uniqueness of San Clemente, values a neighborhood school policy, and is a good steward of our taxpayer dollars. That online survey was just conducted, and the greatest number of the respondents came from San Clemente. So you can see that's how involved this community is. Your job is to work towards a good, honest, and open line of communication between the school district and the city of San Clemente to again benefit us all, and not to tear down the district with a resolution like this.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, next speaker.
David, followed by Gerald Heger, followed by Judy Jones.
Jerry Hager, my next is she.
David, there's no last name on the card. Is he, maybe he's no longer.
David, are you here? Is there a David here? Any David will do. No Davids? Okay.
Okay.
All right, here's David.
In the interest of time, I don't know, guys, it's about past my bedtime.
Yes.
Anyway, I'm Jerry Hager, and I'm here in support of Steve Resolution 2317. We need to oppose regulations come out of Sacramento. It's just that the tentacles of Sacramento trying to reach into Orange County, into our cities, and it's never good. Would you trust anyone up there with your wallet? No. I don't think so. Where would you trust them with your kids? It's ridiculous. You know, we're here, we're the voters, you represent the voters. We want to oppose Resolution AB 1078, approve Resolution 2317, and I'd ask for the city attorney to take a look at the Orange County Charter, which my understanding protects some buffer against Sacramento, as does we need to have a city charter very similar to what Huntington Beach has, because Huntington Beach is telling Sacramento on the high-density, low-income housing to go pound sand. Good job. I mean, we have to run our own city, run our own county, get rid of them. That's all we need. Thank you.
Judy Jones, followed by AQ. Those are our two final speakers.
Good evening again, City Council, City Manager, everybody. I'm Judy Jones, again, a 27-year resident, and I have attended a banned book club meeting. I really enjoyed this novel. It was about a young adult finding himself, his interest, and his career, basically relevant to all of us in growing up. I don't feel that books should be banned and everyone should have a right to read whatever they want. But, so I urge you to, to not adopt the resolution opposing 1078, which requires state approval to remove books. It still means that people can ask to take books off the reading list and the curriculum, but there is somebody reviewing that we are offering our students a well-rounded education. We are presenting to students our diverse California population and preparing students for a diverse world. They cannot be always living in a bubble like San Clemente. This bill will not stop parents or people from requesting it, and banning books sometimes makes books much more popular. As one of my friends just told me today, Lady Chatterley's Lover became a bestseller once it was banned. Please consider AB 1078 to be a protection of our student and teacher rights to read what they feel is appropriate. And it still supports parental rights to request changes that they want. Thank you.
Final speaker is AQ.
I didn't realize this was on the agenda, and if it was, I would have come prepared, and I would have submitted as a PowerPoint presentation just a couple of resolutions. And one resolution was from the Capistrano Unified School District that they submitted with trustees and the superintendent at the time, a resolution for the opposition of a toll road. So this does happen. Resolutions are done. Capistrano Unified School District, former trustee Patricia Holloway, and other trustees have always supported or worked together with our city. And so the opposite should also be true, that this resolution should go forward. And also, there's a lot of HOAs that submitted resolutions, again, in opposition for a toll road. So this is common practice. This isn't something that is so controversial. One of the concerns, I think someone mentioned about local control, and we really don't want to take away that local control that we have, and I think that's very important. And once you do that, you take away our rights to speak out against things. And so I think that I'm all supportive for local control. And as far as we're talking about resolutions, I'd like to make a friendly suggestion that Mayor Pro Tem Steve Knobloch make a resolution or make a motion or amendment somewhere to do a resolution or a support letter for Assembly Member or Assemblywoman Lori Davies's Assembly Bill 966. I think that would be really beneficial because that is for a study for sand replenishment. So I think that would be important to do to support her efforts on that. Anyways, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, we do have two speakers. The individual that I thought was David is actually Daniel, and he is here. So
Oh, Daniel.
Daniel, and then Donna Vadrine.
Good to meet you, David.
Yeah, so I apologize. I do have really messy handwriting, so it's not her fault. So you've all heard a lot of testimonies here tonight. 1078 is a very dangerous bill. It sets a very dangerous precedent, okay? No matter what you think about any of the other comments that have been heard here tonight, right now, the question is parental control over our school system at a local level. What will it be tomorrow? Will it be how you as a city council are able to levy taxes in San Clemente? Will it be perhaps how you're able to hire law enforcement to protect the citizens in this community? We heard a lot of comment here tonight about the safety in the city. What if the next the next bill that they present in Sacramento is limiting how you were able to use police resources? Okay, where does it stop? The point is, I understand that, you know, it's a statewide bill, and that some will argue that it's out of the jurisdiction of the city. The city, at some point, the cities, as was mentioned a little while ago about Newport Beach, we need to stand up, okay? We need to take a stand. And this resolution that the council member Knobloch has presented represents that stand, okay? The control of the citizens and the control of you, even the city council, is being eroded and is being threatened here, okay? It's very important that we do not let this precedent be set, okay? And regardless of how you feel about the resolution, or I mean the AB 1078 itself, I know there's opposing views here, but imagine for a minute, those
Please
of you
address
who
the council,
are in
sir.
support
Please
of it.
address the council, thank you.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, you have to address the council.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, okay, yeah. So just imagine if the tables were turned. You know, when the state takes control away from the local governments, it can be disastrous on both sides. So that's my point. If there's also, I would remind everyone in the council to just read the writing above the city seal on the wall behind us, It reads, "In Sacramento we trust." Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, it reads, "In God we trust," okay? Not in Sacramento, not in the government, not in the state legislature, but in God our Creator. So I would encourage all of you to keep that in mind as you vote on this
Thank you,
resolution this evening.
Thank you, Daniel. Okay, appreciate it. Okay,
Donna
one more
Vidrine?
speaker? Okay.
My name is Donna Vidrine, and I just have two comments tonight on Agenda Item 9D. And one is, when Judy Jones was up here speaking, when she finished and she was walking away, someone behind me in the audience said pedophile. That is so wrong and so inappropriate, and I feel like I have to come up and say, that is just abhorrent. And another thing is when Trudy, and I don't know her last name, when she was up here speaking, as she was walking away, Councilman James was making faces at her from the dais. And all of that is on camera, and that is just not being respectful of us as San Clemente residents, as coming up here and expressing to you how we feel. So those are just my comments. I don't want to hear the word pedophile coming from people that I am sitting beside. They are not being respectful. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments?
No more comments.
Okay, discussion? Anyone, you want to start, Steve?
Well, yeah, I'll start. I brought this forward because the number of comments were made. This is an issue involving state control of local government. In this case, it's a local school government. But there are kids, and it's easy to say this bill isn't going anywhere because it'll never get out of committee. It's a live bill. It could be passed by this legislature and signed tomorrow. And it hasn't been killed yet. It needs to be killed. And to simply say, there's nothing here to see, move on, is ridiculous. We need to address it, just like the school district has taken on certain issues that involve municipalities. This is a local control issue. It involves this city, and I don't believe it's overreaching. We're not the school board, I understand that, but we have 65,000 people, 30,000 parents in this town with kids that are at risk of having the state government take over the ability of their local school district elected officials to properly determine what the curriculum is. And we know that some curriculum, maybe not all of it, and maybe not in this district, but it's an issue where local school districts can have and should have the proper authority. Someone mentioned parental teacher rights. Teachers don't have rights. The parents grant their kids to the school districts to be taught and trained. The kids have rights, the parents have rights, and it shouldn't be subordinate to the teachers or the CTA or the school or the State Department of Education. The education of kids need to be governed by the folks closest to those kids at the local level. That's my thought. That's why I brought it up, and I hope my colleagues will consider approving the resolution.
You know, this is yet one more example. I'm not overstating this when I say the Democrats in Sacramento are pure evil. They have every intention to change our lives, to change traditional America. They hate us. Have no doubt about that. This is where this comes from. And you can talk about faces or whatever. You know, sometimes I'm shocked and I make a face. I'm sorry. Newsom, Atkins, and that whole group up there are hell-bent on ruining our lives. They have nothing but contempt for us. The reason I didn't put my children in public education is the fact that the books they do have, the revisionist history, and the history teachers who perpetuate lies about our founding fathers, about the framers of our Constitution, the fact that our Constitution and Declaration of Independence was actually guided, the wording, the writing. It may have been written by a man, but that hand was guided by our Creator. And they don't want to admit that. They are hell-bent on ruining America. They're hell-bent on ruining this state. I've had enough of it. And they're going to they want to stomp out parental rights. They want to stomp out parental control of our schools. And somehow or another, unions have more rights in their head than you as the parent. I've had enough of it.
I concur with my two colleagues. I'm ready to vote, but I understand that there's probably more discussion. So I won't call for the question, but the government in Sacramento is taking too much control. Cities have to fight for themselves. They have to fight for their colleagues, local school boards, and as long as I'm here, I'll continue to do that.
All right. All right, Councilmember Enmeyer.
Yeah, I've got a couple things to say. As a history teacher myself, and someone who teaches all the curriculum that Mr. James is alluding to, I can tell you a history teacher also taught me the words from Thomas Paine of I may disagree with what you say, but I'll fight to the death your right to say it. I disagree with a lot of what Mr. James is saying here. And it's just a false narrative that is being perpetuated and isn't necessarily based in truth, but is based in how to get political points. The aspect here, for me, more than anything, this is a school board education issue. This is not a city issue. You talked about school boards coming in and talking about different municipal codes. Well, that was because the toll road was going right through the San Clemente High School. So that's why the school board got involved. So this is absolutely a school board issue, and our elected officials in the school board would be the place to take this issue up with. Not here. This is not a municipal issue. This is a school board issue. So, thank you.
I do have a comment. I understand that you sent out a resolution regarding Earth Day. I'm talking to our mayor this week. Is that a city council issue?
Yes, because the environment is something that the city, we have our own climate action plan. So yes, of course,
Okay,
of course that's within the purview.
Mayors against gun violence. Is that city council jurisdiction?
Well, I think we, as we saw tonight, public safety is of top importance. So certainly public safety is within the city's purview. Yes.
Is gun violence an issue in San Clemente?
Well, all I'm saying is that last week we voted on two other assembly bills. We don't have jurisdiction over those two issues, yet we voted on them. And so my only point, there was two items on the agenda. You voted for them. The letter of support for Assembly Bill 1708 and the letter of opposition to Senate Bill 423. We don't have jurisdiction over state assembly bills.
Oh, they dealt with land use, and that is certainly within our purview.
And our
So
children.
we could go on and on about that,
Our children are
but
in our jurisdiction too, and we do have concerns for our children.
all right.
Children are different than the education, though. We specifically select our board members to deal specifically with education, and this is an educational issue.
I'll call for the question.
Well, just a minute. Look, what amazes me is the fact that when I brought up a gun issue, you said, when I brought up making the city a sanctuary guns, Second Amendment city, you said it's none of our business. But yet you use city letterhead to promote gun grabbing, and you've done it multiple times. You use city letterhead to promote your pro-abortion views. Is that a city issue?
That actually was introduced by Councilmember Noblock, and he made it a city issue by putting it on our agenda, so then it was appropriate to talk about.
Without council approval, you sent out a letter promoting your pro-abortion issue.
And I made it noted that it was my individual.
My damn name was on that letterhead.
That was the only letterhead we had at the time, but,
No,
so, well, we can talk about me, but I think we're talking about this
call
issue.
for the question.
I call for the question.
So,
I'm not sure that I formally made the motion, but I make a motion that we adopt Resolution 2317.
A second?
okay,
question.
we have Noblock
Question.
and Cabral. I haven't given my comments yet, so I'll just give mine.
Well, I did call for the question.
Right.
It was seconded.
Yeah, so we can debate the motion now. And I'm debating the
Is that
motion.
debatable?
Yes, it is. We can comment on the motion.
The motion,
And so this is what we do all the time. Well, I
Can
think
I ask a point of order, can I ask our city attorney? Is
Sure.
it a debatable motion? I call for
once
the
there's a
question.
motion and a second, can we still debate the motion before voting?
So are you making a motion to end debate?
Yes.
So so that would be the motion you would need to
I
bring to
second
end
that.
debate.
Now we need to vote on it.
Okay, you're seconding a motion, so I don't get to have any comments? Is that what the, is
You
that what
had
the
an
purpose is?
opportunity.
Well, no, before I was able, I'm the mayor, I make comments last. Before I had an opportunity, there was a calling of the question. Would you like me to make my comments, or do you want to have the motion to end debate so that I can't speak?
I want you to have your.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Won't take long. Well, I think as a parent of 3 kids in our public schools, I can probably speak pretty closely to this issue. I'm not sure if anyone else can speak more, maybe Mark. I'm also on our school site council at our local public elementary school, Vista Del Mar, right down the road. Also active in the PTA, also active in the Watchdog program at school, so I'm pretty active in our schools. I can tell you that we got plenty of parent control, at least at Vista Del Mar Elementary School where I am. We get to have say in curriculum, we get to have say in all kinds of things that's going on. And you can talk to any parent over there, they'll tell you the same thing. So we have that. And by the way, I'm all for local control. I 100% agree that we should have local control. But that's not what this is about. That's not what this is about. This is a culture war political item outside of our purview. We don't weigh in on curriculum issues in our schools. Mark's 100% right. Our school board does that. By the way, I didn't get anything from any of our trustees supporting this. I don't know if anybody else did, but that's kind of suspicious, that the people who actually do this all the time didn't even weigh in to support it. So this is, so what is this, right? This is outside of our purview. We didn't get any input from our trustees. This bill is not even out of committee. I can only conclude that it's an attack on public school teachers like Mark. And I think we heard that tonight. And it's attack on our public schools themselves. That's clearly what it is. And I hate to say that, and I thank everyone for commenting tonight, and I think we had great comments, and it was great to hear from everybody. But that's what's really going on, because this isn't something even within our purview. And by the way, we have a lot of things within our purview that we need to be getting back to. I hope we don't continue to get items out of our purview to discuss, because that's what this is all about here. And it's shameful because we have great public schools, we have great neighborhood schools, we have great teachers, and we have great administrators that are committed to teaching our kids for way less than, frankly, they should be paid. And they're absolutely terrific. And we in Orange County, I think, have some of the best schools and some of the best teachers. So it's disappointing to see this thinly veiled attack, frankly, on our teachers and our schools. And I certainly won't be supporting this because I think we have great schools. I think we have great teachers. I think we have great parents. I think we have great kids. And we should let our school trustees handle those issues and get back to these urgent matters of the city, like public safety, that are within our purview. So I'll be opposing the motion.
Yeah, I agree with you. Well, I agree with one statement. I do agree with you that we have great schools. I want to keep them that way. I want to keep control at the local level and not have Sacramento make decisions for us about what's best, and I'll call for the question.
Second.
Okay, well, we have the motion in the second, I think, right? Motion is already, no motion was no.
And he made the motion.
No, you have to have a motion to call for the question and a majority vote by council.
Well, there's a motion in debate, but I don't think we have any more debate, right? So we can go right to the motion.
well, I would like to make one brief comment if I could.
Sure.
And that is, Chris, I agree that we have a cultural war. There's no question about that. But culture wars are won in the communities, in the local communities, not in Sacramento where a handful of people are governing for 39 million people. And this is about the kids and about the teachers. It is about them. It's not about state control. What we want to prevent is state control of our local school board members who are representing our parents and representing the kids. So it's about that. And cultural wars aren't won like ripe fruit falling from a tree. Culture wars are fought by people standing up and saying, we will not allow our kids to be groomed by transvestite teaching in kindergarten in the first, second, and third grade. And the minute that the school board says, we're not going to do that, Sacramento is saying, oh, yes, you will, or we'll put you in jail. That's what I'm objecting to, local control. So with that, I will yield and call for the question.
All right. Okay, so Noblock with the motion, second is Cabral? Okay, okay, we'll start with Cabral.
Aye.
Enmeyer?
No.
Okay. James?
Aye.
Aye.
And I'm a no, so the motion passes 3-2 with Duncan and Enmeyer opposing. And now we get back to
Time for consent.
consent calendar. Yeah.
And I have, a member of the public has pulled one item, item 6D, as in David.
That was the item I was going to pull.
Okay, the public only polls one. Any council members want to poll any other items? Noblock was already going to poll D, so we're good there.
6H.
Okay. H, Cabral. And then we have, okay, so right now we have 6D and H polled.
Yes.
Any others?
I'll
Okay.
move the balance if there aren't
Okay.
any others.
Second.
Okay, Noblock with the motion, James with the second. All in favor? Aye. That's approved. We move on to 6D. Contract amendment, housing element rezoning program.
Would you like to hear from the public first, or do we have?
No, let's hear, let's
Staff?
hear from staff, and then we'll hear from the public.
Good evening, Mayor and council members.
Thank
My-
you for coming back.
Yeah.
It's a late night.
Thank you for having me. My name is Sarah Toma. I'm the senior planner in the planning division. I'm available for any questions you guys might have about in regards to this item.
No, Mayor Pro Tem Noblock, you pulled it. Do you have any?
Yeah, my comment on this matter is, I'm concerned for a couple of reasons. Number one, this says this is a engineering contract for $50,000. This isn't an engineering contract for $50,000. The prior city manager apparently authorized it under his $50,000 authority, but the contract's for $104,000, not for $50,000. I don't know where that number came from. It's certainly not in the contract. Secondly, and I don't know what we do about that the contract has been signed, we've received some value from it. Second issue is the markup of an additional,
18,000?
what was the markup dollar amount?
72.
$18,900 for additional meetings that were attended. Under the contract, it says that the item is to be total cost, not to exceed $104,000. So I'm going to be voting no on this item.
Okay, do you have any questions of Sarah?
No.
Okay. Any questions of Sarah?
Yeah, I do. I want to know how it happened, how it got to,
Yes.
from the 104 above that, because right now I'm voting no also.
Yes, no, that's absolutely understandable. And so we just have to kind of just take one clarification. The consulting firm that we hired, they're called Precision Civil Engineering, and they do have a planning section, and that's who we contact with in regards to this project. Just kind of taking a step back, kind of summer of last year, 2022, when we were going through the housing element process, and this was before my time, there was a previous employee that was in charge of that project. We were going through the process and getting city council to adopt it, and then going through the process with HCD, and we weren't sure at the time if they were actually going to certify our housing element. And our deadline, everybody's deadline, counties and cities, it was October of 2022. So prior to that deadline, we wanted to make sure that we have a consultant on board in case HCD does not certify our housing element, because what that triggers is that we would have to rezone specific properties within a very small amount of time. And so that was the urgency of getting the $50,000 to get signed off by the interim city manager, just to get somebody kind of on the books to help us with that effort. Now, luckily, while we were doing that, we did get our housing element certified. And so with that, there was also a staff change. The person that was in charge of this project has left the city, and so I've taken over that project. And so within that time, originally when we had put out the RFP, the proposal and the consultant that we selected, their proposal was for 104. And so that was the large amount. And then what we did was we just wanted to get something on the books, like I said, so we did the 50 grand. So the discrepancy is that why we're coming to you today is because it was just overlooked with staff changes. And so now we just want to make sure that it's in there and that the money has already been funded. It's funded, I believe it's, let me see, sorry here. It's $90,000 by a lead grant, which we got from the state. And then we have a general fund of only $35,000. And so the project's already been allocated, the money's already been allocated. We just need your approval to actually, spend that money. And then lastly, this is still state mandated because we have a certified housing element. It's still required that we do this project. And it'll be coming forward, obviously, in front of you by the end of this year. That's the proposal.
Mr. Mayor, go ahead.
Maybe it's more appropriate for the city manager, but what happens if we don't fund it? We didn't approve it, so what happens if we don't approve it?
Probably what the worst case scenario is the state could decertify our housing element. That's probably the worst case scenario. Whether or not that would happen, that's conjecture. I don't know that. I would think that would be the worst case.
My concern is, the money was allocated. Who allocated the money? Where did that come from?
It was in two parts. So one was part of the housing element update, and then a second phase of that, which will be the housing element rezoning program.
But
so
council
sorry, go ahead.
didn't approve that allocation.
It was, to my understanding, it was part of the budget. But again, that was previous from when I took the project over.
I'm not prepared to vote for this evening.
We're not blaming you, obviously,
No,
you're new.
you're the messenger.
Or the city manager, and we may be, we may have to do it. The services that I understand were all performed, completed?
No, sir. What was performed thus far is about 30 grand. Because again, we were able to get our housing element certified in October, so our project didn't have to be condensed in a short time. Now we have a longer amount of time that we can actually do what we needed to do as part of the housing implementation chapter.
So is it possible we don't have to spend all this money?
No,
I'm
because
actually only concerned, I'm not concerned about the 90,000 from the state, but our contribution.
So the grant funding, if we don't spend it, then that money will just be lost.
Yeah,
And
no,
that's-
I'm fine with them taking the 90,000, but or do we have to fund, do we have to contribute something to this, or is it just, is it a matching that we're giving?
For the grant funding, it's not a requirement to match. It was just, it was during the COVID / maybe previous, states were providing a lot of funding, and that was part of a lot of the requirements from the state to update housing elements for cities and counties.
The other thing I'm confused about is how do we get from 104 to 122?
Yeah, so part of the staff report indicates that there was an increase to change from virtual meetings to in-person meetings. So the consultant provided us with an estimate, and that's what I included in the staff report. But again, the project will all be partly funded from the LEAP grant and partly funded from our general fund.
So is your question, Victor, can we do the project for 90,000, where it's just the grant, and then we don't need any of our own? Is that?
Well, and I would actually think even, that's a concern, or maybe for the 104 that they agreed to originally, rather than the 122. And actually, the contract says 50.
Right.
Actually, the contract doesn't say 50. The contract
I thought it said 50.
says, excuse me.
I think this is probably a function of the interim city manager and trying to get this thing done in a short period of time, and he had some authority of up to 50 to make it happen, and this is how we ended up.
My point, my concern is that we didn't authorize it in the first place, and we received benefit from it. The increase of almost $19,000 for having personal meetings. We contract with a firm in Fresno. I don't know where the meetings were. The contract says that it includes meetings, and it's a total cost. And this is maybe a good example of why we should be hiring local folks so that they don't bill an extra $20,000 to spend a 3-day weekend at Disneyland from Fresno. But, after they've done their city work, of course. But so I just can't support the increase.
Yeah, my final question, is there anything that requires this to be paid today? Is there any urgency to this payment, or can we postpone it and look at it at the next meeting?
Well,
Because I'm truthfully not ready to.
I think it needs to be postponed. There's clearly not enough information for the council to make a well-informed decision. And we will come back to you with additional information. We'll try to, again, we have a new, and you mentioned this, we have a new staff planner. The person working on this is gone. The interim city manager is gone. So we need to figure out where we are on this.
Attorney, do we need a motion on that?
To continue it?
Yeah.
Mayor Duncan, we do have one speaker, so.
Okay, let's hear from the speaker before we further debate and do any motions, yeah. Thank you, Sarah.
Lois McNichol, she's still here.
Hi. And since we're not going to be discussing this issue this evening, then I can probably make my comment really brief, because basically I wanted to know everything, all the questions that you just asked. Why in the world did we get from that amount to this amount, and where is it going to, and what is it being spent on? Because there's not a lot of details in the agenda. So, thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
You have a motion?
Well, actually, I have one more question or comment from the city manager. The bigger issue here, of course, is how money got allocated without the city council approval, and what needs to be done to make sure that this doesn't happen in the future. And we'll look at that in the interim. But can you? I understand part of it might have been the temporary city manager, but even at that, it shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, what I can assure you is that the now current city manager will not process partially funded applications with using the city manager spending authority. That won't happen. I'll say that.
Very good.
The city attorney does have to sign off on contracts as well.
Okay.
So this would not have been a contract that I would have signed off on.
So,
I'll move that we continue this item till the next meeting.
second?
Okay. The motion is to continue the item till the next meeting. Is that enough time, city manager, to get, to get all the rest of the details? Okay, perfect. All in favor? Aye. It is unanimous.
Mr. Mayor, I have a motion to extend this meeting beyond 11 p.m.
Are we at 11 already?
Second.
Oh, shit.
Lois.
Okay.
Let me give you, let's give it 11:25.
Perfect.
That's-
Second motion.
You want to do 25, okay.
Well, it's a half hour.
Okay, all right. All in favor? Aye. All right, we will extend the meeting. And we're on to item 6H, grant funding application and 20% match for the Pico and San Clemente Outlets Corridor runoff treatment. We've got Dave. Here's the real Dave.
The real Dave.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dave Riebensdorf, Utilities Director. I'm here to answer any questions that you might have on this item.
Okay, Victor, did you pull this? Okay.
At what stage is the project?
At this point, this is just an application for a grant to put in 80 catch basin inserts to remove 5 millimeters or larger into catch basins near the outlets and on Frontera. So this is an application. If the application is approved, then we'll be putting in money to budget the project next fiscal year.
So it hasn't been done already?
No, nothing's been done at this point.
Okay. Maybe I misunderstood what happened. I thought the project was in progress already. And
You might want to, so there's like 600 of these basins, and you've already done some of those. I think that's the question.
Yeah, there are 559 catch basins that need to be retrofitted in the city for high priority areas. That's commercial, industrial, and high-density residential areas, and we're required by the State Water Resource Control Board to retrofit all those catch basins by the year 2030. So we have about 166 that have been retrofitted so far, and the recommendation for this phase is an additional 80, and then in future years, we'll pick up the remainder so we meet the requirement by 2030.
And have we received that grant funding already, or are we just applying for it now?
For the first 166, we received similar grant funding. And so for the additional 80, we're making that request for the same grant funding.
So we didn't do any of the work then already in anticipation of this grant?
Not for the 80 that are proposed in this grant, but the 166 have already been completed in previous years.
Okay. All right.
You want to move the item?
I'll move the item.
Second.
Okay. Motion is Cabral, second is James. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Okay, moving on. Next item on the agenda is consideration of city council meeting schedule modifications for the remainder of 2023. And this item was requested by council at the last meeting. It was requested that we coordinate city council meeting schedule with Capistrano Unified School District's schedule. So we went ahead and looked into the schedule and have a couple of recommendations. The first would be to cancel the meeting on November 21st, which is the week of Thanksgiving. The second recommendation or second consideration for council is to determine whether or not to cancel the meeting of December 19th. That does not directly conflict with Capistrano Unified School District's schedule, but it does fall pretty close to the Christmas holiday, so there may be some consideration to cancel there. And then finally, the League of California Cities Conference in September this year is going to be in Sacramento, and a couple of times in the past, council has chosen to cancel the meeting the night before. That would be the September 19th meeting, in order to allow council members time to get to Sacramento the following day. The conference begins on September 20th at noon. So consideration to cancel November 21st, we can start with that.
Any opposition to canceling the meeting right before Thanksgiving? No? Okay, that's fine.
And I'm sort of going in reverse order, December 19th.
What I would like to do there, since it will be a long way to the next meeting, is maybe see if we could do that meeting on the Thursday, the week before. That way it gives us that entire week, but, for our travel, visiting family, so that would be
The 14th.
for a second meeting in December, but we would move it from the 19th to the Thursday before that and move everything on that agenda to that Thursday.
So that doesn't give that a lot of time between meetings. Is that workable? So it would be to the 14th so you'd have first meeting December 5th, Tuesday, and then the next meeting Thursday, December 14th.
Yeah, we know that in advance, so that's great, as long as we don't probably have something put on the agenda on the December 5th meeting. That might be a quick turnaround.
Okay.
You may have to remind us of that one.
Yeah, we may have to remind you of that.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so that sounds like we have consensus on that.
And then for League of California Cities, is there interest in rescheduling or canceling September 19th in order to allow council members time to travel?
I don't think it matters. We have no travel budget.
Let's see.
I'm serious.
What if we reschedule it to the Tuesday, the following Tuesday?
26th?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Would
So
that be
then-
too soon, then would that be too soon between the fourth
Yeah,
week of
it's-
September and then the
it would be
first?
1 week.
Okay.
1 week. 1 week
Gotcha.
away.
Could we do something similar then, where we move it to the Thursday before?
September 14th?
Yeah, 14th works.
Okay.
Wow, this council loves having meetings, huh? No appetite to cancel any of these. Let's do it. Okay. Yeah, that works. The September 14th, I think, works for me. Anybody else? And by the way, we'll have a new travel budget once the new fiscal year comes in July, so we'll have plenty of travel funds.
We had plenty this year.
All right.
Do we have a motion on those?
And you've got all the information?
Yes.
Okay, does anyone want to make a motion about?
I'll make the motion to approve those travel dates as outlined.
Okay, motion is Cabral, second is Noblock to approve those changes to our schedule. All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous.
Next item on the agenda is the Public Safety Committee report regarding enhanced features for 911 Dispatch Center.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Adam Matamian, Deputy Community Development Director. With me is, excuse me, Charles Hightower, our Vice Chair of the Public Safety Committee. This report is based on a presentation that the Public Safety Committee received about Prepared 911, which is a software that supplements our 911 dispatch centers to provide some enhanced features. I'll turn this time over to Mr. Hightower to go over that presentation and exactly what this software is and answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. I talked to Rick Loeffler, who's the chairman of the Public Safety Committee, and he said to come up here tonight, basically respond to any questions that you had about this Prepared 911 application that's being proposed. The Mayor Duncan, back in January, requested the Public Safety Committee to explore this and come back and basically let you know what we thought of it. We did have a meeting with the company, a Zoom meeting back in February 28th. Captain Christian, the gentleman way in the back there, that's guarding our door, attended that. He's our expert on that. We did some additional research as well. So we've got Captain Christian. We talked, looked at various news sources and looked this. And the conclusion basically, if you've read this, is that we think that you should be aware that it is going to be very beneficial to law enforcement here in Orange County. In fact, Captain Christian indicated that it has already been adopted and is in service with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. So that's good. I think also just having studied that a little bit, that probably the city council should also keep that in mind, that perhaps the Orange County Fire Authority, Emergency Medical Services, and the Ocean Safety folks might want to also take advantage of this capability, because it really helps situational awareness for our first responders when they go out there. They get a live view of what the caller to 911 is really seeing. And a lot of times those callers are hysterical, they're frightened, oftentimes they even are lying, you know. So the information that the guys out there in the field are getting may or may not be what's really happening. And this application allows that additional information to be given to our first responders. It makes them more efficient, probably really helps their response times. So if there's any questions on this.
I did read the report, and I have talked to Rick about it, but I am going to have to report that you just didn't ask us if we had a question, that you gave a fuller report. But thank you, it was.
Well, at least it was shorter than Rick would have been.
Definitely.
Do you have any questions?
No
Okay, any other
questions.
The question I had, and I'm sure it's for you, Charlie or Adam, but the OCSD's already using it, but is there some additional services, I guess, or functionality that we could get for our particular deputies in San Clemente? Is that what the report said, or I wasn't quite clear on that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The Orange County Sheriff's Department is in the process of rolling this out. There's some upgrades that they're doing to bring this online. This software provides essentially 2 layers of software. The first one is free for all law enforcement agencies around the country, and it basically allows callers into 911 to send the dispatchers live video and pictures from their phones. The enhanced features that we're talking about here today would allow those images and video to be sent to the first responders en route to the scene of an incident. While this is informational and this technology is really in the hands of the Orange County Sheriff's Department, the purpose of this information is presented so that in future discussions with our law enforcement partners, we can request or incentivize the use of this enhanced technology.
Okay, so down the road, we could talk to the sheriff's department and say, hey, we want to invest in having the top grade level for our deputies, but not right now.
Yes, and this
Okay.
is countywide, so it would be a countywide effort, because it can't be city to city with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. They need to roll it out for all their service areas or none of them.
So we would lean on the county then to have the upgrade?
Yes.
Okay, and say we would be willing to pitch in our fair share or something like that, I guess? Okay.
My guess is that by the time this technology gets rolled out, there will be a better one, as it's going to change that fast.
Yeah.
This is like laptop computers, it's going to be better, and week by week, month by month, the more that it gets utilized. But I'd move to, if there's no other comments, to accept and file the report.
Okay, motion is Corral, second is James. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No, it's unanimous. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda, consideration of Resolution 2316 to repeal in full and replace with the new City Council Policy and Procedure 1201-8 Legislative Body Reimbursement.
Mayor and council, staff was asked to return, staff was asked to return to the city council for consideration of the update to your reimbursement policy. In light of the hour, I will move that relatively quick from a staff standpoint. There weren't a lot of material changes from what you previously had in your ordinance, but we did, the main difference is that any travel by a council member of $250 or more would need to be placed on the consent agenda in advance for this body to consider. Unless it's an emergency and we had to go testify or something in Sacramento, and then it would need to go on the next available agenda for consideration and ratification by the city council. The other changes were mostly updates. There were a few things like long-distance phone calls in our ordinance, and with today's technology and cell phones, that it was just a minor update to a lot of those, the wording in the document. The big change, of course, is that the council now will be approving council member travel of anything over $250.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, go ahead.
No,
No, you go ahead.
Well, I do have a question about me personally. I have an event coming up. I think Steve was originally scheduled to be at a conference on May 4th, and as
Yeah, I couldn't.
The one in Desert, Palm Desert?
Yeah.
And so I'm the alternative, and this might be more than $250. I have no idea, but is this going to affect that travel?
We would just place that travel on the consent agenda and allow the city council to be aware of it. And if there's no questions or if it's not pulled off the consent agenda for further discussion, it would be deemed approved by the council.
Go ahead.
So passage of this wouldn't impact that, or we'd still have to, I don't know if there's enough time to put it on for consent, but maybe there is.
The next meeting's May 2nd,
Okay.
so it would be on that consent calendar. if we pass this?
We could make that happen if you'd like.
Yeah, but the question is, I mean, not particularly in this case, you got to sign up for that stuff months before. You got to make reservations months before. You know, and in some cases it makes perfect sense, but in other cases it puts you in an awkward position where there's an emergency meeting somewhere and you have to go. And it doesn't get on the calendar. There's still room in these regulations to allow for you to travel.
Correct. I apologize. I misunderstood your question. Yes, if there's not time to get it on the consent agenda, there are provisions to place it on a future agenda after travel if it's something urgent like you're describing. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Councilmember James.
So, you know, Mayor Duncan, I am sorry, but I have to go back to this travel to DC. It cost the city $4,600. We had $5,000 in that account. Between the time you went there and the time you came back, there were 5 meetings, and you never briefed the council. You didn't brief the council until I brought it up as an issue in the last meeting. I find that very disappointing, and I still will call for that you reimburse the city for the amount of money that conference called. Going back to, what did that have to do with the city? I don't know. But it was very disappointing. You also said that it was authorized by the interim city manager. The problem with that is I'm in possession of an email in which you said to the city manager's assistant, I want to go there. And the city manager's assistant responded back with Sean, being the interim city manager, thinks going to the California League of Cities is more important. You responded back with, well, someone told me to go. Who told you to go?
Lots of people told me to go.
Who?
Oh, I'm not going to get into it right now, but it was a very worthwhile conference. Many mayors were there, many appointed mayors were there, many San Clemente mayors have gone to these in the past, so you want to keep going over this?
Yeah. So are you willing to reimburse the city for the $4,600?
No.
Okay. So having known that we were going to pass this amendment, this ordinance tonight, have you, between the time that we discussed it and agendized it, the last meeting, have you traveled again?
Yes.
How much did that cost the city?
I don't know.
Chris?
I was at the city, at the League of Cities City Leaders Summit, which I was going to report on in city reports.
I got to tell you, you know, why didn't you tell us that you were going to do that last time? It just seems like an abuse of power to me.
I don't remember us ever telling everybody that we're going on conferences.
I've traveled twice for the city. Each time I was appointed to go to the California League of Cities, and each time I actually drove to save money. One time was Long Beach, but I actually drove to Sacramento to save money. And I was appointed by the council to be the city's representative in the vote at the California League of Cities. So I think we are aware of that, but you knew that we were going to change the policy last time, and you went ahead and traveled without consulting the rest of council. I think where you went was probably very, you know, I'd rather for you to go to the California League of Cities than go back east. I think it would have been very appropriate for you to go if we'd had the money, but we don't have the money. So it's disappointing.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. But, you know, I'm doing all this to help the city, that this is where we...
Is it to help the city or help your assembly race?
Well, it's to help the city. I was there at the League of Cities meetings with you last time. I don't remember you saying anything, and we didn't put it on the agenda or having council approve approve it or anything
Oh,
like that.
yes, it was.
so.
It was approved. It was approved, and I was appointed as the,
No, I'm talking about, I was at that meeting with you. Nobody talked to her about it or approved mine, and you didn't say anything about it at the time, but now it's
Well,
convenient apparently to say it.
Well, I'm
Well,
just-
thank you for your comment. Anybody else? Want to discuss
are you
this
cutting me
item?
off?
No,
Well-
I'm sorry, you have more comments?
Yeah, I will go back and say you should reimburse the city $4,600.
Okay, well, thank you, appreciate
As a matter of
that.
fact, I'll make a motion to that.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, hearing none, the motion fails. Any other discussion?
Just on this item itself, I think it's a good thing going forward that we have this in place and that, future, whatever happens in the future, we know how to react now, so it'll be good.
Yeah, I concur. Anybody want to make a motion to adopt the staff recommendation?
I will make the motion to adopt the staff recommendation.
Any second? Okay, I will second then. Councilmember Enmeyer.
Aye.
Cabral.
Aye.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, that's unanimous, and so that passes.
And I'm sorry, we do have two speaker cards. My apologies. I'm sorry.
We're also out of time.
Sorry about that.
No, we have 5 minutes.
Okay, we're going to do another motion probably, because
So
we're,
I'll make a motion that we extend the meeting to 11:35.
Second?
all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now we got 10 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, to open this live again, you might want a motion for reconsideration.
I'll make a motion to reconsider.
Okay, second, all in favor? Aye. Okay. All right, two speakers.
My apologies.
Apologies.
Amanda Q. and then Tony Rubel.
I have a PowerPoint presentation, please. Next slide, please. This is an itemized bill of Mayor Duncan's expenses. Next slide, please. So I'm including this because something caught my eye, and it's at the bottom. Next slide. This shows a Chris Duncan, Mayor, San Clemente, votechrisduncan.com. It's really commingling mayor role with assembling campaign. Next slide, please. Interim city manager comment, he doesn't think that it is critical to attend and that state level is a better value use of time. But he said, Mayor Duncan says, I've been told I should go. Who told him to go? But more importantly, it's redacted for Chris Duncan. Why is that redacted? So my concern is he using private email rather than his city council email? Next slide, please. How is Claremont Graduate University involved with this DC trip? They had nothing to do with it. Who is this Melissa person? I just don't understand why she should be getting involved with the DC trip. Next slide, please. Here's more receipts. Airfare, next slide, please. Airfare continued. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Here's the hotel bill. Next slide, please. And this is the parking receipt that was done for his DC trip. It's less than 3 days, and the cost is $60 per day for parking. San Clemente residents told me that his parking at the Hilton is $10 a day. So here is $60 per day for parking at LAX. Talking about privilege there. So also wanted to mention that at the League of California Cities annual conference that was done at virtual meeting, that representatives and alternates were brought to council. This matter was agendized at the August 18th, 2020, even at a virtual meeting, that you selected members and alternates to go. And then going back to, this is not on there, on the slide. But previously, I spoke about Mayor Duncan's use of letterhead without the approval of all the members of the dais, because here it is, I submitted the last presentation that I did with all the city council members there, and he did not bring this to the city council. So I'm really concerned about how this abuse of power, and I'm really concerned this is not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment?
Tony
Pretty sure this
Rubolino?
one's about me, too.
Well, we all know this DC trip was purely for political aspirations to the assembly seat and Chris Duncan's third attempt to gain that seat. And many people I've heard in the community suspect that this third attempt will fail as well, at which point his career in city council will have terminated, and we'll have to wonder what's Chris Duncan's next step. Has his political aspiration fell flat in San Clemente, and it's time to move on? I guess we'll have to see. But let's get back to this situation. As we've seen already, the interim CM indicated that this trip was not critical. This is parallel to theft from the city coffers. I think that it's perfectly appropriate to ask for Chris Duncan to return those funds. And the three of you, Council Members Cabral, James, and Mayor Pro Tem Noblock, as advocates for and protectors of city funds and taxpayer funds, I would urge you to consider that this situation be rectified. I don't expect to hear much from the high school teacher who feels its educators ought to silence the free speech of their students. I don't think that there's going to be anything relevant that we need to hear from him. Now, Chris, you did do the rounds with Ms. Porter. She was actually doing the rounds as well. I think she was on The View. Let's listen to what she has to say here. All right.
What your political views are. A lack of trust in government is a terrible thing to witness in a democracy, and we all need to be part of pushing for more accountability. I remember
Katie Porter asking for accountability in government. So Chris, you literally just took a picture with her at a rally. I would think you would want to listen to what Ms. Porter has to say. I will end with, Chris, your wife recently made a social media post about me, and it was chock full of blatant lies. And I guess we'll just have to see what comes out in the assembly race as it heats up. Thank you very much.
Okay, all right.
Can I understand what happened procedurally? The last vote was,
Now, do we re-vote again now?
Have to
we've-
re-vote.
Okay,
Yeah,
I have a question on the matter. The presentation that we just heard, Amanda showed and it flashed by so quick I didn't catch it, but there was an email address in this communication about this trip coming from a campaign account, Vote Duncan, was that?
No.
What was, I didn't quite understand that, and that concerns me, and I wanted to.
Yeah, I mean, it was going by fast, too. I couldn't tell, it was blacked out, but if I did communicate with Courtney using anything other than the city account, it would have been my personal account, which is not my campaign account. But that's probably the one that was blacked out.
Can we
Is
see
there-
it?
I'd like some clarification, because that could impact my position on the motion and on the.
It would
motion
mine,
that wasn't
too.
seconded. Was that I'd like, I don't know if it's possible to see that slide again, or to get an explanation on what it was.
But it's blacked out.
Well, this doesn't help. There was a video, or there was a slide that said voteduncan.com. Was that on from this video, from this?
Oh, okay, it's a signature block, so. Yeah, all right, well,
And then the next slide is
Now, what is that from?
it's an email from Courtney.
This was a political trip.
now this
Proves
is, I mean, that's.
Well, this may or may not. I just wanted to see what the context was for the communication. Because if it's a political trip, that concerns me a lot, but it wasn't clear from the presentation.
It's not a political trip, it's going as the mayor of San Clemente, like other mayors have gone to the U.S. Mayor's Conference. So I'm not sure what we're getting at here. I mean, other than you're trying to single me out, but the mayor of Laguna Niguel was there, right next to me, another appointed mayor from the city right up the road. So
Would you be willing to give us copies of all those emails, unredacted?
I don't even know what the emails are, to be honest with you.
Well, those emails there.
Yeah, sure. I can share that with you guys. You guys are my colleagues. We got nothing to hide here.
Okay. No,
So
I-
I'll share that with all of you, no problem. But the motion was about this, about approving this item. That's the one we have to revote on.
Yeah, so I'll move that we, let me find it again. I move that we, resolution, was it?
Approve the staff recommendation.
Yeah, approve the staff recommendation. There it
I
is.
actually like to continue this until we get those emails, and then at the next meeting.
Really? Really? Okay.
The thing for me is that's a separate issue than what this is.
Right, this is about approving the new policy.
Yeah, this
If
is
you want to
just-
attack me, you can do that at
I'm
any
not,
meeting.
no, I'm not attacking you. I'm not at all.
Oh, really? Okay.
Chris, this is not attacking you. This is holding you accountable. That's all it is. It's accountability.
I can't remember doing this for any other council member's travel, but, okay. It's just about
No one else has
accountability in
spent-
this one case.
Spent the entire budget.
Yeah, okay. All right, okay, Gene. Well, I think the point is, from Councilmember Enmeyer, is that's a separate motion that can be taken up at any time. This item is just about the new travel policy, to provide clarification so that we don't have these issues in the future, which I fully support.
Let's approve the new paragraph.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So Councilmember Enmeyer has moved to adopt the staff recommendation. I will second it like I did last time, and I think it was unanimous, so I'll just say, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? All right, so that's unanimous.
Now, do you want to follow up with these emails?
Well, I think he's already agreed to give us those, so I trust him.
Okay.
Okay.
Next item on the agenda, is oral communications part 2, and we do not have any cards for that, so future agenda items is up next.
There was one earlier that we put off until now. It was from Casa or Monica.
Oh, yeah, to agendize the report, a staff report on Casa or Monica, for Monica. Yeah.
Second.
Yes, all in favor? Aye. Okay, it's unanimous. All right, any
think what
other
we'll also
item?
do, Mayor, if you don't mind, we will also bring back kind of an update with Buena Vista, since it's kind of, that's kind of somewhat related, and there's been some questions. We can include that if council's okay.
So we're
Sorry,
agendizing.
I tried to raise
That's
my-
a motion to agendize, so we don't need
Yes.
a vote if we have.
Yeah.
A report on everything happening there.
For Buena Vista, similar thing, do we have consensus on that? Yeah, okay.
3 on that, yeah.
Any other items to agendize? Okay, we don't have any future communications. Okay, so then we're on scheduling meetings for commissions.
Commissions and committee report. This will just take 90 seconds of your time. We have 15 individuals who are not, their term, or actually 14 individuals that their terms expire this year, June 30th, 2023, and then Ryan Bork, whose term expires June 30th, 2024, but he resigned from the Investment Advisory Committee, so I'd like to get direction to advertise to fill these vacancies, and then also to set council interviews in early June. So if
So
you,
like the week of,
I have the calendar, the council meeting calendar is attachment number 2. We could do June 1st, June 5th. We could start before a council meeting on June 6th. I recommend 2 dates, just because we have a lot of vacancies. We could begin
Is
it.
there any way we could do that earlier?
you mean
Uh,
earlier than
May?
June 1st might be tough for me. That's graduation.
Oh,
You're saying we could do before the council meeting on the 6th? Is that possible for anybody? Do you have?
Yeah, I'm flexible.
June 6th?
June 6th, we have our council meeting starting at 5. We could start before it if you can
Works
make
for
it.
me.
I can do it.
Okay, so how early can you?
I'm summer.
Oh, okay, okay.
I have that week off, so.
Yeah, I'm wide open.
So we could do like 2 even?
Yeah.
And do them all maybe?
2 o'clock, we can probably get through. It's 15 openings, and we'll probably have multiple candidates. That might be,
Okay,
I recommend scheduling 2 days.
okay.
We could start at 2 o'clock on June 6th, and maybe if you have
Same
time,
thing on the 8th, maybe?
the 8th, that works.
So let's do 2 to 4.
2 to 4 on the 8th
2 to 4 for both.
for
yeah.
both, okay.
What dates are we doing?
So
June?
June 6th and June 8th.
Yeah, I asked if we could do it in May, the end of May, because I don't think those dates work for me. in
Oh,
June.
okay, okay. Let's see. So are you still in school in May?
I'm still in school, but I could swing it. It's finals week, but I'll.
But you're gone that first week of June, Victor?
Pretty much.
Even the Monday?
Monday's Memorial Day on.
Oh.
The 29th.
29th is Memorial Day.
I mean, like Monday, June 5th. You-
Monday, the 5th works. Well, Victor, you're out that whole week, the 5th?
You're going to miss the meeting on the 6th?
No, I could make the 5th, but it was 2 days in between I didn't want to do.
Okay, so what if
I
the
can do
5th and
the
6th? 5th and 6th?
Yeah?
Okay.
Works for me.
So 2 to 4 on the 5th and 2 to 4 on the 6th.
Okay. Perfect. Next up is council subcommittee updates. Any updates? No?
Subcommittee updates?
I'll just say for the homeless subcommittee, we are having a roundtable discussion this Thursday, same like we had back last month. I'm looking forward to it. And then also, when we did that, Victor and I got to see Friendship Shelter in Laguna Beach. It was really great facility. One thing that I noted in that was that they keep 5 beds apart for the sheriffs so that they can enforce their anti-camping laws throughout the city. And that those beds are rarely ever fully filled, but because it's there, they are able to comply.
Point of order, we're at the closing time. Should we extend
Oh.
it for another 10 minutes?
5. Okay.
Why don't we
10.
do quarter till? Yeah.
Quarter till, and we'll get out of here hopefully a lot earlier than that.
Everybody in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
The other thing I wanted to say was just that we went to the Costa Mesa shelter, which was also very beautiful, well established, and they're doing just some great things there. So I'd love, Victor, let's connect, and we'll go
And
from
I
there.
did report that we went at the last meeting.
Okay, great. I don't have anything for.
Okay, any other subcommittees? No? Okay, council member reports.
I have one matter, if I could. I'll be
Yes.
brief. I'll be very brief. Madam Clerk, if you could put up the one photograph that I asked you to put up. I mentioned this the last time. In the 1977, San Mateo Creek was, this is a photo of that creek. This is taken from the Coast Highway looking at trestles. That line that you see in the water is a beaver dam. I mentioned it, there was a picture of this. That's a beaver dam. You can see 2 deer in the front. That area, whenever we'd have heavy rains, that would blow out. The sand would go into trestles, make trestles a great surfing spot. Wintertime, it would blow north. And since the mid-'70s, that area has grown up and it's now covered with vegetation. The water doesn't get through in the gigantic amounts that it did before, and it's covered with trees. The sand is just permanent. If the state, the Marine Corps and the state parks would clean that area, and I'm saying this just as a bit of information for the sand subcommittee, I think we'd see an improvement in the sand in North Beach if we could get that sand blown out. And it's currently being blocked up by what was once a beaver dam and is now just an overgrown forest. So just for point of interest.
Yeah, and we do have a fuller report on sand that's scheduled for the next meeting.
Okay.
So that's why I didn't want to.
I just wanted to share the photo, so.
I didn't want to
that's all.
spend an hour
Yeah.
more because I didn't think people would let us stay until 12:30 in the morning. But it is scheduled a fuller presentation for next meeting.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, any other council member comments?
A couple things.
Or reports?
On Friday of this week, there is a ribbon cutting. And why this ribbon cutting is special is because, I'm coming up with the time, sorry, I apologize. So Pet Project Foundation. So the city has something that's called, not the city, we have a joint powers authority with Dana Point. And it's 2 cities that operate the animal shelter and animal control officers in the 2 cities. We have what's called a no-kill shelter. We do euthanize, but just like you and I would euthanize, an aging dog with significant problems or a cat with significant problems, we euthanize there. However, other shelters, such as the Orange County shelter, euthanize when the animal is there too long and becomes inconvenient. It's a lot more expensive to run a no-kill shelter than it is a shelter where you kill the animal, you euthanize the animals. There's an organization called Pet Project Foundation, and they contribute a lot of money to the animal shelter and allows us to operate a good quality animal shelter that's humane. And right now, they're involved in a $500,000 project in changing out all the kennels. They do a great job. This upcoming Friday, they have joined the Chamber of Commerce, and they have a ribbon cutting. And that ribbon cutting is at, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
221, 11:30 a.m.
And that's on,
221.
on
Avenue
Friday.
there.
Thank you,
Peppercorn.
Jennifer. So I urge you to become aware of the Pet Project Foundation, and also, if you can attend that ribbon cutting, we would greatly appreciate it. Jamie, on Fabricante, if you go to the dog park, you go all the way to the end of La Pata, go to the dog park, make a right, our shelter, yeah, you know where it is. And the other thing I have that's of great concern to me is the governor has transferred money from mental health into permanent supportive housing. And our county supervisor, I think, is going to be hell-bent on putting permanent supportive housing in our town. That permanent supportive housing in our town, in all likelihood, will be a motel they take in South El Camino Real. No big deal if you live in Talega. No big deal if you're in Forester Ranch. But if you live on the south end of town, like I do, what could go wrong if you invite 100 hobos to the beach to live for free, right? A whole lot can go wrong. not only from a public safety perspective, but just for our quality of life perspective. And I'm very concerned, our county supervisor doesn't give a damn about this town, to be very honest with you. But this will be part of her political agenda. That's all I have.
Okay, well, I'll just quickly report, yeah, the City Leaders Summit is where, if you're at Cal Cities, League of Cities now, called Cal Cities, this one is about advocacy directly to lawmakers. So these are the folks with purse strings, and I'll just summarize it. I mean, what they were hearing from Cal Cities and what they were hearing from us cities was, we want the money to come directly to the cities and not get caught up into the county. And that, the two big areas there were crime prevention and addressing homelessness. So that was the message that we were sending pretty consistently across from all, at least Orange County cities. That was the group that I was traveling with. And they've had some successful models with that. There's one in North County in the crime prevention area where the cities have banded together. The police chiefs all meet regularly, and that money comes directly from the state to that collaborative. It doesn't go through the county, so they can funnel that money right into their own program. So that's a model that they're hearing loud and clear, I think, from cities that we'd like to see more of. So in that sense, it was successful. Also, on the same lines, we want to address our RHNA numbers that way. Every city shouldn't have to meet a precise number. That doesn't make any sense. If a neighboring city can handle more housing, they can do it, and we shouldn't have to force housing into San Clemente where we don't have the room to do it. So that was another message that was being sent, I think, that does reflect where we are in San Clemente and is sort of a realistic way we can meet our housing goals regionally rather than every city having to hit a number, which I don't think really works. So yeah, successful meeting there. Cal Cities is a great group. Anybody else? Okay.
I'll make a motion for the next regular council meeting is scheduled to take place on May the 2nd, 2023. Closed session will begin at 5 p.m. and the regular business meeting will begin at 6 p.m. The meeting will take place in the council chambers located at 910 Cali Negocio, second floor, San Clemente.
Anyone want a second?
Second.
All right. Motion is James, second is Cabral. All in favor?
Aye.
I'll just tell them, give me the redacted.